We're gonna start getting the debates up here. Just give us a quick second. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, Charlie? How you doing? What's up, Courtney? What's up, Vivian? What's up, Ray? What's up, Kim? How you doing? What's up, Louise? What's up, Elena? How you doing? Good to see you as always. Tonette, thank you for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Zombie, how you doing? How you doing? What's good, everyone joining in? Andromeda, what's up? What's up? How you doing? How you doing? What's up, Mara? What's up, Brooke? What's up, Gabby? Nina, how you doing? What's up, Noah? What's up, Faith? What's up, Scott? How you doing? What's good, everyone joining in? Lyric Queen, how you doing? What's up, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting the debates up here in a second. I've got everything practically all set up. We're going to get everything going in terms of the debates here in a second. Should be live for about 4 hours here today, assuming everything goes normal. Unless Dean hops on either earlier or later in terms of his stream. I apologize, everyone. Oh, my gosh. We're going to start getting the debates up here in a quick second. Do just give us a minute for people to join in. Do just give us a quick minute. It does look like my camera was way off. I don't know why my camera was so off. What the heck? But what's up, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing? I actually think it was this. For some reason, my camera was off. There we go. That's what it was. I was like, what the heck? Alrighty, what's good, everyone, though, joining in. We're going to get the debates going up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. My voice is honestly a little bit better today. Actually, not a little bit. A lot better. I'm not going to have, like, the voice cracks all day, so that's going to be great. Maybe one here and there, but I don't know. I haven't heard one yet, so we're going to get the debates going. Only send a guest request again if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's get it going, everyone. Happy birthday, Mary, by the way. Happy birthday. Let's get this first person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up, Parker? I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, correct. I just have a question for you. Why do you and Dean LARP as left liberals if you guys used to sell e-com online, scamming people, but then you guys went full liberal because you realized you weren't making any money selling bullshit courses online? You know Dean used to be MAGA, right? And then he just went full liberal because he quote-unquote got educated.
So can I ask you a question?
Because he was selling bullshit courses online.
Can I ask you a question?
And then he wasn't making a living for it.
He's just gonna do a narrative, and he's not gonna respond to me. Watch. So answer this question. Answer this question. When was I involved? Because I didn't know Dean then.
You were the same.
I didn't know Dean then.
You got quote-unquote
I never sold e-commerce in my life. What are you talking about?
And then you got quote-unquote educated.
Wait, pause.
Dean's
pause.
your father. You follow
Danny,
Dean's footsteps.
Pause. I have a question. When did I ever sell e-commerce in my life?
Why do you follow in Dean's footsteps?
Dude, I did this before.
You and him used Charlie.
I did this before Dean. I actually got Dean into this. And by the way, I used to be MAGA when I was in high school, and I changed my mind over time as well. So changing your mind isn't evidence that you're a bad person or that you're lying. I literally used to be MAGA.
It's because you got educated, right?
Yes,
because you got educated, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not because you're just using these people for money?
Then explain to me why I had these views before I had any viewers in my live stream.
You're just using these people for money.
So why did I have these? So why did I have these?
Do it for free.
Hey, I'm not going to do it for free. Want to know why? Because this is my job.
I don't care why.
I have to live.
Everyone knows.
I need to
if you seriously donate
I need to have
rent
rent
on PayPal and
I need
Venmo,
to like.
You should get your money restricted if you actually donate to this guy right here.
You should get your money restricted if you donate to me.
People donate hundreds of dollars to you.
Yeah, people can do what they want with their money.
You don't even care about them. You're not even really.
You say liberal. I don't care about them. How do you know what my intentions are or what I care about?
Because
are you saying you have like telepathy?
So fake.
You've got telepathy.
I can see right through.
Wait,
you
pause.
Don't care about anything. You're just doing it for the money.
So you have telepathy. So you have telepathy.
Is that meant to be
funny? You can read my mind. You can literally read my mind.
Is it meant to be funny?
Are you saying that you have superpowers?
Is that like supposed to be like a pun or a joke?
Wait. What am I thinking about right now? I'm thinking about something. What am I thinking about?
It's crickets, buddy.
I was thinking about pizza, bro. Come on, catch up, bro. You don't have telepathy. I just proved you wrong, bro. Come on.
I can just see right through you, buddy.
I just proved you wrong. You have no clue what I'm thinking. You have no clue what I'm thinking. You're just thinking about your own thoughts.
You use these people for money because they're stupid, Parker.
So you say I use people for money.
You and I both know that you and Dean couldn't give a flying fuck about any of these people.
What makes you think that?
Care about politics.
Hey, pause. What you think? That's a crazy take to say that you think I don't care about politics.
By the way, you do it all for money.
Every single person in my personal life would laugh at that statement.
You do it for money, buddy. You and Dean used to be.
Yeah, Parker does not give a shit about politics. He doesn't care about this. You can't clearly see the interest. You can't clearly
so
see that
fake.
he's
Remember
engaged
when
with these
Charlie
politics.
died and you were
Engaged with these points all the time.
what happened to
And
your
was prior
crocodile
to this.
tears?
Wait, can I ask you a question? Why did I
What
debate
happened to your
random?
crocodile tears, Parker?
Hey, pause. Hey,
You were
pause.
crying, right? And then you laugh and
Pause.
make jokes
Hey,
about him in
I
Discord.
know you have a bunch of different made up propagandistic talking points about me, but just chill for a second, okay? One, all right, you just like can't have empathy with someone specifically who is literally 30 to 40 feet away from like literally gunshots, right? That led to someone being murdered, right? And have an idea that maybe that could affect someone's personal or mental health, right? And
It
that
doesn't
can specifically
affect
be
you.
the
You were
reason why
joking
someone.
about it.
I have not joked about Charlie's
You were
death.
joking about it, Parker.
When
You
did I
think I'm
joke about it?
stupid? You on Discord, and then Dean.
When-
and then Dean
what did I
plays
say
that
on
song,
Discord?
and bro, you don't care about Charlie. I saw your video after
So
you got
one, my Discord was deleted before
Not
Charlie Kirk was
one tear-
murdered. My Discord was deleted before Charlie Kirk was murdered in terms of my public channel. I haven't been on
not
Discord
one
since
tear
then.
came.
So, hey, can you answer this question? What specifically did I say on Discord?
Parker, not one tear came out of your eyes, buddy. Not
Oh wait,
one
I'd
tear
love to
came
hear.
out
I'd
of
love
your
to hear
eyes.
this.
It was
What-
crocodile
hey,
tears, buddy.
hey,
You don't
sir.
care. You do it for
You see,
money.
these are just all propagandistic
you and Dean do it
narratives.
for money. Admit you do it for
All
money. Parker.
propagandistic narratives.
You don't care about this shit. Admit you do it for money. You don't care about these.
I do care about politics. If you can't see
You
that,
don't
then that's
care
just a
about these
reflection of
people.
your
You
own
do it for
projection of
money.
your own values. Hey, I'll let you speak. You
That's
let
why
me
you
speak. Is
always
that
say,
okay?
"Oh, donate to me, donate to me." You don't care.
Hey, dude. I say if you want to support me, you can. That's completely okay. There's nothing
But
wrong
you
with
know these
that.
people are stupid.
Literally, you're complaining about nothing, bro.
You know they don't know any better. You're LARPing.
In order
That's
to
all you've
live,
been
people
doing.
need money to live. Okay? You think that people don't need money to live.
You're LARPing, Parker. Everyone knows it. I know it. These people don't
So,
know it yet. But
what
they,
makes
but
you
they
think
will
that I'm
know it.
LARPing? You see how you just
Because
jump
don't
onto
care
all
about
these different
people.
narratives?
You don't care about these people, Parker.
You don't care about any of the arguments
You
you're
only
making.
care about the money.
You don't care about any of the
You only
arguments
care
you're
about
making.
the money. You and Dean only care about the money. And bro, and you're lucky Dean isn't live right now, because I'm only in your live because Dean isn't live. But I'm gonna say the same shit to him,
Because
buddy.
you're obsessed with Dean.
Oh, is that funny to you? Yeah, I'm obsessed with Dean.
It
No,
is. Yeah,
I'm
you love Dean.
just telling the truth.
He's your favorite person. You love me. You love
No,
Dean.
Dean's
That's
a
why you
piece of
come on
shit.
these
Dean
live
doesn't
streams.
care either. Dean is full man.
You say that I want money, but all you want is my attention. All you want is Dean's attention.
You keep saying my attention. I want to get in Dean's
You just
life.
want
I don't really
attention
care
so
about
bad. You want attention so bad that this is the reason you do this. You literally insert that you know my fucking intentions. So like obviously you want our
Parker,
attention.
I read right through you, buddy. Look at you.
I read right through you. You just want my attention.
can see
That's
right-
all
you
it
don't
is.
care about these
You
people,
actually
Parker.
genuinely, you don't even have like an argument. You're not
All
even
these
engaging with the
people-
points that I'm bringing up to you. All you're doing is running every single propagandistic narrative
You
you could
guys-
think about that's ever been made about Dean and I on a fucking TikTok or on YouTube or on any social media platform. You're just regurgitating propagandistic narratives. Okay, so you just get harassment and bullying, a TOS flag. So I have to go on to the next person. But you're honestly like not even engaging in genuine conversation at all. Like I tried to debate you on every single one of those points, and you showed that you didn't give a shit about any of those actual points. The reason why I kept them up is because they did the same thing to Dean. I heard recently. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I remember that person's voice. Like I really don't understand why they do that. What is their point of doing that? I don't get it. Why do they superimpose that we don't give a shit when clearly I think it's obvious that we do? Like, why did I talk out amigo with people about politics literally for hours prior to even having a platform? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and what's your birth year?
December 24th, 2006.
Okay, and if the election were held today, you could either vote for Harris or Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Obviously Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because, honestly, I'm a Republican. And I'm really rich. So, like, honestly, it helps with my taxes and stuff like that, yeah.
So you make over $400,000 a year?
And look, all these immigrants are coming in our country. And they're coming in illegally. We got to stop that. They got to come here legally. So I
Hey,
think
I have a
he's taking
question. What do you do
initiative.
for work?
I'm an apprenticeship.
You're an apprenticeship. So you think you make over $400,000 a year as an apprenticeship?
Yeah, I did.
What kind of apprenticeship do you do? For what?
I'm an electrician.
Yeah, electrician apprenticeship does not make $400K a year. You're actually like you're
Yeah,
insane.
I make $400K.
You make
exactly on the dot.
$40K a year probably as an apprentice to an electrician. Yeah, you probably make $40K.
Okay,
What are you talking
let's
about?
pretend like I don't make $400K. All right, still, he's helping us keep the illegals out the country, and he's a good president.
Wait. So why did you just make up the idea that you make over 400K in order to try and
No, I
argue
didn't
your
make it
point?
up.
When
I
you're,
do.
by the way, you're a
So, like,
19-year-old,
let's
a 19-year-old in
yeah.
apprenticeship in an electrician, being an electrician somehow to an electrician is somehow making over 400K. So by the way, you make more than the electrician by multiple times
Yeah, definitely. I do.
as a 19-year-old apprentice.
Yeah. No. But let's pretend. What? It's not funny.
Come on, bro. Why'd you do
Listen.
that?
Listen.
That's like
Let's
the least believable thing
let's
you
get
could have
past
said.
that point, because there's multiple reasons why Trump's a very good president.
So wait, by the way, I just want to clarify. Donald Trump increases your taxes because you spend a greater proportion of your income on consumer products comparative to those that are rich. So you're literally increasing your own taxes. Why?
But okay, listen. He's also a good president.
Well, by doing what?
He's helping our country get better.
How?
The economy is already improving. With the inflation since 2020, the Democrats aren't doing us any justice.
So you said inflation. So you know that inflation is worse off because tariffs are implemented, right?
Well, currently, because we're having to deal with the economical status of the world right now with all this
Economical, you mean
tax
because Donald
funding.
Trump imposed tariffs?
Well, pretty much, but there's going to be pros and cons to, all these presidents. But I think Trump has more pros than cons, especially compared to Kamala Harris.
So like what specifically? Kamala, by the way.
So Kamala Harris is first, she's a woman, so she's not going to be as good.
Okay, so what about being a woman means you can't be a leader? Are you trolling?
I'm not trolling. I just find the idea funny because it's on stream. But
I feel like they're trolling. Like the fact that they just laughed after that. But like, dude, in of itself, it's just a stupid thing to do. Stupid thing to say. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen, everybody. You have some how old are you? That was so sweet. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Like literal zygote. Not even fetus. Literal zygote. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Grifter, nigger.
You're disgusting. Go fuck yourself. That's actually disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
Dude, so disgusting. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We are Parker.
Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are, again, just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Crazy thing to do. Let's just go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, yeah, Parker. Oh.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'll smack the shit out you, bitch ass nigga.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
October 27, 2006.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just
and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Well, obviously, I vote for Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation. Did we just get a second flag for harassment and bullying? No, that was a different one. Keonan, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you on the YouTube super chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you. He's probably pissed off at that in the chat. Leo, thank you for the $1. Erica as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know how he would be doing over 400. Tawny as well. Thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you. Stacy, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Casey as well. Thank you for the $2. Amy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. And Madeline, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you for contributing to the grift. Thank you. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
Well, I support Trump because he said, in this 24 election, that every person that voted for him would get free Fortnite battle passes. So I obviously contributed to that. I need that money.
Sorry, repeat what you just said. What was the reason?
The reason was that, about his in 2024 election, he said that every person that voted for him can get free Fortnite battle passes. So obviously I want to contribute to that.
Yeah. So the next individual only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Alrighty, do just give us a quick second. Alrighty, you just give us a quick second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to press it.
You're good. Don't worry. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
Parker!
I'm guessing another troll. Let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, y'all.
I love you so much. No way.
Appreciate you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Sorry, everyone. Texting about live times with Dean. I apologize, everyone. I apologize. Sorry, everyone. I just completely zoned out. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to say, keep.
Appreciate you very much. We are just looking for some debates. Everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. I don't accept your apologies. I apologize. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
I love you and Dean so much. I love you.
Appreciate you very much. Appreciate you. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's get everyone joining in. Do just give us a quick second. We're trying to get some debates going. We'll see if we can. Alrighty. Do just give us a quick second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And what's your birth year?
2005.
Okay. And what month?
October.
And if the election were held today, either Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Actually, can I press you on it first? Do the opposite?
Go for it.
Okay, first, before we get into that, why are you so insensitive?
How am I insensitive? Scotty, thank you.
You talk on every political event that happens. You talk on everything, every big event. But one of the biggest events happens and you don't speak on it. What about February 5th?
I don't speak about every single thing that happens politically, but I do speak about a lot that does happen.
So why didn't you speak on what happened on February 5th?
What are you referencing on February 5th?
You know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. Clav got frame mugged by an ASU frat leader, dude.
I actually did talk about this. You didn't know. I have talked about this before. I forgot that it happened on the 5th, man. I'm not good with dates.
2/5 was a tragic day.
I actually brought this up, dude. I brought attention to that. I brought it up on live before. I'm serious. I've talked about this. God damn it! I didn't know he was gonna do that. Shit. By the way, it's like some meme that's going around because I saw this thing on like I think Walter Masterson made a video about it. Katie, think of the membership subscription. It's just like this meme that's going around. Yo, what's up, how do you? It's like the one meme that I actually have seen. Like, I feel like I haven't seen so many of the memes, but like that's like the one meme I have seen. Like, geez, bro, that's only because it's someone I follow, and like they're politically involved. Like, and I saw it on my For You page. Yo, what's up, how do you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
In some aspects, yes.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I think I'd still vote for Trump.
Okay. Alrighty. What was your birth year, by the way?
2005.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
I support his handling of the economic.
When you swipe out of the app, I can't hear you. Just letting you know. Scotty, thank you for the public kiss, by the way. Do not hear you, Bennett, by the way. Alrighty. Just give us a quick second. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Can't hear you still, by the way, just letting you know. You have to be in the app. You have to see me. All right, they left. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, I'm 20.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
2005.
And the what month?
January. Last
when
month.
you be 21?
Yeah, 21. Everyone's saying 20, so my bad. Yeah, 21.
Okay. Alrighty. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
So I think people like you, like I'm not attacking your character, nothing like that. I just think that Democrats and Republicans, they misunderstand each other sometimes. Like I'm not 100% like everything Trump does. I'm not like, yeah, this is like right, this is good, right? So
you say you vote Trump because of people like me?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying like I am a Trump supporter, but it's not like I'm like every single thing that he does, I'm like, yeah, this is the right thing to do. Like I'm kind of more independent, but I am more of a Trump supporter than I would be a Kamala Harris supporter.
Okay. So I'm confused. Why specifically?
I think that the border was a huge failure under the Biden administration. And I think that in order for a country and a nation to be successful, it needs to have secure borders. And that's not like a race thing. I'm a Black Mexican individual myself, as you could probably tell from my profile picture. But like I have family that came from Mexico. They did it the right way, and I just think that it's wrong for people to skip the line and like come in, illegally. It's because it's illegal. And if I were to commit a crime, I'd probably be separated from my family, right? And I think that's just that's the way it should be.
So Kamala Harris still wanted to criminalize undocumented entry, and the Democrats did do that under their administration. They just prioritized going after people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes to a greater extent comparative to the Trump administration, and they wanted the legal process of immigration to go quicker. Plus, they advocated for a bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump said, blame it on me if the border bill fails. So, I mean, they tried to. It was conservative leaning. I actually disagree with it because of how conservative leaning it was. But the reality of the matter is that they had a bill specifically that was there to work with the other side, and the Republicans shot it down. And it was very unique to have, right, border legislation coming together like that. Like, we haven't seen that since Trump got in office. So I don't see why specifically that would be something that they would try to do if they actually care about addressing the conditions of the border.
They had 4 years to fix it.
Plus,
right? They had 4 years to
let
fix
me
that.
address this. At the end of the Biden-Harris administration, there were lower daily crossings on average comparative to the end of Trump's first administration. So the border that Biden inherited was actually less secure under your perspective than the border he handed over to Trump.
I don't agree with. I can't agree with that.
That's
Because if you just go by the
based on
numbers
border
alone,
crossings.
like,
So then, how do you establish whether or not the border is secure?
well, if you look at it now, there's been like there's probably been no border crossings since then illegally, right? Like, I don't understand. Like, we saw the numbers. We see all the people that are getting deported that are not American citizens that came over here illegally. And I understand people go through hard
Oh
times
shit!
in
Did I
their
not
other
mute my mic?
countries.
I apologize.
That doesn't
I was trying
give
to
you.
mute my mic.
Go ahead. What?
Sorry, I did blow my nose. I'm just getting off of a sickness. So the the point that wait, sorry, repeat what you said. The first point. Sorry, I just.
I'm just saying, like, I don't really see that as like truth because they had 4 years to do it. Because you look at the numbers.
Wait,
and all
no,
the
I
border
asked you.
crossings that were
Let me
happening.
repeat what I asked you. I asked you,
go.
how do you identify a secure border?
How do I identify?
And then you just
people
kind of
not
said
coming
under
over
Trump's
here illegally?
administration, we see less people coming into the country now. So was the border not secure under his first administration?
No, there was no problem. There was no. I'd say it was. Yeah, for sure.
So if it was secure under the first administration, that means that Biden handed over a secure border to Trump if you qualify that based upon the level of border crossings. Otherwise, what is the standard that you use to identify that the border is not secure?
That's a good question, and I honestly don't even know. I gotta think about that now. I think that the what would identify a border as secure is we have a wall, like literally a wall. I don't think any other country has this kind of problem.
Wait,
Would
it
you
was
agree with
being
that?
enforced under the Biden administration. There were deportations.
How many? I mean, there was
I don't know off the
more
top of my head,
people
but there were millions
ever.
of deportations.
Millions.
Yes.
Then how come people weren't rioting in the streets then?
Because we're talking about the fact that there was a difference in the way that they were addressing it. And plus, I also want to address the fact that in terms of the levels of deportations that we've seen under Obama and under Biden, due to the fact that they were given a greater level of due process, people view it differently, okay? Because they followed the law. You understand that Trump is acting lawlessly, allowing ICE to act lawlessly, allowing ICE not to have
How is it lawless?
judicial warrants in order to be able to search and seize.
How is it lawless?
Because they don't need judicial warrants now in order to search and seize. That means
If
that there's
someone
no
comes over here
judicial
illegally,
overview. That means that there's no
if they
checks
come
and
here
balances.
legally, though, they broke the law, right? They broke the law.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
then they should
wait,
get
let me
sent
clarify.
back.
Let me clarify. If they enter the country unlawfully, 40% of those that are undocumented in the country entered the country illegally and overstayed their visa.
Right, and if they overstay their visa, they should also be escorted out until they.
Okay, but then that's a civil violation. So do you accept the determinations from civil courts?
See, now, I mean, I feel like you're kind of phrasing this in a way that it's not. I don't know, honestly.
No, I'm not phrasing it in any specific type of way. I'm just saying, like, do you typically accept the determinations from civil courts? Because you have to do that in order to be able to say that you want to remove these people from the country because they violated civil law, not criminal.
Right.
So do you accept the determinations from civil courts? I feel like it's a pretty simple
No.
question.
No.
No?
No.
So then they should be able to stay in the country.
No, I think they should just be able to go without
Wait,
any.
but no court
I
has
know people say
determined.
there's due
Wait, but
process,
no
that's
court
for
has determined that they violated the law because you do not accept civil courts.
No, I guess that's a yes then. Yeah.
So then you do accept determinations from civil courts, correct?
Yeah.
So do you accept the determination in a civil court against Donald Trump
Up against what? For what though?
for sexual abuse?
Sexual abuse. Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's another topic we should go into. Where was this? Who were we
Can
referring
I
to?
have an answer to the question? Do you accept the determination in a civil court against Donald Trump for sexual abuse?
I mean, it depends on. Honestly, I don't know who you're referring to.
Who?
are you
You don't know
referring
who? Eugene Carroll.
Was that an actual thing that
Yes.
like he got convicted for?
He was held liable in a civil court. Yes. Unanimously amongst a
He was
jury
held
of 9
liable
people.
in a civil court.
Yeah. Amongst a jury of 9 people. All of them.
Okay, then yeah, I think yeah.
So you do
I
accept
think
that?
that we should. Yeah, I mean, I think that honestly.
Okay,
it
wait. So
shouldn't-
if you
shouldn't matter
do
who
accept
are.
that, why do you support Trump? If you think that he sexually abused a woman, why do you support him?
I mean, that's a good question. I honestly, it's kind of hard because all this stuff, when Trump started running as a Republican, started coming out that he was sexually assaulting people, he was whatever, raping people, he was part of the Epstein thing. And I feel like most of it has come out as false. And like, who can you trust? Who
Wait.
can you trust?
The
Because
civil
Democrats, I
court.
feel like
You
they're a
said you
party-
accepted. Wait, who can you trust? You said you accepted the determinations from civil courts.
Right.
So at least
right.
accept this determination from a civil court, like you said, and then
Right.
identify that you don't support Trump because if he's engaged in this behavior, you shouldn't support him. And by the way, there are credible accusations in the Epstein files that the DOJ was literally caught trying to fucking delete. Okay, there's a credible accusation.
Delete stuff.
Yeah, there's a credible accusation. Look up Robert Solenberger specifically. It's an investigative reporter that specifically found this within the Epstein files and literally identified specifically that there's a credible victim that accused Donald Trump and literally was determined to be a credible victim because they got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
Mm-hmm. Well, wouldn't you think that if Trump was in the Epstein files and he did something so egregious that the Democrats wouldn't have pulled that out and use it against him so he wouldn't be elected again?
Wait, sorry, repeat what you just said?
Wouldn't you think that if Trump was in the Epstein files and he did something so egregious that the Democrats would have found that, pulled it, and used it against him so Kamala Harris would win?
So the DOJ was independent under the Biden-Harris administration. I do think that they should have done that, but Merrick Garland was not strong enough.
You think it was independent?
Yes, Merrick Garland
They were going
and the
after Trump for
DOJ were
every
independent.
other little thing.
Yeah, they were independent under the Democratic administration, under the prior administrations. Yes, that's how it operated. That's because of checks and balances and us trying to ensure that the executive branch doesn't have so much power that they can weaponize the DOJ, which Trump is literally overriding and literally has made the DOJ not independent. And that's why he's literally tried to stop the release of the Epstein files because he literally called Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor because she wanted the release of them.
Well, why wouldn't Biden and Kamala Harris release the Epstein files?
Because the DOJ was not
why wouldn't the
controlled
DOJ
directly
want
by
that?
them. It's independent under their administration.
Yeah, but why wouldn't they want that?
So you blame Merrick Garland for that. Also, I have
Merrick
nothing to
Garland,
say.
appointed by
It
Biden.
was completely sealed until 2024, and it was there were investigations into co-conspirators up through 2025 that still existed. So there were things to take into consideration, even for Merrick Garland. But yeah, Merrick Garland should have been significantly fucking stronger, right? Merrick Garland literally did not release the Epstein files when they should have.
Right. Okay, so we can come to a common ground on that. Like they should have been released earlier under the previous administration.
By
even,
Merrick
like,
Garland, but
administrations previous.
But that doesn't mean that, say, for example, Biden and Harris had this information and knew about this information and then knew that it could be used, right? Or that it could be released.
Okay, but don't you think that they could have done some digging to find that? Because that was always speculation that Donald Trump was in the
because
Epstein
it's
files.
independent. So you're saying they should have made the DOJ independent. So you're saying they should have literally tried to undermine checks and balances because of a potential information
It's
that could
not the
exist,
worst thing
that
they would have
didn't
done.
have information to identify. So by the way, that's something that they could have done. And by the way, I don't have an issue with specifically saying that at this point, like being like, they should have looked into this given the information they have now. But that doesn't mean that there was good enough reason back then to know that, given that fact that we are treating the DOJ as independent until now. Right, like I
DOJ
don't
was going
see.
after Trump.
I do see an importance of keeping the DOJ as independent. I think that's incredibly important. Now, was the DOJ
I can agree
at
with
risk
that. Yeah.
by people like Merrick Garland, and was it literally corrupted for literally multiple generations in the not releasing of this and protecting PDFs in these files? Absolutely. Right? And that's something that needs to be questioned and held accountable. But that doesn't mean the idea of an independent DOJ in of itself is a necessarily bad idea.
Right.
It just means that it's
All right,
been
let me ask you a
co-opted.
question. Let me ask you a question. Why are you a Democrat? And what do you support that Kamala Harris would have done over Donald Trump?
Because Democrats
Besides him being accused of sexual assault.
Because Democrats have better policy for the average person and care more about people.
Like what?
So, for example, a public option in terms of access to healthcare, expanding access to healthcare in this country, right, to everyone, not just to the people who could afford it. Specifically, a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everybody. Alongside the fact that I would also like to address the fact that she had the largest investment in renewable energy ever through the Inflation Reduction Act. I think that believing in science is incredibly fucking important, and this administration has actively undermined that and literally said that the greenhouse gases don't affect human health. It's wildly fucking insanely absurd. So those would be things. Also, a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out. Those are all great policies that she specifically advocated for.
I would agree, but it sounds like it's not doable. It's not doable.
How?
Like, where's all this money coming from?
Her plans, according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, would have added $4 trillion less debt-related spending comparative to the Trump administration. So I like how this question is always asked to Democrats. How are you going to pay for it? How are you going to pay for it? How are you going to pay for it? But the question's never asked to Republicans in terms of their massive tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires disproportionately. How is he going to afford that? Did you know the deficit is increasing under the Trump administration? Did you know that he added over $11 trillion to the debt by signing it into law? Which is over $2 trillion per year under his administration, according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. So we actually have very good reason to believe that Donald Trump is significantly worse for the debt if in comparison, because again, Trump did $4 trillion more debt-related spending signed into law comparative to Harris or Biden-Harris's administration.
Right. Well, I would say that someone being, I lived under the Biden, I lived under the Trump, and comparatively from the two, I've spent way more in taxes under Biden. Life was not as affordable. And now
can I tell you something?
The cost of living coming down. Yes.
That was Donald Trump's tax plan. So you said you paid more in taxes under Biden. Thanks to Trump.
How is that?
Because it was his tax plan that carried throughout the entirety of the Biden administration. The only thing that was changed slightly specifically was through the American Rescue Plan, where they added an extensive child tax credit that they expanded. Right? So you did not have any higher taxes because of Biden. That was because of how Trump set it up.
So you're saying because the way Trump set it up, gas was high, food was high, housing was high.
Wait. So inflation was because of the pandemic and because of supply chain issues. Those are two different things. The tax going up for you is because of Trump.
I don't know. I feel like sometimes we get so blinded by being either one way or the other that we can't find a middle ground and find the truth. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like sometimes I personally, I don't watch Fox News. I don't watch CNN. And that's because I feel like they're both, sorry, I'm reading the chat. They're both very biased. And I don't like to watch biased news networks. I try to come to my own conclusions. Would you say that you're kind of similar in that?
So I look at biased networks and I look at unbiased networks. Because I think it's important to look at all of it, and because I have to respond to some of the biased claims because people bring up biased points on my stream.
Right.
So it depends on
honestly,
the context.
I didn't come on here really. I came on here, to kind of just see a different perspective because I hang around with people that are like-minded to me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't.
But my point is that how are you going to pick the middle ground between like my position and Donald Trump calling for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, him being held civilly liable of sexual abuse, him undermining our democracy. Yeah, I can give you he literally reposted someone on Truth Social saying HANG them George Washington would. Hell, I'll play it to you on the stream. I know it's going to show you Dean Withers right now, but it's simply just what he's reporting on because I don't have to scroll back on his Truth Social because it takes forever to do so.
Right.
Dean's one of my good friends, so that's why.
I honestly came on here for this chat too, to just, I know I see a lot of people like saying things and whatever, but I think that it's important that we begin to try to unify as a country because I feel like if we're always divided, like it's always white versus black, rich versus poor, Democrat, Republican, right? I feel like once we try to unite and we come together as a nation, as Americans, I feel like that is when we are strongest. I feel like we are susceptible to a multitude of different things. That's not
watch this recording.
More specifically, the hanging of any Democrat urging.
Here, 1 second. Make it a little bit larger so that you can see.
Urging our military to ignore any unlawful order given to them by him. I can't believe that this is a real video. I never thought I would be reporting this headline in my life. And just to clarify, you heard me right. If you want members of our military to honor their oath and uphold the Constitution, then Donald Trump wants you dead. So here's everything that you need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington...
Sorry, let me expand it so you can see a little bit more.
Examiner titled, Democratic Veterans in Congress urge service members to refuse unspecified unlawful orders by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, this is seditious behavior, punishable by death. And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, hang them, George Washington would.
All right. So that says Donald J. Trump retruthed. That's not Donald J. Trump's account.
Dude, that's his account reposting this. If I reposted someone calling for Charlie Kirk's death, would you say I call for Charlie Kirk's death?
If you reposted it?
Yeah, if I reposted someone saying, for example, that he deserved it, would you specifically say that I claimed that he deserved it, or that I said that, or I posted that?
I would say that you agree with it. Yeah. For sure.
Okay, well then that's what I'm saying. He agrees with the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, and he reposted it on his own social media account.
Do you think that he would really end up supporting that and doing that? Do you really believe that?
Do I think that he would end up... I think that specifically he is threatened to do so. Yeah, I do. And the fact that this is something that you're able to be like, oh, I'm just not going to take this seriously, is a privilege that we should not fucking try to literally risk. Okay? You genuinely, we should not have candidates that feel okay doing this. This needs to be one of these red lines where you're like, dude, if I care about the virtue of unity, that I can't possibly support this. Like literally, if you do care about unity, I think that necessarily entails that you cannot support Donald Trump for this.
Right. And I mean, honestly, it comes on both sides too. If there's some things that Kamala Harris has, I'm sure there's things that she has said, she has done, Biden has said and done that would make me be like, oh no, I can't stand with this. I would never end up voting.
Comparable to this. Nothing comparable to this.
You know, this is crazy. I will be honest. I mean, that is kind of crazy. And I can call it out when I see it. Like it's not, I'm not kind of blinded where I'll just be like, oh no, like he didn't do that. If you show me the facts and you show me what he said, I will be like, okay, yeah, that's wrong. I can call it wrong when it's wrong because I believe.
Yeah, but this is like a red line wrong. Like, this is a red line you shouldn't cross over. You should never even threaten this. If a Democrat did this, this would be something that everyone on the right would clearly be able to see as a red line.
It goes back and forth, dude. It does. Like, there's some things that the Democrats have done.
I don't care if it goes back and forth with other people. I'm talking about you right now. I'm talking to you, right? So why is it going this way with you?
I think it's just for me. There's a lot of points on the Democratic side that I just can't get down with.
Like what? What gets you to overlook the death threats?
That's a harsh question.
I mean, it is, but it's the reality, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just the Democrats, they support. Someone's saying equality. No, I mean, I come from a family that had to. You know, we came from Mexico. We came there from legally.
We don't want to get you off topic. So what specifically? What gets you to go away from Democrats?
I can't get down with the abortion. I can't get down with trying to take away gun rights. I just can't get down with that. It's just stuff like that. I myself am a believing Christian, and I believe that I see the world through a biblical lens. And the things that the Democrats support, I can't support.
Okay, so if they advocate for the legal access to abortion, you wouldn't support them? That's a disqualifier, red line?
Who, the Republicans?
Any candidate. You're saying if a candidate says there should be legal access to abortion, you wouldn't support them?
You know, I wouldn't. I really wouldn't.
Yeah, so Trump does think that. He thinks it should be left up to the states, which means there should still be legal access to abortion. So then you have a red line, can't support him, right?
That's left up to the states. That's left up to the states, though.
Yeah, but that means it will be legal.
I'm not saying Trump's not I don't think Trump's a Christian. I'm going to be honest right there.
Okay, Kamala Harris is a Christian.
No, she's not.
Yes, she is.
If you advocate for the killing
you're not a Christian.
Unborn babies?
You're not a Christian.
Why?
Because you don't fully represent your beliefs. You're not perfect.
No one's perfect. That's impossible.
Exactly. So then why are you expecting that from Kamala Harris in order to be designated as a Christian?
If you're advocating for the death and the killing of the unborn,
she's not advocating for anything. She's saying there should be legal. Wait, listen. Do you think allowing access to abortion is immoral?
Repeat that.
Do you think allowing access to abortion is immoral?
Yes.
So God, when he allows access to abortion, he did something immoral?
No, it's not God. It's people. We are fallen people.
Pause.
God doesn't make mistakes.
So the point I just made is that again, literally, you said allowing abortion access is immoral. When God does it, it's not immoral.
When has God ever done that?
When abortions occur, that means God's allowing it because he's all-knowing, all-powerful, and all good. He knows it's happening. He has the power to stop it, and he still allows it to occur.
Right. You know why he allows it to occur? Because he wants us to make that decision. We've been given
There
free
you go.
will.
So then you're saying it's actually morally perfect to allow for abortion to occur.
No, it's not. It's not. That goes against everything the Bible says.
It's not.
It goes against everything the Bible says.
Okay, wait. So where in the Bible does it say that your religious belief system should be enforced in the law?
Honestly, I don't know, but I'm just saying.
It doesn't. It doesn't say that in the Bible. So what you're doing is you're superimposing your own personal beliefs onto the religious scripture to then claim that the religious scripture then justifies what the law should be. That's not what the religious scripture says at all. By the way, you can be Christian and you can argue for abortion access to be legal, and you could say you disagree with it on a personal standpoint if you feel like it, which, by the way, you don't even have to do as a Christian. There's nothing in Christianity that says that you have to value it prior to sentience, for example. Nothing in Christianity that says you have to value it specifically based upon cellular human life, because you think it's not murder to. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on individuals in your family that are brain dead?
Do you think it's illegal to pull? Wait, repeat that question.
Do you think it's immoral to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
No, because they're dead.
But no, they still have cellular human life. So then you already acknowledge that as a Christian, you do not have to believe that they are a person or have still continued personhood, or it's murder to unalive them, specifically if you're a family member, for example, in that context, right? Given that they do not ever have the ability to have sentience come back. So then what you're not understanding is that cellular human life is not the basis of personhood, that there's other qualifiers that you put in place as the basis of personhood. So what prevents you from saying that those basis of personhood does not begin until sentience, 20 through 24 weeks in the womb?
Right, and these Democrats are calling for abortion after that as well.
Wait, Roe versus Wade only protects federal access to abortion prior to viability. After viability, it's left up to the states regardless who's in office, whether it's Trump or whether it's Harris. It's left up to the states after viability. And by the way, after viability, it's just an induction of labor. Like they're not engaging in lethal abortion in that way, man.
Right, but what about when the Bible says, "I knit you together in your mother's womb," right? The God knows all of us before we have even set foot.
That's just because he's all-knowing. That does not mean it's valuable at conception.
That's valuable, though. You would say that's not valuable?
Wait. God knew you before you were even fucking fertilized.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so it does not mean that it's going to be valuable at the point just because he knew you, because he's all-knowing, meaning he knew you at all points in time.
Right. So when you're in the womb and you're being developed.
So again, nothing. What I'm pointing to here is that nothing about your religious views mean you have to be against people having illegal access to abortion. Literally nothing. You are superimposing that because you're Christian, this has to be the case, when that's not the case at all, and nothing in your religion says you have to believe that. So why do you superimpose that that's the case when, again, I would say that Donald Trump passing the Big Beautiful Bill, cutting 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month through the Big Beautiful Bill is definitely going to be something that's less Christian, right? I definitely think it's Christian to feed children, right? That's at least what I grew up learning.
Right.
So then explain to me why you specifically side with the Republicans that cut children off of free school lunch and breakfast. That's going to then all be carried out, by the way, literally starting here in March, right? There's already been people that have been kicked off, but it's literally following through all here through March, right? It's happening right now. People are going to start realizing it because of how they structured it within the context of the bill.
Right. Honestly, I don't know enough about it to make any comments on it. I need to do more research. But yeah, I mean, I would say that's not a good thing. Like taking food away from kids is not the right thing to do. I agree.
It's anti-Christian. So then, like, my point is that if you're like pro-life, that to me sounds pretty pro-life to like want to feed children, to like want to expand access to healthcare, to want to make housing more affordable, to expand access to childcare, expand access to maternity and paternity leave. Right. And things like that. That to me sounds a lot more pro-life than the Republican policy agenda, where they're specifically advocating to restrict people's access to abortion, where they're advocating to literally say that greenhouse gas emissions are not a threat to human safety and human well-being, when literally international scientific determinations from 99% of climate scientists around the entire fucking planet disagree with that.
Right.
They're denying factual reality.
I forgot what I was going to say. I was going to say something to you that I forget. Keep going.
Like, well, how do you stand behind this? How do you stand behind them denying science? How do you stand behind them violating people's rights, constitutionally protected rights, due process, undermining the law, trying to undermine our democracy, thinking they're above the rule of law? Like, how do you overlook all of these things because of a vibe against Democrats?
It's just a personal moral conviction for me, honestly. That's all it is.
Okay, so then why don't you have the personal moral conviction to be against Trump? Be against people that sexually abuse women, to be against people specifically that have been credibly accused in the Epstein files, to be against people specifically try to undermine our democracy and our Constitution and our basic core fundamental American values. Because to me, that sounds like you have the personal interest in undermining our country.
No, not at all. I don't understand why, if the Democrats, they stand for all these great things on like cutting the cost of healthcare and housing and all this stuff. Why haven't they done it? Donald Trump's been in office 8 years. The Democrats are not even 8 years yet. He's going on to his second term, so it's 8 years. The Democrats have been in forever, like for a long time, for a very long time. How come they haven't done it yet?
Yeah, because there are moderate Democrats specifically, a few Democrats, like people like Manchin and Sinema, that restricted our ability to be able to pass some of the more progressive legislation of the Biden administration. But they did pass plenty. They passed the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, plenty of things. Literally the largest investment in renewable energy ever. In 2009, there was a determination from the EPA that said that greenhouse gas emissions were a threat to human safety. We joined the Paris Climate Accords, having international address specifically of fighting climate change. We actually literally explained science. We had a pandemic team to address things. And what happened when Trump got in office? He got rid of the pandemic team. He's undermined the EPA, cut it by 40%. He's pulled us out of the Paris Climate Accords. He's limited international working together in terms of addressing climate change. So those are things that he's rolled back. Have Democrats done every single thing that I wanted? Absolutely not. But have they done significantly more than the Republicans? Yeah. And are everything the Republicans doing right now rolling back those amazing things that we want to happen? Absolutely. So why do you want to support Republicans when they're rolling back the very things that you think are good? And also, why aren't you blaming yourself for the conditions being rolled back when you're saying that Democrats are at fault of it? Because they passed this legislation and you advocated and voted for it to be rolled back.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I got to do more research. You obviously know more than me. So, I mean, I don't know. I just look at it through a lens of being, having, been a conservative pretty much my whole life. And like, that's just how I see it through that lens. So I couldn't get down
do you
Kamala
believe in
Harris
climate change?
because do I believe in climate change? No.
Yeah. You don't?
I don't. No. Not at all.
So you think that you know better than 99% of climate scientists?
I feel like climate scientists have an incentive to saying that there is climate change by getting all of this money passed to them, right? We saw that with a bunch of the fraud, waste, fraud, and abuse.
Can I tell you something? Climate scientists could make a hell of a lot more money in other fields. They do that. Oftentimes, climate scientists go into climate science because they genuinely care about the world. They want a better environment for the world. They're interested in this specifically, and because they think that it's important and purposeful work. They don't just go into that for the fucking fuck of it. That is not what climate scientists go into the field for. Okay. Climate scientists are not it's not the most lucrative position. Okay. If you're saying that they're doing this because it's lucrative, why aren't they going to other fields that make significantly more money?
Parker, what do you think
literally
is going to happen over the next couple of years if we don't address climate change?
Please answer that question. If they're trying to make money, why don't they go into other fields that are significantly more lucrative?
We have to have climate. You have to have a little bit of everything. So the climate scientists are going to do that because they care about the earth. I agree with that. Yes. But
this is 99% internationally, by the way. Internationally. Bro. So this is not just a U.S. thing. This is international. Okay? You can't deny this. There's so much evidence. There's so much factual basis of this. And for you to say that you dispute this is simply just based upon you just feeling like it. This is like saying the earth is flat. I'm serious. It's literally like it's like saying all the scientists are trying to manufacture the idea that the earth is round in order to make you feel less significant. Yeah, that's literally what I've heard from people, and you sound just like that.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
What's the difference in terms of evidence, in terms of reason, in terms of facts? That means that they are less justified in the position than you are.
Yeah, no, I would say they definitely know more than me, but I just can't get down with it. And that's just a personal thing.
Okay, but like, how is that any different than a flat earther? That's the point I'm making.
So you think that those two can be paralleled?
Yes, I think that your view is akin to literally a flat earther's view because you have lack of reason, lack of justification, lack of evidence.
Okay.
Like, literally,
Awesome.
what is the relevant difference? If you have no evidence, you have no facts, you have no reason, there is no distinction on those matters. To say that
Right.
your view is more
Well,
justified than theirs.
Do you believe the Earth is millions of years old?
I think it's billions.
Billions?
Yes.
Bro, we would not. I don't think we'd be here if it was
4.6
billions.
billion, dude.
You serious?
Yeah, absolutely.
Billions?
Wanna know
Bro,
why? I believe in this crazy thing called science. Science.
Guess who created science?
Oh my God, Parker believes in science. Oh my God, he believes in facts. This
no,
crazy
guess who
liberal,
believe- guess who
this
created
crazy
science?
liberal. Look at him. He believes in facts. I believe in this little textbook right here. This little textbook, I promise you, is so much better than all those climate scientists. Others scientists that have decades of research and have PhDs and actually know what the fuck they're talking about. I promise you, I look directly at this textbook and it gives me everything I want.
I don't believe that there were things on Earth that we were meant to comprehend and understand, and I think that billions of years is kind of a crazy take. I'm gonna be honest.
How? The evidence
no way-
justifies that, like the half-life of lead.
The who?
Half-life of lead. Just like listen to
that?
scientists, bro. Listen to scientists. There's so much evidence justifying this. The universe is billions of years old, dude. So, like,
How
it's
did we get here,
ridiculous.
then? How did we get here?
Planetary evolution, star evolution, the Big Bang.
Yeah, all right. I'll be praying for you, my brother.
Wait, we can literally visually observe this. You know that, right? We visually observed evolution. Whether it be
There's no way.
planetary, star, we can see that, right?
Okay.
The field of astronomy has been researching this for literally thousands of years.
I'm gonna ask you a question that people probably think is crazy, but do you believe that we went to the moon?
Absolutely.
You think we went to the moon?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh man. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But tell me, why do you think that the moon landing is fake? Let's hear.
Bro, how did they live stream a moon landing in the 60s when live stream wasn't even really a thing? How does that?
Do you know what
and
radio
can
waves
call-
are?
You're telling me that you can call up to the moon from the Oval Office.
So do you know what radio waves are?
Radio waves? I know exactly. Yeah, I know radio waves.
Yeah. So do you think it's possible at that time that we had the ability to use radio waves?
I mean,
To
I think
communicate
it's possible,
information.
but honestly, I think that there was a staged act just so we can get ahead over Russia. I think.
So then let me ask you this question. Why did the
bro.
Soviet Union verify that we had a flag there? If they had the incentive to beat us in the space race, why did they verify we were there?
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly didn't even know they did that. To be quite honest.
Yeah, that's why this fucking argument is so ridiculous, because it argues that both the Soviet Union and the US were on the same side, being co-opted and controlled by like this Illuminati force. Literally. You have to go full
Which isn't crazy,
conspiracy
which is
flat
fucked
earther
up,
in order to argue this. I'm serious. It is the most fucking ridiculous thing to argue. There's so many good arguments against this. You need to this is why we need to literally listen to people that actually know what the fuck they're talking about instead of just superimposing explanations because we don't understand things.
Right. No, I agree. And I'm not in the field of I'm not a political scientist, so obviously I can't really speak much. I know people are saying that I don't know anything. I need to educate myself. But that's fine. That's why I came on here, because I want to see different points of view. And I want to do more research so that the next election cycle comes around, I know what I'm talking about. I know who I'm voting for. I know why I'm voting for. You know what I mean?
And I'm glad that you're starting this. I think it's really important that you're starting this. And these points are vital within that in the very first place. But my general point is to make that you should rely on evidence, reason, facts. And if you do so, you will have a significantly better worldview to explain, to communicate to other people that actually makes sense, that's coherent.
Right.
And if you don't use that, you'll continue to have a belief system that isn't actually grounded in reality.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you, brother.
All right, for sure. I appreciate you coming up. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick, everybody. I do have a few people to thank. Cassie, thank you so much. Casey, I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Holly, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. That would have been a great question to ask. As well as Spencer, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Is that McClellan? Is that who you're referencing? I'm pretty sure. I've actually seen some of their videos, actually. As well as Susan, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. And Raymond, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Rebecca, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Yes, that would have been something to bring up. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Keenan, thank you so much for thank you so much. Keonan, sorry, I apologize. Keonan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much on PayPal. I really appreciate they arrested Andrew. I did see that. They arrested, quote unquote, the old Prince Andrew. Alexandria, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. W's for them in the comment section right now. Can you please shed some light on what this is causing? Had a heated debate with a family member, and they swear up and down that this partial shutdown is the fault of the Democrats. Could you please shed some light on who's actually causing this? Yeah, so it's a lack of being able to negotiate, work together. Democrats are standing still on their position, specifically that they don't want to support the new ICE funding specifically, and they want certain things in order to allow for more accountability on behalf of ICE. Whereas Democrats are standing strong, Republicans are standing strong, wanting to fund it more and not really wanting the extra accountability. So it's a disagreement where they haven't come to like an agreement yet and compromised, essentially. Diana, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much on PayPal. Joseph, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2008.
And what month?
Today, actually. Today is my 18th birthday.
Okay. Alrighty. And if the election were held today, either Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for? Okay. I have a few people to thank over on YouTube real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second real quick. You have a little bit of feedback and echo. Is there a way you can fix that real quick?
No. I'm sorry.
Okay. If it becomes too bad, I'll just have to kick you then. Split, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know it frustrates me as well. I don't know why people deny science. Gene as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you. Merritt, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said we watched a series of lunar probes that allowed for both imaging and communications in the early 60s during the Gemini program before Apollo. Justina, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Joshua, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Yes, that's a great one to bring up. Peter, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think they said again 30 to 50% of fertilized eggs fail to reach blastocyst stage, or they fail to implant. So that means period is also a possible abortion. Yes, the reason why they'd probably dispute that is because they say there wasn't a pregnancy yet, because it didn't implant yet. Hey Brands, thank you so much for the $5. They just left, by the way. Joshua, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Linal, thank you for the $5. Laugh and Leslie, thank you for the 5. And the Lives, thank you so much for the $5. And SJM, thank you for the $5 as well. Likeable, thank you so much for the appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. I do apologize. Sometimes it takes a second to get some people up here. Alrighty, if you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Let's get this next individual up here. Alrighty, yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
And do you support Trump?
No.
For sure, for sure. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that to the criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I requested it by accident. Sorry.
For sure. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why?
Because he's doing a lot of things. He's doing a lot of things that he said. He secured the border. He's banning trans women and trans men in different sports. It's not transphobic, though. It's just men can't be women and women can't be men. If you believe in science, right?
I think that trans women are women and trans men are men, and I don't think that gender is I don't think that gender in this context is biological. So this isn't denying science at all. It's simply just saying that gender in this context is sociologically constructed and built on societal commitments that we have towards certain sets of social and cultural norms as a prescription of our identities.
If you believe in science, there's only two genders.
So again, if you say science, in science, if you want to reference sex, intersex people exist. So when you say it's just binary like that, what you're doing is you're erasing the identity of intersex individuals. So it's actually bimodal. Did you know that?
So you're saying
sex is
that,
bimodal. So from a biological standpoint, you're actually still wrong.
So how do you tell what's a woman?
An adult human person that's committed towards the social and cultural norms are typically associated with the female sex as a prescription of their identity. What is a man?
Somebody that can't get pregnant.
Okay, so then let me ask you this question. My mom can't get pregnant. Is she a man?
No.
Depends. You did not just say... My mom doesn't have a uterus anymore. Okay, she had a hysterectomy. So you think that she could possibly be a man? No, that's ridiculous.
That
okay, so
make...
can you give me a better definition? What is a man?
A man is somebody that biologically can't have kids.
Okay, so someone there, you know that there are people who are biologically female.
Because it's science.
Wait, listen. There are people who are biologically female, born without a uterus. Are they men?
It's because they have their testosterone are higher.
No, listen. They literally are biologically female within every other quality, but they do not have a uterus. They were born without a uterus. Are they a man under your view?
No.
Okay, so give us a better definition, because womanhood, by the way, is not solely defined based upon the ability to become pregnant.
Can they have their period?
Wait, so are you saying every single woman?
Periods.
Listen, are you saying every single
Not
woman?
Every single woman. After a time, they can't get a period.
So then, here's my question then. So, what defines a woman?
A woman is somebody that can actually get pregnant.
Okay, my mom can't get pregnant, therefore she's not a woman, under your view.
Okay.
You see what I mean? He doesn't know what a woman is. He doesn't know what a man is. He has no clue. And yet you try to use that as an argument against me? I had a coherent definition. You can't even criticize. You can't even critique other than to say that you just don't accept it or that you think I'm wrong. But I can actually criticize your worldview and show you how your worldview makes no sense and would literally logically entail that my mom is not a fucking woman. That's absurd.
So at birth, if you're born woman, that's what you technically are. If you're born...
Okay, so no one's born a woman because women are adults, genius. Okay? So you're saying if you're born biologically female, is that your argument? So, so by the way, so you're saying a woman is an adult human female. Is that your position? I have a question. Are you Christian?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. God the Father. Is he actually a father?
He's above all of us.
So is he actually a father? Or am I incorrect when I call him a father? Am I delusional when I call him a father?
No.
No, but he has no biological sex characteristics prior to incarnation.
What do you... Huh?
Yeah,
what do you mean?
God the Father has no biological sex characteristics prior to incarnation. If you don't know what incarnation is, that's when he became Jesus.
Yeah, but Jesus was a man.
Yeah, I'm saying prior to becoming Jesus, God the Father, because there's God the Son, God the Father, Trinity, if you know your own belief system, right? God the Father, does he have any biological sex characteristics? No. The answer is no. So are you saying that not all fathers are biologically male?
What?
Are you saying not all fathers are biologically male?
That doesn't even make sense.
Wait, so you're saying wait, so you're saying no father. Wait, so answer this question. Answer this question. Are you saying no fathers are not biologically male? There's not a single father that is not biologically male. Is that your view?
Yeah.
Okay, so God the Father is not a father. And it's delusional for me to call them a father and delusional for you to call them the father.
That's not true.
It is, right? You just said because they're not biologically male prior to incarnation. God the Father, God the Son, different, right? Differences and still the same thing somehow. We can talk about that separately. But the point I'm making is that in terms of God the Father, no biological sex characteristics, yet you still designate him as a father, means that fatherhood is actually socially determined, not biologically determined.
So you wouldn't say that people that consider themselves a different sex have a mental disorder.
So by the way, you're not understanding. So what you think is designated as a mental illness is you think that the incongruence between someone's specifically brain sex and the rest of their biological sex characteristics, you think that that is going to be evidence of a mental illness. That's not. So in the DSM-5, listen, in the DSM-5, for example, which I think there's even new databases now, but like this is the one that I most recently know. The DSM-5 specifically, it's not being trans that's listed. It's going to be the fear, depression, anxiety associated with the incongruence. So I just want to clarify, there are people who are not trans that have gender dysphoria. So having gender dysphoria is not applicable to every single trans person. And it's even applicable to individuals who are not trans. So what is considered a mental illness is not being trans. Okay?
Yeah, but
that's not what's considered a mental illness.
So if I say I was black, for example,
not all social constructs work the same. No, you don't get to just say what you are in terms of your race, because that's built upon phenotypical expression. You're saying, why do all social constructs not work the same? Do you think that race is socially constructed?
So I grew up in a minority area, so therefore,
answer the question. Do you think it's socially constructed, race?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think names are socially constructed?
Yeah.
Can you choose your name?
Yeah.
Therefore, under your view, you can choose your race? Because you just said that all social constructs work the same. Therefore, if one social construct works a certain way in terms of names, and you can choose your name, therefore, under your view, because race is a social construct, you can choose your race? That's your view? Do you realize how that makes no fucking sense, and how different social... Wait. Do you understand my point now? That different social constructs work differently?
You can't just change your gender because you feel like you want to be a woman.
That's not what we're saying.
You can't.
I don't even think they change. I don't think trans people change their gender.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
When they go to have sex,
the only aspect of it that changes is your understanding of them if you knew them prior, not them as a person, because their identity was always that.
But you can always tell whenever they change from a man to a woman.
No, it's you're changing in your understanding of them, not in their understanding of themselves.
And then what if, say, the people that, I'm a cat or I'm a dog, you think
that those aren't relevant concepts to even bring up, because those are only biological concepts. We don't have these types of social constructs that are associated specifically with, again, other types of non-human animals comparative to what we do specifically with these types of social constructs in terms of gender, right? There's actually like socially constructed norms that we engage with that are relevant to us in our commitments and our identity, that are relevant in the context of human beings engaging with gender, but not in the context of non-human animals.
So would you say if a man that turned into a woman, would you call them lesbian or gay?
Dude, are you fucking stupid? Are you saying a trans woman? Yeah, by the way, you're trying to say a trans woman. A trans woman. Are they gay? Are they lesbian? Are they straight? Depends on their specific determinations. Because being trans doesn't affect your sexuality. There are trans people that are straight. There are trans people that are gay. There are trans people that are bisexual. Oh, crazy takes, right? Trans people are just like everyone else.
No, what I'm saying is, so would you agree that trans women shouldn't be in women's sports? If you're all for
trans women after multiple years of HRT have no particular unfair advantages that would specifically allow them to dominate. Now, name me a single trans person dominating in women's sports. Okay.
Today, there's none.
Okay, so you can't name a
Except
single.
for Leah.
Leah Thomas hasn't competed in years, and she didn't dominate.
Exactly.
She didn't win every single time. Nowhere near. So let me just clarify there. Right, one, You couldn't even mention a single person that did dominate, even historically speaking. 2, you can't mention a single person specifically that is. 3, I doubt you fucking watch women's sports. You don't give a flying fuck. This is just a talking point from your side. You don't give a shit about women. You voted for a guy that literally sexually abused a woman. You voted for a guy that has a fucking kid that literally credibly accused him in the Epstein files. You voted for a guy that literally bragged about grabbing women's vagina grabbing women by the vagina without asking. You voted for a guy that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out. So there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. You don't give a flying fuck about women. You don't care about women's spaces. You don't care about anyone other than yourself. What are you talking about?
So you're justifying the fact that men turning into women and going into women's
dude, you keep
sports
trying to refer to
isn't
that.
taking
Trans
away from
women are women, trans men are men. I like how you could just say that I'm wrong rather than explaining why you disagree with me. You couldn't even give us a coherent definition of what a man or a woman was earlier. So how are you to clarify specifically what you think a man or a woman is? You couldn't even define them earlier.
A man is a man.
So how about you
is a
stop
woman.
using those terms if you don't know what they mean?
A man is a man.
How about you figure out what a woman is, figure out what a man is, and then come back to us and have that conversation?
Man is a
because
man
clearly
and a
you couldn't
woman is a
define them
woman.
properly.
Man is a man and a woman is a woman.
That's circular, okay? So you
That's
just
not
use a
circular.
man within the definition of a man. Okay?
Yeah,
a snuffleupagus, listen, a snuffleupagus is a snuffleupagus. Do you know what a snuffleupagus is now? No, you don't. You have no fucking clue. Because I didn't
Yes,
give
I
you
do.
any other words that clarify the definition of the
snuffleupagus?
term.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Are you not tracking? Do I need to go slower for you? Do I need to bring out the crayons and draw a picture for
You're
you?
literally just trying to twist the words.
I'm not twisting any words. You're just an idiot. I'm sorry. This is why I call people idiots on my streams. Literally, because you're doing this right now. You are literally not engaging with any of the arguments that I brought up, and you're just straight up in cognitive dissonance and willful ignorance.
Because you're trying to use unrealistic logical.
Unrealistic logical. That didn't even make sense as a sentence. Would you like to try that one again?
Unrealistic logic.
Okay, how so?
Because you're trying to use like God as he's not a father and stuff like that, but that's not true.
Wow, your recollection of this conversation is like literally kindergarten-esque level. Like, it's ridiculous. So, again, I'm saying that because God the Father doesn't have biological sex characteristics, based upon your definition, if you consider sex biological, that it necessarily includes that he's not a father. So under your view, you have to argue that some aspects of fatherhood and some aspects of gender are sociologically determined and not biological. Otherwise, you can't say that God the Father is actually a father in a legitimate way that's not considered delusional. Does that make sense
Parker,
now,
I'm
or do I
just-
need to bring out the crayons?
I'm literally just trolling you.
Okay. I don't know why you're doing that. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Hey, just letting you know, please stop doing that. I don't understand. I don't get why you're doing that. Why are you coming up on the live trolling like that, man? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Okay. And do you support Trump?
Here and there.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you vote for?
Trump over Harris for sure.
Okay. Why? Why do you support Trump?
A few different reasons. Not that he's handling them the best.
Actually, wait,
of
can I thank
ways.
some people real quick before you do so? I apologize.
Yeah, you do you.
Nora, thank you for the $5. You know, I think that too. Maybe he wasn't trolling. He was just using it as the way out, and he was embarrassed. So that's very well could be the case as well. Jasmine as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Faith, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them. I really appreciate it in the comment section. They said, hi, therapist here. Gender dysphoria in the DSM-5 refers to clinically significant distress surrounding incongruence. I need to read the full thing. Sorry, just give me one quick second. Surrounding incongruence between someone's expressed gender and the gender assigned at birth. Nothing to do with dysfunction, but just to note the incongruity. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the faith. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Give some W's for them. Thank you. As well as Ace, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Aaron, thank you for the $5. Yeah, those have been great points to bring up. Billy, thank you for the $7.50. Caitlin, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you as well. Give me some W's for them in the comment section. And then I do have another person to thank. I just need to be able to click on it real quick. I do want to apologize. In the meantime, Zach, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. For how's this still an argument of sex and gender are the same thing? Are females giraffes, women are dogs, male dogs, men? Such a dumb argument. Yeah, I think that there obviously are like distinctions between gender and sex. They have to concede to that to at least some extent. Laura as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Give me some W's for them as well in the comment section. It was good to be on. It was good to be on. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as I think I'm fully caught up there. Let me make sure I am caught up completely. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube as well. Just give me one quick second, everyone. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I hope get it out to more people. Billy Jane, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I was looking for your message. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Billy Jane. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Alrighty, I'm fully caught up. Already, why do you support Trump?
All right. So I was going to say, I like the idea of having a big military. I like the idea of having a secure border, not excusing the fact of how it's being handled right now. I like the idea of women and men's sports being separated, because I think the argument that you guys just got into in the previous debate, I mean, obviously, let's first acknowledge that the guy wasn't very intelligent, especially on some of the matters. But I think the argument is more between your guys' definitions of gender and sex and that type of thing, with me believing in a more like traditional sense of not really acknowledging the fact that gender is different than sex, and it was kind of just a made-up thing that started in the early 60s, late 50s, that was pushed by a bunch of psychologists that were trying to identify issues with people thinking that way. So I don't really go down that rabbit hole of multiple genders or like changing genders. I think of it more on a biological sense of male and female, and that's kind of it. And I mean, you can identify with like whatever you want, and you do you. I may not agree with it, but when that starts to get thrown into the idea of sports, you can't like not acknowledge the fact that there are biological differences between hormonal levels between men and women, and in sports being such a physical thing that...
So then you admit after multiple years of HRT, you wouldn't see a distinction relevant to say that they shouldn't be allowed to play. Secondly, trans people are not even dominating these sports. It's a literal non-issue. The point that I'm making is that there's no reason to bring this up in this context at all. It's literally a non-issue. They literally don't care about it themselves. They're just bringing it up as a talking point specifically to go after trans people. And then in terms of the other things you said big military and secure border. In terms of a big military, Trump wants to do a $1.5 trillion a year military, which is way bigger than we need. We already had way too big of a military.
That is a separate issue.
Okay. And then like the secure border, I could just ask you how you define a secure border.
It would be defined in many ways, depending on how much immigration you want to have. So if say you set hey, let's have a rule where we only allow 1 million people into the country, and then all of a sudden 1 year you get 5 million, that I wouldn't say that's a secure border because you went over your goal. But what I'd like to see right now would be a border just like complete blockage, no immigration for a while. And I think Trump's idea of that would be more beneficial than not enforcing border rules even a little bit. But back to the biological difference.
Hold up. We were enforcing the border rules. There were deportations under the Biden administration. You just want there to be no immigration. So I was asking you what a secure border is. You're saying no immigration is a secure border, therefore there's not a secure border right now. So what's a secure border?
A secure border is whatever you set the limit on. Like I said, like if we want to set a
Okay.
limit,
So if the
if we
Biden
want to
if the
set a
Biden
limit for like
administration
a
said it
million,
was secure, then it was secure. Is essentially what you're saying.
no, because
That was their limit.
the limit,
It was within their limits.
because there has to be a actual. You have to actually have a limit that makes sense. You can't put the limit at fucking like 50 million people. And
It wasn't
say
50
that's like
million.
a
There
good
were less
limit.
than 4
I know,
million
I know.
undocumented immigrants that came to our country.
No, there were.
I think it was well within reasonable limits. Like genuinely, like I actually like. I think that your argument here then means the border was secure. Like literally,
No, it is not.
it was
You
totally
there.
secure then. I
I'm
think it was
saying
well within
no.
good limits.
Okay, but it's a subjective argument. But you
That's how you establish it. So tell us what's your
no, I
basis
know,
for
no,
it.
I know.
When I ask you to define,
established it. I
so by the way, let me
established it as
clarify.
subject.
When I'm asking
Okay.
you to define a secure border, I'm saying in your own terms, what do you mean when you say secure border?
Right now, in this state of our country, I would say secure is letting in zero for the time being. But I'm saying that can obviously change. Like, I know you said that the Biden administration set a limit, which they did. It was around 7 million, the legislation that they wanted to pass. It would have allowed for around 7 million, because what was it, 4,000 or 5,000 a day?
Seven. I don't know where you get 7 million. That math is incredibly ridiculous. If it's 5,000 a
There-
day, that's like 1.8 million encounters.
I was accounting for over a 4-year span.
Like 1.9.
I was accounting for over a 4-year span.
Yeah. What's
So it's
1.9 times 4? That's like
Yeah, it's like I guess like 6 million. My bad. But
6, 7.
yeah, 6, 7.
But yeah, no. If your thing is
No.
0, it's not secure border till it's 0. Then 1, the border's not secure now. 2, then it's
I would agree.
also okay. So if it's not secure now, then Trump didn't make a secure border. So then what's the issue with Biden's administration?
But he's doing better than the Biden administration.
Oh, okay. So then so you're judging
what I'm
based
saying.
upon the level of border crossing.
Who's
Did you
doing
know
things better?
Watch this. Watch
Yeah.
this. Did you know at the end of the Trump's first administration that there were higher levels of daily crossings on average than there was at the end of the Biden administration? So actually, the border that Biden inherited was less secure than he handed over to Trump.
Because they stopped some at the end of the Biden administration doesn't account for all of the time during the administration where they had some of the highest rates that we've ever had. So that
You're not
that is
wait,
just a
wait.
cherry,
So
that
wait,
is
but like,
just a cherry
can you
pick
acknowledge
thing.
that? Can you acknowledge that Biden gave a more secure border over to Trump than he inherited?
Okay, but then you can make a stupid argument as
You
well
can't,
and
you can't,
say
you
like
can't- you can't say that.
because it's a cherry picked argument because
It's a
you're
relevant.
saying,
It's an
you're
incredibly relevant point. Like
No,
Trump.
no, it is not.
Trump
No, it is not.
had
Because
had it
then-
less
then
secure
you-
by
then-
the end of his first administration than Biden had it by. So they had 4 years to get whatever they want done, and by the time that Biden was done, it was more secure than by the time that when Trump was done in his first term.
No, he let in millions of people in between.
Well, okay, so then, but okay. So you're talking about in that context, they let people in. So they didn't let people in. More people just came because of the fact that there was economic insecurity around the world due to global inflation.
And who was president during that global inflation?
Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean
And
it was
why did
caused by
that global
Biden?
inflation? Why did that global inflation happen?
Why did that global inflation happen?
Yes.
Yeah, because of supply chain issues relating to the pandemic. Had nothing to do with Biden.
It didn't have to do with how the Fed handled interest rates. And
The Federal Reserve is
implementing
not the
more money into the
president.
system.
So are you blaming it on
I know
Jerome
it.
Powell?
I know it acts independently, but they act.
I don't think it had
hand in
anything.
hand.
By the way, no, it's not just the Federal Reserve because otherwise it wouldn't have happened globally.
How come we see a crazy increase in inflation after we add a bunch of money into the system, which happened when
Mostly happened under Trump's administration.
Biden and
Mostly
Trump
under
signed
Trump.
stimulus checks.
Mostly under Trump.
No.
Did you know Trump signed off
It
on
is not.
over $4 trillion
It
more
is not.
debt-related spending?
The highest levels of inflation happened in the middle of the Biden administration.
I know, but
And
listen,
9%
but listen,
in
but listen. We're talking
2023.
about spending right now. Who signed off on more debt-related spending?
Debt-related spending?
Yeah.
That was Trump because he got hit with the beginning.
By
of
how
the
much?
pandemic. By how much spending?
Uh-huh.
I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I know it was
By
a lot.
over $4 trillion. So
Yeah,
let's
but
clarify.
that
You're trying to
wasn't-
say it was because of COVID. No. Actually, most of the debt-related spending Trump signed into law was non-COVID. Actually, it was so much non-COVID related spending
It
that
was
the
a lot of
entirety of the
military-
non-COVID, please listen, that the entirety of the non-COVID related debt spending from the Trump administration exceeds the entirety of both the non-COVID and COVID related debt spending of the Biden administration. So Trump did more non-COVID related debt spending than the entirety of the COVID and non-COVID related debt spending of Biden. So try to get yourself out of that one.
I didn't say he only spent money on COVID.
I'm just saying, like, how do you get yourself out of that one? That's clearly Trump signed off on significantly more debt-related spending.
I don't know what I need to get out. Like what? I don't really understand what you're grasping at here. Like,
So your blame was on Biden there, but there was more debt-related spending signed into law by Trump. So then how do you get yourself out of that one to say that actually Biden is the cause of the inflation and not Trump, if that would then mean that Trump caused more inflation?
look at when it happens and look at the legislation that happens right before it.
Yeah. So what specifically did the Biden administration do to cause the level of inflation that we saw?
There is a round of stimulus checks that goes out in 2022, or I believe.
There was
and
also
you
one under
look-
Trump.
I'm aware, but when you look at the graphs of where inflation hits and relate it to that time, it happens right after. And when Fed interest rates go way
Want to
down,
something crazy though? It's not just because of that, because of the fact that we saw inflation increase around the entire world. So if this is just something that happened in the US, it can't be something that we then see a trend causing inflation around the entire world. So although you would have an association in that situation, that does not mean that one factor caused the other, because there are other situations to take into account, other data points to take into account that then disprove the point you're saying.
no, but the economics and economic theory behind it explains.
So the
that
stimulus in
happening.
America
Like,
caused inflation all around the world, is what you're saying?
it does, yes.
Only when
America-
Biden did it too.
No, I didn't say that. I said that the stimulus package that Trump gave out also wasn't good. But this isn't even where the original conversation started when we were talking about gender and sex and stuff like that, and then you jumped all the way to economic policy. For what reason? I also don't like in your lives how you keep like trying to pull away from different conversations that people are trying to have. You pulled me into so many different conversations that we're just not talking about, and then talk faster than the other person, which is not what you do on YouTube in a lot of the like Jubilee things, which I kind of liked you in there, Parker.
Okay, I don't think I pulled us away from conversations to a degree that would be wrong. You brought up multiple things. I had conversations about multiple things, and then we've had a conversation about why you support Trump and broadly. That's relevant to the conversation. That's literally what this live stream is about. I don't understand how that's pulling away from relevant conversation. And me talking fast is totally okay. There's no issue with that. Why do I talk slower on platforms like Jubilee? Because of the audience being different.
Yeah, but I'm just stating the fact that like
This is how I
these
normally
lives are
speak.
up
Just letting you know. This is me normally.
just that fast.
Yes, if anything, I speak quicker than this.
All right then. Well, it was good talking to you.
You don't want to keep talking to me because I speak quickly? And by the way, this was a people's complaint, what they complained about in the fucking Charlie Kirk episode, because I was speaking too quickly. I think I'm right or something. Bro, me speaking quickly isn't making a claim about anything. It's just how I speak.
I'm not saying that. It's just the fact that like you're trying to overpower the people who you're speaking to by doing it, which you can't like lie that you're not.
One, I do this, and this is just how I naturally do this. Two, I might speak quickly in some circumstances so that people don't cut me off when I'm trying to get a certain point out.
I'm not gonna cut you off.
And also, yes, in a conversation, in a debate, you are trying to look like your position is better than the other ones. Like you're trying to win the debate.
I just think we should have more meaningful dialect rather than arguing. Is
You mean debating?
Yeah.
You don't want to debate on a debate.
No, never mind, bro.
like seriously, like this is a debate panel. We talk and engage in debate.
Okay.
Debate just means two people giving arguments. So if you don't want to give arguments, I don't know why you joined a debate panel.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just like, I just genuinely don't understand. He left. Like, dude, honestly, bro, like, what a weird thing to respond with. Like, that was crazy, bro. That was crazy. You're like, you can't. I'm literally just saying, bro, this is a debate. We engage in arguments in a debate. This is not a complicated thing. Like, I'm not being rude at all by saying that this is a debate and we engage in debate and hoping that you'd possibly give a response to that. And if you didn't want to come up here and debate, then yeah, just leave at this point. It's very embarrassing, though. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Like, he was hurt for no reason. I was, like, literally being so nice and just explaining it to him. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Just give us a quick second, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, Parker 41?
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, still Trump.
Yeah, I actually remembered your name. Want to know why?
No.
I have you listed on my Trust Me Bro page. And I put a box around you. I don't know why. I put a box around your name. So you probably said some crazy stupid shit about 8 months ago or something.
Yeah, last time we spoke, you said something like, "I like having these kind of conversations."
Well, then we had a conversation about 8 months ago where I probably did not come out of it with that determination. So I just you made it on the complete idiots version of this. So I mean I don't know why, but go ahead. Tell us why you still support Trump.
I had to go and I had to hang up on you.
Maybe something happened. Maybe something changed.
I was calling you out on your stands on abortion. That's what it was. That was the last conversation.
What about abortion?
Well, I was calling you out on it, saying that how I didn't agree with your view on it, and then I asked you one time, like, well, if somebody came to you who was in that situation and was 50-50 with your stand, your position on it, you would just tell that person, hey, man, to the girl, I'm sorry, hey, it's nothing. It's just a clump of cells. Go ahead, get the abortion. It's no big deal. You know what I mean? And you said, well, that's how I act on live, but that's not how I really would act in person. And I thought that was a pretty silly comment.
That's definitely not what I said.
Well, you did, but do you remember the conversation?
No. Here's probably what I said. I wouldn't give someone the choice. I wouldn't be like, oh, you should get an abortion. No big deal, something like that. I'd be like, make the decision yourself. And I might tell someone specifically, right, like that they shouldn't like be hard on themselves, right, for specifically thinking that it's morally valuable at that point, right, if they're being hard on themselves in terms of like later on in reflection after they've had like an abortion or something like that.
Well, see, that's where I disagree with you because
that was completely different from what you just characterized it as.
I'm taking it from now, but that's not what you said back then. But I'm not going to.
I promise you, that's exactly what I said.
No, we never even got that far because I had to go. But anyway, what I did say to you at that point was, I asked you one time, and I said, "Be specific." If you remember this, I said, as a male, how many times have you had a haircut in your life? Be specific. And you would never know because that's what your answer was. You don't know, right? But it's still something that's growing and on you. And I said, that's how you relate abortion to a woman. Like you would just think, don't be hard on yourself. It's no big deal. But there is no woman in the world, whether it's 1 or 20, they know that number specifically in their lives. And when I look at it and I look at you.
Do you want to know why a haircut's different from like pregnancy and abortion? Because pregnancy and abortion has significantly more risks. Right? Like medically to someone's health. An impact over their lively decisions. Haircut has significantly less impact over lively decisions. I don't know why you'd compare it.
Because when you compare it to as useless as no big deal as a clump of cells as something that is just completely and utterly worthless, that you would just not, you don't recognize it as any type of life whatsoever. And
I do recognize it's cellular life at conception.
Well, I mean,
I just don't value cellular life. I value sentient life. Okay, that's why we
Right.
don't think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in our family that's brain dead.
Well, I mean, if you want to talk about that too, then my question to you is: do you believe in the cycle of life? Born, live,
What do you
die.
mean by cycle of life?
The cycle of life. A person born, a person lives, a person passes away. So when you compare,
No, I think I'm immortal.
well, I know you're smarter than that. So if you do take the consideration of the circle of life, when you talk about this with the people who are on life support, right? Let's think about it. On life support, you're using an artificial device to keep a person alive. In abortion, you're using an artificial device to end the life. What is more of a happier situation, pulling the plug on your grandparents or your child being born? If you remove the artificial device from both, one would have the circle of life of death, and the other would have the circle of life of being born. Both being eliminated by an artificial device, one by a respirator and one by the device used in the abortion.
I don't get you. Are you saying you're just essentially trying to say there's potential?
I'm saying is when
Is
you
that
just turn
essentially
around-
what you're trying to say?
is what? Say it again.
That there's potential there?
What I'm saying is a different way of looking at something. What I'm saying to you is when you turn around to people and say, is unplugging somebody on a ventilator, is that murder? No, it's not murder. But if you
If they're brain dead, that's a very important fact. Like
Right,
if
but
they
I'm saying
are
it's
not brain
still-
dead, then yes, it is murder.
Right, agree. But it's still, they're both being either eliminated or preserved by an artificial device. If you took away the artificial device from both aspects, the artificial device from the abortion and the artificial device on the ventilator, what would you have? One person would pass, the other person would be born.
Dude,
That's
I
what
don't
I'm saying.
I don't know why you keep saying what's the point of what you're saying?
Because you mentioned about a person on a ventilator. So I said that's an artificial device.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you take away both,
So what about people in comas or who are sentient and they rely upon those artificial devices? Is it murder to pull them off of it?
no, I'm not talking about being murdered.
Is
I'm
it
just
murder?
talking-
Yes or no?
Say the question again. Is it what?
Is it murder to pull people off of a life support if they are sentient?
If they're sentient?
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, then that would be murder because they're
Okay.
not having.
Okay.
They're not having.
Okay, so then
somebody
the point I'm
maliciously,
making is that once they become not sentient anymore, you value it differently. So you can at least from established point say that after sentience, it's not going to have the same type of value that it had prior, right? Because personhood is established through sentience, past or present and future subjective experience. So the point we're saying is prior to sentience, there's not that level of value.
Okay, what's your stance on after sentience? Say 30 weeks in the womb.
At that point, there's an induction of labor.
But what's your stance on somebody wanting to have an abortion after 30 weeks?
Lethal at that point?
Just an elective abortion. Deciding, you know what, my boyfriend broke up with me. I'm not doing this abortion. 30 weeks.
Lethal at 30 weeks. Is that what you're
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
That would be
Are you
murder. At that point, you do an induction of labor. There's no benefit by murdering it. Literally, you have to give birth to it either way at that point.
All right. So you think it's so basically what you're saying is just a line in the sand for you. If it's prior to that, it's okay. After that, it's murder.
Dude, after viability, people literally induce labor. No one's waiting till 30 weeks in the womb in order to be able to literally, what's it called? In order to, like, literally murder a fucking fetus at that point.
There are people who there has been cases, plenty of cases where late-term abortions have been elective.
So
Plenty.
let me tell you something. After viability, either candidate, it's up to the states. So there's no difference after viability. What's it?
Is it murder? Is it murder? In your position, after 30 weeks.
If it's a lethal abortion, yes.
You think it's murder? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, your friend Dean, I was on the thing with him last.
Because at that point,
week.
you can just induce labor.
Okay, so your friend Dean tried to throw a little trick question at me last week, and we were talking about abortion, and he throws in, and I'll ask.
You're
you
obsessed with
question.
controlling women's bodies, huh?
No, not at all.
But you bring up abortion every single time, huh?
Well, your friend Dean said, "What if it was a 9-year-old?"
Yeah.
This question was. So my question now is, what if it's a 9-year-old? And he said, no. I said, well, it could be self-defense in that aspect. Nope, doctors say it's perfect. This one says it's perfect. That one says it's perfect. And so now my question is, what if the 9-year-old was 30 weeks? Do you still think she should have the baby?
At 30 weeks, it would be an induction of labor. Yes, at that point, it would be an induction of labor.
You're saying it's okay for a 9-year-old to have the baby?
At that point, they have to give birth either way.
So you would say it's okay for the 9-year-old?
I'm saying there's no way that doesn't include birth.
I agree. But do you think the 9-year-old should have the living baby?
Yes.
Okay. And my stance to Dean was, in the beginning of it, as terrible as that situation is, because when he said, well, what if she was raped? I said, that's the only way it could happen is if she was raped. She's 9. There's no other way it can happen. Okay. My thing is, as terrible as it was, and I believe at conception that and I don't believe in abortion. So I'm saying, as terrible as it is, that yes, the baby should have the opportunity to be born. The only difference.
What you're not understanding is at early points in the pregnancy that you do not have to give birth to it at that point. There can be an abortion without there being birth of it, specifically in that context. So, and in that context, in order to be able to cause a termination of the pregnancy, it's necessary to end the life of it. But later in the pregnancy, in order to cause a termination of the pregnancy, it is not necessary. So what you're not understanding is that there's different contexts in terms of the environment that exists, right? So there's not an alternative in that situation at 30 weeks.
Right, but again, the age still stays the same, which was what he was making the big stink over.
Yeah, because you're saying you want to force a kid to go through this pregnancy when they don't need to.
Well,
does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Again,
you can't prevent it from happening in the situation where there's 30 weeks. You can't prevent that. But in the situation where it's early in the pregnancy, yes, you can prevent it. Is that complicated?
No, I understand your point. So now it just goes on to the difference in our lines in sand. Your line in sand says 20 to 24 weeks. My line in sand says...
Yeah, and mine's actually reasonable because it allows for people to get legal access to abortion and also maintains value of people. Your view strips the value from pregnant individuals and values embryos more than them. Literally.
It values life more than yours.
You value cellular life more than sentient life.
I don't look at the difference between cellular life and
yes, you do,
life.
because you think that it's not murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. Oh, but the potential.
No. I didn't say that. I didn't say, you said in a sentient person in a coma, and without consent, somebody just walks into the room and pulls the plug. Yes, that's murder.
No, No, listen, dude, you're not listening. You said it's not murder to pull the plug on an individual that's brain dead.
I said it is not murder to... Well, actually, I didn't. All I did is I pivoted on you to the facet of an artificial device keeping that person alive.
Okay, so do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Well, let's take it a little bit more into context. Does the person
answer the question?
If the person has a a non-resuscitation agreement and says, I don't want to live this way.
Dude, there's no way. There's no agreement that exists. In this situation, does the family have the right, under your view, to pull the plug?
Yes, but it's not murder.
Okay, so then the point I'm saying is that it's not murder. You believe it's not murder. I don't know why you're being so ridiculous with this when you clearly already believed that. So if you think it's not murder at that point, well then yes, sentient life does matter to you. Because if they were sentient, you do think it is murder. So that right there, you just said, oh, sentient life doesn't matter. I view cellular life the same as sentient life. No, you don't. I just proved that you don't. Okay?
Well, I'll prove it to you this way. I think there is a beginning and there's also an end. When you talk about sentient life at its cellular life at its beginning and sentient life at its end is a different story. You know what I mean? You could, if the unconscious person on the respirator is never going to come back. If you were to turn around to me and say, leave him on it for 9 more months, he'll be fine, then it'd be a different story. But we know in 9 months that singular cell is going to become a person. So you can't just broadly talk about it without putting a little bit of a context of time in it.
No, I have a question. So if you knew in 9 months that I was going to shoot this rock and it was going to make it, I have this gun that if I shoot things, it makes it sentient. It's a really cool gun, hypothetical, okay? You know in 9 months' time, I have a timer on this gun. It's going to shoot this rock, and the rock's going to become sentient, right? Are you going to say you value that rock?
I don't even understand that hypothetical. Give me a different one. I don't know what the hell that means, a rock and a gun.
I have a gun that makes things sentient. Does that make sense?
Okay. All right, let me put it to you this way. See if
I shoot it at something and it becomes sentient. Like if I shot it at this Arythos bottle, it would specifically become sentient. The Arythos bottle would become sentient. Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Does that make sense?
I think so.
Okay.
I think I'm following.
So if I have a gun that has a timer on it and it's going to shoot this in 9 months, is it valuable at the point in which I set the timer off and it's going to shoot in 9 months?
Yeah. Of course.
You think the bottle is valuable? You think it'd be wrong if I grabbed the bottle and broke it?
I do. It's like a stock. If you were to buy a stock right now and know it was going to buy it at 10, knowing it's going to go to 100 in 10 months, it may not be worth 100 when you bought it at 10. But
you think it would be do you think it would be murder for me to break the Arythos bottle?
If you knew for sure that it was going to be sentient in 9 months?
Yeah, if I didn't move it from that spot.
Of course, I would say yes. If you can't wait 9 months, then what is the problem?
Dude,
Why would
this
you want
guy,
to live a
man.
life?
This guy, bro. This guy, man. Okay, I'm not talking to you anymore about this. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Yeah. If Donald Trump called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, would you still vote for him?
Say that one more time.
Yeah, if Donald Trump called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, would you still vote for him?
In the context that you're talking about with the 6 Democrats that were turning around about the unlawful orders of the military,
yeah,
then I think Donald Trump was absolutely right in that. And if you let me tell you before you start gasping your breath, I'll explain to you. You see, everything you got to put things into context a lot. These 6 Democrats did not come out of the blue and just start turning around and saying things like, hey, the military should not be following unlawful orders, because the commander-in-chief and every general, they all know that. But what happened in this context is that they came out after those drug boats were being shot out of the water, and they came out with a very strong, insinuation that that's what they were pertaining it to. And if
they were unspecified, it literally says unspecified unlawful orders.
Right, but you got to be an absolute mameluke if you don't think that that's what they were pertaining it to. And what they were pertaining
there was a double tap that literally was an unlawful order. We can point to that specifically. That was determined. Secondly, they were claiming that the military should not follow unlawful orders. You said that the military already knows this, meaning you think this is what they should do already.
No,
so
absolutely not.
The point that I'm making is that. Let me finish, and then you can speak, and then you can fix anything you want to. So the point that I'm making is that then, again, You think it's justified for them to make the claim that they should not follow unlawful orders. You just don't like how they said it, and you think that makes it like seditious behavior, perhaps treason, and you think that they should be executed because you don't like their tone of voice or something, or their implications or something. What implication?
Okay, so what I was saying is, and then I'll get to Trump's comments. What I was saying is, we saw in those interception of those drug boats, not just one, but 2, 3, maybe even 4. I don't remember exactly how many. But when the 6 Congress people get up there and they make that statement as 6 different people all talking, small portions of the full statement, as obviously we know it was rehearsed, otherwise it never could have done it that way. They're making the assumption to telling the service members that, hey, that 3, 4 actions was illegal, and if you're ordered to do it again, don't. But there was nothing that said that those were illegal orders, with the exceptions of other people's opinions. But it was not illegal to do it. So when you're insinuating that that is illegal, now let's just put it to you this way, okay? If there is, and we'll take it in a stupid hypothetical, let's just take it as storming the beaches at Normandy. And the beaches were storming on D-Day in Normandy. And then there were 6 Congress members back then saying, hey, don't listen to the commander-in-chief because that was an illegal order. When everybody else would be saying, no, it wasn't. Do you think that those 6 senators or Congress people who would have or may have said that about D-Day be punished? Should they be tried for treason? Should they be tried for something that, if it was, and they're a legal order, and they were just making it seem like, don't do it again?
Yeah, so they said, if you get an unlawful order, do not follow the order. They didn't say these specific orders are unlawful, don't follow these specific orders. What they did was not sedition.
Correct.
What they did was not treason. What they did was not a fucking crime. And to claim that this is the most fucking ridiculous, absurd bullshit I've ever fucking heard. It is like the most normie take ever, telling people to not follow unlawful orders, okay? If you're saying that you can just fucking murder people because they said don't follow unspecified unlawful orders, then you're essentially saying you can fucking murder people for no reason, whatever you feel like. Anytime they disagree with President Trump, just fucking execute them because they're a treasonous, lunatic, radical leftist, liberal that should be executed in fucking broad daylight on the street. It's absurd. Like, I genuinely don't understand. Like, you cannot say that this is sedition. You cannot say this is treason. It does not qualify under either of those standards, right? It is ridiculous to say that. They did not specifically say that there was a unlawful order that they were saying existed, that they said not to follow. They said if there's an unlawful order. If they were claiming that they already saw an unlawful order specifically and they were wanting to reference the exact unlawful order, they would have said the unlawful order. They wouldn't say if there's an unlawful order, do not follow the unlawful order. Right? Because that's what you're supposed to tell people. That's literally what they tell you as an oath to your constitution, that if there's an unlawful order, that is explicitly said to you that you should not follow that unlawful order. That's always said. All they're doing is reimposing that. That is completely within their rights to do so. You can't just say because you don't like it that it should be illegal or they should be hung. That's fucking disgusting.
No, it's not what I'm saying whatsoever.
That's what Trump is saying.
No, it's not what he's saying. What Trump is saying is this, okay? Now, just listen to everything you just said. Let's just take all of it, put into, okay? And when I said, everybody knows that a soldier or a member of our military has the right to not follow an unlawful order. But you don't see these 6 Democrats going on TV out of the blue and just saying, hey, don't rob banks. Just don't rob banks. No, they didn't just come out of the blue to make a statement about unlawful orders. They were 1,000%, and you gotta be so naive or so brainwashed to think that if those drug boats were not being blown up, that these 6 Democrats still would have came out and just decided to speak about unlawful orders in the military.
Can I explain why that could actually pose this? You see the administration doing things that could pose unlawful actions in certain situations. They're not providing evidence to Congress in terms of these alleged drug boats. But by the way, they pardoned the ex-president of Honduras that was convicted of trafficking over 400 tons of sea drug to our country. So again, the very claims that you're just saying are justified to unalive people just alleging that they did this. If they're convicted, they should be pardoned, is your view essentially. Oh, but wait, no, we should get information from them. Well, then couldn't you get information from the people that you're alleging committed these crimes in these situations, but you're murdering them and preventing yourself from getting the information about all their drug operations? Doesn't make any sense, right? It's embarrassing that people think this is justified. They see it as an abuse of power, and they say, you know what? These abuse of powers could become worse, okay? If they could become worse, I'm just going to say to service members that if you get an unlawful order, you should not follow it if these abuse of powers become worse. That's what they're saying.
I agree.
It's not
But I
complicated.
also agree.
It's not
I
complicated.
1000%.
That's not unlawful for them to do.
agree.
That's not sedition. That's not treason,
I
and that
agree.
is not justification for the fucking Trump to go on social media and repost someone saying HANG them George Washington Wood.
Okay. Now, I'm going to agree with you that it is proper for any senator, if they want to randomly say it out of the blue, any military, if Pete Hegseth is standing up there giving, in military instructions to his generals, absolutely, he could say it at any given time that members of our service don't have to follow your illegal orders. 1,000%. My point is, you shouldn't have 6 senators standing up when an action has just been going on, and we all know they're relating to that action, which they know wasn't illegal because you just clearly stated 5 times they said if, making an insinuation that if this was to be ordered on a 5th, 6th, or 7th boat, that the members of the military should disregard it. That was
you
the
keep saying
premise
there's
of
a
the message.
specified lawful order. No, there's not. There's no specified order specifically that they were mentioning. And again, just because it was in the circumstance where they saw there was abuses of power and they think there could be even worse abuses of power, that's why they're posing this. They're saying if you commit an unlawful action, then specifically this would be the case. Now, again, if there's an unlawful order, then you shouldn't follow it. No. Let me point
So you
to the
think
thing that you
abuse of
said.
power-
Let me
do
point
you
to the
think
thing you said.
abuse of power
There
is
were
an unlawful
unlawful
order?
orders, dude. The double tap on the boat, specifically when it was shipwrecked, was absolutely an unlawful order. Unequivocally, okay? You cannot tell me that was a lawful order. They were completely out of the fight. They were shipwrecked. They posed no threat to any U.S. service member. They posed no threat to the country. We had drones over them. We know exactly where they were. In that situation, you're supposed to rescue, detain them, and also literally we could get information from them, specifically on their drug operations.
Oh, so they were drug busts.
They posed if they have drug operations. That's what I'm saying. I don't believe that there's any evidence of drug operations, right? That they were specifically being able to mention in all of these scenarios. I think that they just made these claims and they provided no evidence to Congress. They did not clarify.
Right. But
I'm referencing based upon the things the Trump administration is claiming. If they claim it's justified because of the fact that they're running drug operations, or saying we could have gotten more information about these drug operations if it was the case that was true. We could detain them, talk to them, and see if that was the case. Instead of just murdering them. It makes no sense.
Yes. But again, when you have military operations going on, and this is on both sides. I mean, you could look at Benghazi, you could look at the Afghan withdrawal. I guarantee you Biden didn't want the unaliving of those 13 service members. I can guarantee you that Clinton didn't want what happened inside of Benghazi. Okay? That stuff happens when there is a military conflict that's going on. So yeah, you could stand there all day, or there was 2 people hanging on the side of the boat and this, that, but nobody really knows if how this thing was launched one after another. It was too late. There was this, whatever the situation may be. But I understand your point where you can get into it, but it happens on both sides. And that's why, war sucks. That's just the bottom line. People, the innocent are going to be killed during war. There's nothing any of us can do about it. It's just, we wish we could live in a peaceful world, but we don't. And right now, on both sides of this aisle, there are agitators. What's going on in Minnesota? I think that the governor could be doing better. I think the mayor of Minneapolis could be doing better.
Hey, dude, what war?
Any war.
There was literally not direct military conflict
using
between
war
U.S.
as-
service combatants and those individuals. Okay,
I'm
this
not,
was just a
listen,
drone
Parker,
strike.
I said any war. Any war. War meaning use of military
So
force
you're
is what I'm
saying,
saying.
but you're trying to
I'm
bring
not
up your
saying a
point that innocent
declaration of
people
war,
specifically die in war as a justification
unfortunately.
that specifically, even if there were innocent people that were killed in this situation, that it's well because we were at war. But what you're not understanding
No,
is
no,
that there
no,
was
no,
no
no.
direct military service combatants that were literally at risk of being attacked by any of the people in the situation, yet they thought it was justified specifically to drone strike them in this scenario where they were shipwrecked, which is defined specifically by the UN and under international law to be clear in violation of the law because they are quote unquote out of the fight. You need to go look at the Geneva
How
Convention.
much
You need to
time
look
was
at
it
what the
between
law
the first and
indicates, and you
second
need to
flight?
be able to critique your own position when it's applied. Now, again, this is a complete deflection away from the fact that they never specified any specific order, okay? You are superimposing that they specified a specific order. They did not specify a specific order, and not only did they not specify a specific order, but they were completely within their rights of doing so. So, again, your whole claim that you support Donald Trump, even though he's called for the execution of some Democrats because they follow the law and do not follow, said to follow the law and do not follow unlawful orders, is disgusting because clearly it shows that you do not give a shit about unity in this country. If you had a virtue of unity, if you cared about us all coming together and compromising, living in America specifically where we can all work together, even though we have opposing beliefs and stuff like that, well, then you need to create the environment and the foundation for that, and you've done exactly opposite of that.
And my belief is the exact, opposite of what you believe in. I believe that everything that you're saying right now, I believe it's the opposite of the 6 senators who get together and create a montage to, falsely insinuate that the actions that happened on those drug boats was illegal. And I think it was falsely that the 6 Democrats got together to create that montage to, we can go round and round. That's and it's okay. I'm not mad at you. That's just your opinion. This
No,
is my
no,
opinion.
it's just that there's literally no basis for what you're saying.
Okay, let's try this basis. Do you think, and again, look, 2 sad situations. Renee Good and what's his name? Preddy?
Alex Preddy.
Alex Preddy. Were they completely innocent?
Yes.
100% completely innocent.
Yes, like I literally think that there's no reason they should have been murdered in this scenario. There was a video of Alex Preddy 11 days prior kicking the back of an ICE vehicle. That is not evidence that he wasn't innocent when he was murdered. He was innocent in the situation. He didn't fucking hurt anyone. He wasn't harming any officers. He wasn't doing anything wrong. He should not have been shot.
Okay.
He was
So let me
disarmed
ask
when
you-
he was shot.
With all that information you just said, and you said 100%, 1000% completely innocent.
Yeah, and then also with Renee Good, like there's literally nothing good point to that she did.
Okay. If there was 2 people walking down the street in Minnesota and both of them were struck by lightning, would they be just as innocently killed as the other 2?
Yeah, that just wasn't state-sanctioned violence.
Okay, but would they be just as innocent? Just as innocent? These 2 people just walking down the street, minding their own business, not doing anything, they both get struck by lightning. You want to say that the innocence of those 2 got struck by lightning is the same exact innocence as Good and Purdy?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because like what crime did they commit? What were they guilty of?
What was Purdy and Good doing versus just 2 people?
Tell me, what crime did they commit? Tell me, what crime were they guilty of?
I would say the intention the reason that they were there was not they weren't just driving down the street minding their own business. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen Good's wife outside the car.
What's the
arguing
crime?
with
I'm
the
waiting.
police.
What's the
I didn't
crime?
say there was a crime. Well, the crime for Good was, trying to run over the officer with the car.
She was not trying to run over the officer. You can literally see in the footage from the officer that there was literally her turning away from him. She was literally turning to the right. She said to him prior that she wasn't mad at him, right? She clearly was not trying to run over him. If she was, then why didn't she just go straight or go to the left? Why did she back up and go to the right? It makes no fucking sense. Plus, right, like the whole argument that you're making, it's clearly on video. You can see, and he could have jumped out of the way to a greater extent, but he decided to plant his feet and reach for his gun before she even started moving forward. So that fucking agent is an absolute idiot. Should have jumped out of the way to a greater extent, and he wanted to fucking murder her. Right, and that's why the third shot, which is the one that murdered her, according to the autopsy report, was taken multiple feet to the left side of the driver hand side of the vehicle. There is no fucking justification in any fucking person's book that shot was justified. Not at all. He did that and then
My
called her a
argument to
fucking
you-
bitch right after. That's what he did. That was clearly him thinking that he fucking can do anything without accountability because of the fact that Donald Trump has given him this power to be able to do so without accountability.
Right. See, I really want to go down this road with you. All I was asking you is very simple question. If the one, you can't get more than 100%. So if your view is that Pretty and Good were just 100% as innocent as if two people who were in a different state just walking down their street got struck by lightning.
Yeah, you have yet to tell me the crime. Verbalize the crime.
You believe that Pretty and Good were just as innocent, and I believe whether it was right, wrong, or indifferent, whether it was lightning or what happened to them, though it was a bad situation, I believe that Pretty and Good hold maybe not a justification as much, but I believe that they would be not as innocent as just some person walking down the street. So secondly, to answer your question, as far as
why? What crime did they commit?
Again, all I'm saying, they were there. They were confrontational.
They were there.
They were
and confrontational is not a crime.
I didn't say it was a crime. Walking down the street and getting struck by lightning is not a crime.
You said that they weren't. You said that they weren't as innocent. So what crime did they commit?
No. A crime doesn't make you. It doesn't. You don't have to commit a crime not to be innocent. Okay.
Are you fucking stupid?
What are you talking about? You can be standing someplace. Okay. And if you are, let's put it to you this way. How can I say it to make you understand?
Dude, I talked to some of the dumbest people. And this is why you were literally.
I know.
This is why you were in the book,
right?
dude.
Because really, why don't you look what everything that your guests your guests are saying and your things?
I do. I'm literally taking in everything you're saying. It's not making sense. Go ahead, keep going though.
My one point to you was, I am not justifying what happened to either one of them.
So you do think it was murder?
Do I think it was? I think they were murdered. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So then, what's all this point? Why do you keep being like, oh, well, they weren't as innocent as you think, when you can't even tell me the crime and literally you think it's murder?
Again, Parker, you can't even admit to the facet that these two people, though what happened to them was way more extreme than I believe and you believe should have, that they are just as innocent as two people that were just walking down the street. That is insane to me.
If you cannot tell me the crime that they committed, then you cannot say that they are fucking guilty of something. What crime did they commit? What are they guilty of?
She tried to hit him with a car.
No, she didn't.
So let me ask you a question, Parker.
She did not try to hit him with that car.
Let's take a different situation. Let's take the same situation in a different scenario. What if that was a drunk driver pulled over on the side of the road and a police officer walked over to the car with the same exact thing?
Police officer has jurisdiction.
Oh my God.
Police officer has jurisdiction, is making a lawful order. And
so
the
a
person in
police
the scenario
officer
is
not
drunk.
allowed.
Here, you want me to tell you what's not true about the scenario? Renee Good, U.S. citizen, not
my
interfering
God.
or preventing any of the ICE agents from
you
going
are
past.
just
She was allowing people to go
terrified.
past. She said that she
Nothing.
wasn't mad at them. She clearly showed that
I
she wasn't angry and trying to go after people. She
No
backed up.
problem.
She turned to the right. She was going fucking 1 to 4 miles an hour, dude. She was not going quick.
Right. And if it was a drunk driver on the side of the road getting pulled over by a police officer, your defense is, well, that's a police officer. That's your defense.
Actually,
Well,
no, it's not. It's not.
exactly
That's
what
actually
you
not my
said.
defense. I don't think a police officer would have been justified in making the shot either. I'm just telling you that the situation's different. You're not listening.
Well,
I think that a police officer would have been unjustified in making that shot too. I think a police
What was
officer
my
should have to
opinion?
jump out of the way in that scenario. And they would have
was my
probably.
opinion on it?
Fucking GTA NPCs would fucking jump out of the way to a greater extent than what Jonathan Ross did.
Or maybe you wouldn't have in that situation. Maybe you would have thought your life was in danger. And maybe you would
No,
have.
I would have jumped out of the way because I'm not an
You
idiot.
don't know. You don't know. Not
And
when
I
your
would
life is in-
absolutely I would have. I watched that video
it's-
how many times now? I would have jumped out of the
it's-
way. I wouldn't have planted my feet and reached for my gun before she even went forward.
You know
When
why
I
you're
saw her
saying that,
turning
my
to the
friend?
right. Are you kidding me,
Let me
dude?
tell you. Let me tell you why you're saying that right now. Okay? Because you were able to watch that video so many times. The
Yeah, if
person who
you're
was
an
there-
agent and you can't jump out of the way in that scenario, I'm sorry, but you shouldn't be
don't
in the
know.
you shouldn't be on duty.
Again, you could
Genuinely.
sit there all day long and say this. You don't know. You just don't know.
I do.
No,
Any
you
reasonable
think
officer
you
would be able to
know.
jump out of the way in that scenario. It's not a complicated thing.
You think you do. You don't. Believe me when I tell you don't.
Yes, you do. I definitely wouldn't have taken the third shot for sure. If he took the first 2 shots, by the way, it still wouldn't have led to her death. But because he took the third shot specifically, which was multiple feet to the left of the vehicle, which, by the way, second one was as well, that literally is the one that led to her death. So do you think the third shot was justified? No, you don't. You think that was murder. Okay? No reasonable officer would take that third shot. No reasonable officer would take the second shot. No fucking reasonable officer would take the first shot.
What I'm saying to you is, okay, which I agreed on. Do I think it should have happened? No. Do I think it was murder? Yes. Do I think all the bad that happened over there? 100%. I agree. But I do also look through it through a different type of a lens of yours and say, you know something? If they weren't doing what they were doing, if they weren't trying to obstruct ICE with the horns and the blows of the whistles and kicking the things, and even though you turn around and you say,
if the person weren't walking on the street,
yes,
they wouldn't have been struck by the lightning.
Correct. But if it did happen,
if they weren't there, if they decided to stay in their bed all day and play Minecraft, they'd still be alive. This is why you should play more Minecraft, because literally they'd still be alive if they were doing it.
You know, I watch you long enough to know when you do things like that is because you're losing. And I see it a lot.
Dude. It's because of how fucking dude. I do that out of coping because of how crazy these conversations are. That was just like genuinely. That's me trying to cope with the reality that we live in such a ridiculous fucking timeline.
I watch you all the time. When you're starting to lose something, you know, here's the problem. I'm going to give you your issue.
The fact that you think I'm losing in this scenario honestly makes me think that I'm doing better. So I really appreciate it because you are the complete opposite of what's right.
Let me give you your issue. You know what your issue is?
Tell me.
You love to win. You do. You love to win. In debates.
What can I say? I always win.
Yeah, but here's your problem. You hate to lose. I mean, you hate losing more than you even love winning. And that's why when you start to feel that way, you mute the people, you chase the people, you start acting and screaming the way you just did, because you hate losing more than you even love winning. And that's something you can understand in your life.
Or you guys are stupid and I mute people when they interrupt me, like I just did to you.
You didn't mute me. I didn't give you an out. You never muted me in this whole entire conversation.
Because you haven't interrupted me very much. So I must be winning this debate because I haven't interrupted you then. Or not interrupted you, muted you, sorry.
But you just freaked out the way you just did. So
I'm not freaking out, dude. I'm literally making fun of you, dude. I'm making fun of you. Well, and you're like Parker, because you were making fun of me, that means you think you're losing. Like what?
Let me give you a piece of advice, Parker. Okay? There's a saying.
Let me give you a piece of advice. Actually use your brain, please. Critically think.
Okay. I'll use my critical brain on this, and then maybe you'll take it just keep it within yourself and think about it. See, there's a saying that goes, a wise man will learn from a fool, but it's the fool who learns from no one. So when you sit up here all day long and you just think every view you have is the correct view, and you won't even listen or take into consideration of anything that anybody else is saying, that doesn't make you the wise man, it makes you the fool. So sometimes you should just really hear a person's opinion and consider it, not just look at it and say, I love to be right because I hate losing more. And with that, my friend, I'll let you go.
He's gonna run away. So you know what's funny?
I'll stay.
You know what's funny? You think because I disagree with you that I'm not taking into consideration what you're saying. That's what you can't understand.
So far, you've called me what? Stupid. You called me a fucking moron. Okay, that just goes to show I've never said any of those things to you.
But that doesn't mean I didn't take into consideration what you said. Me calling you stupid does not mean I did not take into consideration what you said.
Well, that just makes you even more stupid because
you just called me stupid.
If I was calling, I said that would make you more stupid. Okay, because
which means you just called me stupid.
I wouldn't take the advice of somebody that I thought was stupid. What I'm saying to you is, again, I'll reiterate it. A wise man learns from a fool. No, I think you're very intelligent. But I do believe that you have this issue of love being right, but hate being wrong. and you battle so hard instead of ever saying, not even that you're wrong, but I can understand that point. Like the point that I make to say, is
You're
the
delusional
innocence
if you think that I've never acknowledged that I was wrong or acknowledged that I understand someone's point. Like, actually delusional. Okay, like you either do not watch my streams enough, or you have, or you have an inability to acknowledge that I've done that. Like, I do this all the time. You can watch my streams. They're all on YouTube every single day. I spend hours every single day on this platform. You can watch all of it. There's VODs of all of it. I absolutely acknowledge when I'm wrong. I absolutely acknowledge when I understand someone's point and when someone's making sense. But you just happen to not be making sense. You happen to not be making good points. And I am taking into consideration what you're saying. And after I've considered it, I've realized it's stupid.
Tell me which point is stupid. Which one? Which one of the points that I made? That I say a person walking down the street minding their own business gets hit by lightning is less responsible than two people who brought themselves to an ICE protest and get involved. And again, I acknowledge neither one of them should have ended with the end that they did. But you can't just sit there and say that the responsibility was the same. I hear you talk about the difference between civil court, and I hear you talk about the difference in criminal court. Do you know in a civil court, let's say you are suing somebody for a trip and a fall, okay? Do you know there's 2 verdicts from a jury on that trip and fall? Do you know that or no? There's two jury decisions in a civil case.
There's more than 2. There's more than 2. There's a verdict form.
No. I'm not talking about the jury. When the jury comes together and they turn around and say, we are going to, first it is the award. The award, this person is awarded $1 million. The second jury verdict in a civil case like that is responsibility. How much responsibility was it of the person who fell versus the responsibility of the property owner that they fell on? And if the jury determines, well, this person was looking at his phone, that could be a 30% responsibility. The person who owned the property didn't fix the cracked sidewalk. He can have a 70% responsibility, which means when that
they didn't meet their due standard of care. What due standard of care did Alex Peretti and Renee Good not meet?
Again, in comparison to 2 people just walking down the street and getting struck by lightning, I would say that Alex Peretti and Renee Good had a 30% responsibility of being in a situation, trying to interfere with
But that's not a crime. That doesn't mean that they're not innocent. That doesn't mean that they're not innocent. So by the way, you saying that they have some sort of responsibility for this happening, which by the way, that doesn't mean that they're not innocent. And 2, that I don't even think that's true. I don't think they have responsibility for this. They don't have a due standard of care. They're fucking civilians, dude.
Oh, God.
They're civilians. The due standard of care is on behalf of the agent when they use lethal force.
Look, that's not the question that I'm asking you.
Negligence does not apply to everything. Right? For example, could I get a negligence charge for not fucking feeding my animals in Minecraft? No. Because there's no fucking due standard of care for taking care of them. There's nothing. There is no due standard of care. Okay?
You hate losing. This is what I mean. You hate to lose. You can't even admit to the facet that, okay, it's not just as innocent. It's not just as innocent as 2 people walking down the street and getting hit by lightning, as these 2 people being in a situation that could have put themselves in harm's way. I'm not saying they deserve it. I'm not saying what happened to them was good. I'm not saying that they committed any crime. I am comparing
So they're innocent.
this apple to that apple.
So wait.
Okay?
So if they
You
haven't
wanna
committed
turn
a
around
crime,
and
are they
say-
innocent?
I'm not going to play your baby games.
Run away because you can't acknowledge what you just literally admitted on the stream. I'm sorry it hurts your feelings.
It doesn't hurt my feelings.
It does. The facts don't give a shit about your feelings.
No, the facts don't give a shit about yours.
It's ironic that you're the one right now giving your feelings instead of your facts then.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something, and I'm going to speak on Dean too. In 10 years from now, when you 2 look back, and besides Dean realizing how much more hair he has now than he does then, you guys are going to look at yourself and say, wow, was that really us? Was that really us? Okay? Because when you
You're
are
fucking
at
delusional,
a level,
Chasey. That's gonna
no,
be
I'm
you,
not
man.
delusional. Let
I'm
me
not
tell you
gonna.
something.
You know what? I'm
nowhere
gonna
else to
look
go
back.
but to swim.
I'll tell you, Chasey. Here's what I'm gonna do. When I look back on what I've done, I'm gonna look back on it with pride. I'm gonna look back on it on like I actually did something. I did something beneficial. I did something very good. I am happy with my work. I find a lot of benefit to what I do. So I do look at this with pride. I look at this and being proud. I look at this as something that I think is a very good thing for our society. I will definitely not be ashamed. It is ridiculous to say that I would look back on this as being ashamed. I think this is one of the most influential, positive things I could have possibly done. And if anything, I'll look back at this as one of the best points of my lifetime, genuinely, because of how I had the ability to influence so many people because of the literal privileged position that I was able to get into.
Okay, but now you want to be better? Look at it with better eyes. Look at it with more open eyes. Don't look at people who have a difference of opinion as you as fucking idiots and jerk-offs and dummies and all
I
these
don't think
other
everyone who disagrees with me is an idiot. I don't think my mom's an idiot, yet she disagrees with me on some things, right? My mom and I don't agree on every single thing. We talk about these things, and you can have these types of disagreements. But what you're not understanding is that you are an idiot, okay?
Really?
And when I call you an idiot, that's a description of reality, and not just because I'm trying to fucking insult you because you disagree with me. I don't call everyone I disagree with an idiot. I call you an idiot.
Right, because I disagree with you. Because what else am I doing?
No. I just explained not because you disagree with me, but because you
What else
actually
am I
are an
doing?
idiot.
Am I out here insulting you? Am I out here?
You did. You literally
am I
called
out
me
here
stupid earlier.
No, I said, see, again, this is how you twist the words. I never said, Parker, you're stupid.
Yes, you did. You said you were more stupid.
No, I did not. You better rewind your things. I did not
I
say
did-
you
I
are
remember
stupid.
you saying
I
that.
said no, and I corrected you right after you said that by telling you that's not what I said.
Literally is exactly what you said, but it's okay, man.
No, it's something that I
I know it's
said-
hard to acknowledge reality, bro.
Right. So let me, you don't agree with your mom? Which one
Yeah,
of you is
I'm not
right? You
Christian.
or- Well, who's right? You or her?
I think I'm right.
Okay, there you go. You see what I mean? There
What?
you go.
I
So then
disagree
she
with
must
my
be an
mom,
idiot, right?
and I think that I'm right. Of course, if I disagree with someone, I think that I'm right. What are you talking about?
So does that mean she's an idiot?
No, because I just explained to you, not everyone I disagree with do I think is an idiot. I used
Then
that
what do you
as an
disagree
example, and I
with?
literally said that.
Well, I can name 5 things already. that
Again,
you
you're
and I have
providing
talked
more
about.
evidence as to why you are an
said-
idiot.
All right. Again, it's the idiot that wants to call the person an idiot because I haven't said that to you once. All I say is I disagree with your stance.
You just
I
called me an
you a
idiot in
smart
that
guy.
statement. You just said that I was an idiot. You said it's the idiot that is calling someone an idiot. Not only did you
I said-
call me an idiot when you said that, but you also specifically literally are
Again,
calling
you're doing
yourself
the
an
same
idiot.
thing. I said it's an idiot. So if you want to keep calling people idiots, I'm not talking directly to me because I'm not going to get insulted by your nonsense. But to know that I haven't spoken to you this way on this whole entire conversation, I
You
haven't-
just won't acknowledge that you did. Like,
No, I've
you,
agreed with
just
you.
won't acknowledge that you
How about
did.
this?
Like genuinely, you
agreed
just
with you
did, and
more
you're just
than
not
you did with me.
acknowledging it. Like, I mean,
Again,
you're just
that's
such a
your silly
man-child that you
way.
can't acknowledge your wrongdoing, yet you're going to say that I can't do so. By the way, you came on my live stream. Every single criticism that you've had of me has simply been a projection of yourself.
No, that's not true.
It
Every
is.
criticism. No, it's not because I'm talking
Literally,
to you with
you've proved
I'm
every single one of
talking
those points
to
true about yourself.
with people in your guests are writing up that the guest is right. The guest is right. And, so you have, what do you have here? How many people listening to us right now?
Over 10,000 people.
10,000. How many followers you have?
How many followers on what platform?
All of them.
All
That's
of them?
listening right now. Yeah.
I've got 1.6 million on TikTok, 1.3 million on Instagram, almost 500,000 on YouTube, and like 200K on Facebook.
Wow. So that means 99.999% of your followers aren't listening to you right now.
Is this supposed to be like that there's 10,000 people in the live?
Yeah, I understand. But again, 99.999% of them aren't listening. So I have, 500, and I got 20,000 people listening to me right now. And a lot of them in your chat are turning around and saying, that he's right.
Yeah,
and that they agree.
You have people
They at least
listening to you
agree on the
because
fact.
you're on my stream. If you went live yourself, you'd
agree.
get no viewers.
Imagine. I've had 0 viewers. I got 500 people that follow me. I think I follow 200. I'm not even to
Yeah,
TikTok.
and you know that
get
I
here,
started out
listen
with
to
that
you,
many
and-
followers too. And I also, when I got thousands of followers, I got thousands of people in my stream. I would have in certain situations more people watching the stream than I did have followers. So what's your point?
Listen, My point is, I think you did a great job. I think this is a job for you. I think when people come up here and say to you that this doesn't work, I think they're crazy. I think you do a lot of research when you're not on the camera, so that when you do get on the camera, you kind of know what you're talking about. I just wish you would watch a little bit more of the other side and have debates, instead of trying to insult, people who support Trump into showing that they're wrong. Show them how you're right without showing them how they're wrong. And you would probably get more people. You would probably win more too. But you don't.
So do you think Dean is nicer than me?
No, Dean is...
Okay, so then why does he get more people?
Well, Dean to me, I'll tell you what. Dean to me is a combination of King Joffrey and Winston Howell III from Gilligan's Island.
That's a crazy take. That's a crazy take.
Yeah, you're like, Gene Withers.
You did not just say Dean is an incest baby. That's crazy, bro.
How is King Joffrey and Winston Howell III from Gilligan's Island incest?
King Joffrey is literally an incest baby. Unironically, have you watched Game of Thrones?
You mean from Game? I thought you meant the people I was putting it together as. No, I'm not. See again. Look how your brain works. There wasn't even the closest reference to me saying that Dean has anything to do with an incest baby. I'm talking about Dean being on his live going like I am king. What I say goes. You know what I mean? And then, the way he speaks.
That is not Dean, bro. What are you talking about?
God, it's so Dean. He thinks he's the King Joffrey of freaking TikTok. Well, I think he thinks he's the King Joffrey of TikTok.
Yeah, you think
if you want to compare me to you, you know what I mean? You have, even though I think you would be more likely to take the advice that I just gave you today and really think about it than Dean would. I think Dean is way worse than you are when it comes to...
So then why does he get more people?
I don't know if he's on more than you are. I think you're on at different hours. I don't know. So what do you think?
We're on at different hours. Okay, that's the explanation. No,
I don't know.
it's because, dude, he has significantly more followers than me, dude. He has significantly more reach than I do. So.
Well, I
mean, dude, when he goes live, he goes on TikTok. He'll get like 15 to 25K people concurrently on his TikTok.
And I think that's great. I'm not saying he's not doing a good job. But when I turn around to you and say, as much as you love winning, but you hate losing even more, you can multiply that by infinity when it comes to Dean. Dean hates losing. I can just imagine Dean at the dinner table. You know what I mean? Pass the gravy. No, that's not the way you pass the gravy. You got to move it to the left side. He must argue with everybody all day long.
I've hung out with Dean, dude. You just start misrepresenting him.
Well, I don't know. I'm saying, I imagine.
Here's one thing I'll tell you, is that when you're on the internet, everyone thinks that they know exactly what your intentions are. It's crazy, like genuinely. Like they're not every. Actually, I take that back. I'm using it too vague language. I'm not using that in a literal way. Not every. There's a lot of people that think that they know exactly what your intentions are just because you're on the internet, and they superimpose because of what they see of you. They know everything about you, and this happens especially with Dean a lot. Right, where people specifically think they know him, they think they know how he's like so dishonest and everything like that. I know Dean personally, literally off the screen, off the camera. I knew him before he blew up. Okay. He used to be someone who just watched my streams, genuinely, and he started doing streams just like me because he watched my streams and he liked what I did.
So the tail can wag the dog.
So you understand that, like, I've known him outside of this context that you know him, where he's just like this social media content creator. And I can tell you, if you think that I'm genuine, if you think that I'm be able to acknowledge reality to a greater extent, that he is, and he is able to acknowledge these things, and that he's just often misunderstood. And hell, I'm often misunderstood because we're on social media. That's often going to happen. There are going to be people that understand us. There are going to be people that don't understand us. That's just how things work. Not everyone's going to possibly understand.
So I agree with that 1,000%.
So one thing I tell you to do, the one thing I'm telling you to do is give yourself a moment to make a determination about him that's outside of just saying because he has disagreements with people or because he insults people, that somehow means that he's not willing to hear the other side. Like, genuinely. He engages in productive dialogue all the time. He tries to truly engage with people. He does so in productive and nice ways. And there are different circumstances where it yields different ways of acting because people are crazy as fuck. right? And that inevitably leads to you responding in different ways than you originally will if you're talking to someone who's like having a productive dialogue with you, not over talking you, not being rude, and like you're just having a good dialogue, and they're actually thinking about things and taking into account what you're saying. You know, when that happens, you act differently than when like someone comes up here and who's bad faith, ill-intentioned, is trying to misrepresent you, is trying to spread misinformation, is doing so because they have this like really insane built-up amount of hate targeted towards you that they're just trying to exploit, and they're trying to find any reason to hate you because of this built-up level of hate.
You know what I get to say to that? You're right. I think you're 100% right. That, you know, people look at the both of you on the screen, and then they want to take that into the presumption that that's how you guys are in your normal life outside the screen. I agree. And that's what happens, though. That's the persona you're going to be creating. But who cares? You know what I mean?
I think you're misrepresenting a little bit of what I said. We are the same people. But what you're not understanding is that you assume because of what you see and because of all these implications that you might have about people who are also in these positions, that you're assuming certain types of intentions onto us that simply don't actually exist.
Okay, I can agree with that. See?
Because I think that it's really easy to view us as characters and not as people. Because of how we're on social media and how that's integrated with reality TV and, you know, other content creators and stuff like that. I do think there's an element of it in which becomes a little bit like where we're not viewed as like just like people you could interact with on like someone you could see in person, and we're just kind of like this people that you see on the internet. What's up?
You ever go to a movie or someplace and somebody come over to you and say, "Hey, you're Parker, right?"
Yeah, all the time.
All the time, right? 100%. I agree. You guys are putting yourselves into positions where you gotta say your peace of mind on the video, and then either have to deal with idiots calling you out in private, or people recognizing you.
I've only had positive experiences in person.
I'm sure. I'm not missing.
Right, of people who have literally recognized me, never had a negative experience.
Okay, I think anybody who would ever walk over to you and say anything in a negative experience would be an imbecile. And I don't care if he's wearing a MAGA hat. If he came over to you and started saying, "I hate you this," or "You're this," and you were just sitting down with your girlfriend or your family, I think it's a jerk off. Personally, you know what I mean? I think you have the right to say what you want to say. And I just think you just got to listen a little bit more and stop trying to always win the point when you can just simply say, "All right, I can understand how you look at it that way, but," and not go to the person and just say, "Well, that's just retarded because of this and that." You don't always have to.
Don't use the R slur. Don't use the R slur.
So you don't have to always be right to win. You don't. And you should just love winning and not hate losing. And that should be the same thing for Dean. He hates it more than you do. Hates it. So I think, you know, any other topic you want to talk about, we could talk about it and give you another chance to call me an idiot. That was a joke, Bob.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that
I could talk about, what do you think about this? How about this? What do you think about Trump going to SCOTUS, I think it's next month, to repeal...
Let me see, how long have you been on the stream? Has it been over an hour? Yeah, it's just been about an hour. Any last words for now?
What do you think about birthright citizenship?
I believe in birthright citizenship. I'm not like super well familiar about it. I know you're gonna get banned anyway. You got a flag for hate speech, hateful behaviors. I gotta hit a restart on the stream, everyone. TikTok. I've did a quick restart. That's the second flag for hateful speech and hateful behaviors. I had a feeling that was gonna come in anyway. I should have just decided to kick him, but yeah. I'll be right back here on TikTok, everyone. All you have to do is click on the profile picture in the top left. Click on the profile picture again. You have to click on it twice once it becomes a little bit larger. Then you have to just like scroll down on the page. I'll be literally back in like 10 seconds. Just give me a quick second to be right back, everyone. We had 67,000 total viewers, and we're at 6,700 viewers right now. That's kind of funny. Lol. Come right back, everybody. As well as if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. On YouTube, we get to stay, so that's the great thing about YouTube. Very sad thing about TikTok. Jenna, by the way, thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we get some W's for Jenna in the comment section right now? Seriously, thank you for the fucking $100 on YouTube Super Chat. That is absolutely crazy. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. W's for Jenna in the comment section right now for the literal $100 on YouTube Super Chat, literally with no message. Good to see you, though, Jenna. I really appreciate it. Thank you. ODS, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Guys, I don't think this caller's turn to use The two MAGA shared MAGA brain cells. He is out of his mind. The projection and stupidity. Thank you very much, ODS. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Brian, thank you so much for the $5 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Stephelson, thank you so much for the $2. Justina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? Malin, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Stapleson, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Rev with the $2 as well. Thank you very much. Brian, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Tim, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much as well. Nicholas, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Rev, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Heather, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Barbie, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said I've been waiting to catch you live. And just wanted to say thank you, Parker. Next, I want you to tell you that if it's not the orange one, please never stop. Even if it's not the orange one, please never stop educating people. Don't worry, I won't. I'm going to still be here after. Bad Wolf, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Omega, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Seriously, though, I know, right? It's really ridiculous. As well as Justina, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Pro-lifers, we must save all the zygotes, but also refuse to get rid of the guns, which would literally keep people alive. True. Jake as well, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Do you talk on former Prince Andrew being arrested for the Epstein connection? Yes. Makes us look even weaker in the world. It's true. I talked about that a bit earlier. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I'm glad to see that there is some accountability that's being, carried out, but even if it's by British authorities and not even by U.S. authorities, at least going to see that. I was going to make that my title for today, but I was like, it's British authorities, but not even U.S. I'm like, I do think it might make more sense to talk about the DOJ being caught deleting records associated with interviews about the allegations against Trump. So, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20. How about you?
And do you support Trump?
I support some aspects of the administration, yes.
Election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you vote for?
I'm actually not sure. I think I'd still vote for Trump, though.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
I didn't really support him when I voted from an economic standpoint. I mostly voted for him due to his social policies such as abortion and transgenderism, specifically gender transitions and minors.
Okay, so let me just clarify real quick. Because of abortion and trans people, you are willing to overlook all of the horrible things that you already agree are horrible about Trump?
Can you provide some, at the time of the election, obviously the Epstein files are a newer release.
Well, I said the election if it were held today.
If it was held today?
Yeah, who'd you vote for, Harris or Trump?
I honestly think I wouldn't vote, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, given that you wouldn't vote, I am going to go on to the next person, so just someone who would vote. But I definitely think that the two things that you brought up were, not reasons to be against the Democrats by any means. Legal access to abortion is good policy, and also is something that if you think religion is a reason why abortion is wrong, would be something that your God allows for to occur, and then also nothing about trans people would be a reason to vote against Democrats. What's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, aloha. 36.
Do you support Trump?
No, but
only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, how do I donate?
Link tree in the bio. Link tree in the bio. Appreciate you very much, though. Thank you very much. The link tree in the bio will take you to my Venmo and my PayPal. Those are the best places to do so if you want to. Obviously, never something necessary for anyone to do, but if you always want to, you can. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, and you said you were how old?
21.
What? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
6'7".
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, but I had a question real quick. Can I do like a Trump impression? Can you rate it?
I feel like they're trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo. 18.
How old are you? 18. And what's your birth year?
November 21st, 2006.
Okay. You said you're 18?
Yeah.
That would make you 19, dude. Bro's out of basketball game. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I actually might be doing a Twitch stream a bit later. After all the debates for today. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Thank you for helping me get through depression, Parker. I love you.
Appreciate you very much. Can we do W's for them in the comment section? Make sure to show them some love. I really appreciate you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
No.
I'm guessing they didn't mean to send a guest request. Don't worry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I just wanted to talk about immigration laws.
I'm pretty sure they probably are kid if they didn't answer my question right away. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
68.
Do you support Trump?
Nope. I just want to tell you.
I appreciate you very much. I do appreciate you. I am just looking for people specifically who do would vote for Donald Trump if the election were held today against Harris. So we are just looking for some debates specifically right now. Thank you very much, though. I really appreciate it. Let's get this next individual up here real quick, y'all. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Do just give us a quick second to get some people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You know, actually, these streams are actually pretty good at building up your patience, you know? Like, your patience really gets tested here. So, I feel so much better now. I'm like, I have the ability to, like, have patience and just, like, be okay. And I'm like, we're going to be okay. How old are you?
Yo, bro, I support Trump.
Oh, wait, I literally thought they were saying something prior, and I thought they were trolling. That's why I was like, I expected them to say that they specifically were trolling or something. Let's go to the next individual here real quick. We'll try to get them up here. I do apologize. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You saved my life.
Oh, I
You saved
appreciate
my
you very
life.
much. Can we some W's for them and some support for them in the comment section as well? I appreciate you very much. W's for them in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
59.
Oh, you have a little bit of echoes.
or you can fix that quick.
Swipe out of the app. Just swipe back in.
Just swipe back in. Okay.
Do you support Trump?
I do. Do I still have an echo?
Yeah, just swipe out of the app.
just swipe out of the
app. Swipe back in. Okay, so you did just leave the live. All you have to do is send a guest request back, and we'll bring you back up, and you could just be the next guest. So just make sure to send a guest request back, man. Just send a guest request back. I'll make sure to look for your account, and I can bring you right back up here. It should get rid of the issue there. Make sure to come right back, and I'll try to bring you back up here. Hop back in the guest box, man. You can send a guest request by clicking the... Only send a guest request if you are a Trump supporter, by the way, by clicking the two people in the bottom of the screen, and then clicking request. Alrighty. Let's see if they can come back. I'm looking for them. I don't see them in the guest box. Maybe they don't know how to send a guest request back. That could be very well true.
Hey,
What's up,
Parker,
how old are
how's
you?
it going, my brother? I'm 35.
And do you support Trump?
I definitely told you yes before.
Okay,
But I just
like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
obviously at this point in time, I would definitely say Kamala for sure.
W voting for Kamala Harris. We are just looking for some debates, by the way, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Allison, I have no clue. I have no clue, to be honest. That's something I wouldn't be able to tell. We'll see what happens after. Kyle as well, thank you for the $10, by the way. Thank you so much. Mel with the $13. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Oh, I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mel. Gladys, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. They said, I'm here for the insults. Thank you, Gladys. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Deja, thank you for the $11 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. In this political climate, it's the matter of right and wrong, not Republican versus Democrat. There's nothing justifiable about something dying for sticking up for this country. True. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Mel. Thank you so much. They said A+ self-awareness is not going around enough.
Fuck every MAGA bitch in this chat.
We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. They said, and you make even the dumb ones think a little harder, no matter how painful it is for all of us. Keep fighting the good fight. Thank you so much, Mal. I really appreciate it. It's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Vic as well, thank you for the $7. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, maybe I will every once in a while. I also have a hard time, I guess, dealing with it as well. I'm really bad at taking compliments, I guess. Like, especially like personally one-on-one in the conversation. I guess it's hard to say, but yeah, every once in a while I might. I definitely like doing the Twitch streams every once in a while. They're fun. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would rather vote for Trump still.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second real quick.
Okay.
As well as William, thank you so much for the $5 for waffles. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I've never seen that though. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I've never seen that. Never seen that episode. As well as Abby, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for you and Dean are truly the reason I voted for Kamala Harris after voting for Trump in the first election. After becoming a crazy MAGA family, keep doing. Coming from a crazy MAGA family, keep doing what you're doing. You make an impact on people's lives. Thank you so much, Abby. I really appreciate it. It's so kind of you. Seriously, W's for them in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Nicole as well. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Nicole. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said you're right. What you do is very impactful. Proud of you. Thank you so much. Margaret as well. Thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Good to see you as always, Margaret. Jesse, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Laura, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Oh, don't worry. I really appreciate you, Laura. Thank you. Jesse, thank you for the $2 as well. October, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, W Hawks. As well as Brooke, thank you so much for the $5. I'm sorry to hear that. That's crazy. Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Jesse, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. And Jake, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we some W's for them in the comment section as well? I have some people to thank on YouTube real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people, everyone. Jenna as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Rangers, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I think I'm fully caught up. If I did miss your donation, I do really apologize, everyone. But I think I am fully caught up. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. We're probably pretty close to it right now. I would assume right now we're probably at like 1,800. 1,400, actually. I'm off. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
Well, honestly, I support Trump because for ICE and everything, and I also wanted to come up here and tell you that I think you turned my girlfriend into like a liberal, and she's from the Netherlands and she is illegal, and so I'm like this close to calling ICE on her if we do break up because
Okay,
I'm
you're
not a-
trolling, right? Like, why
No,
would
I'm
you
being
call
serious.
ICE on your significant other?
Well, because like I can't be with her anymore if she does turn into a liberal because she's been watching you and Dean a lot, and because
Okay,
of
so
our
just to
differences.
clarify, like an undocumented immigrant, right? You support them being in the country if they're conservative?
Well, yeah, I guess.
Okay, so you support people violating the law? By the way,
Well, if they're
can you admit you're
violating the
trolling? Can you
law,
admit you were trolling before
I'm
kicking you?
not trolling. I'm actually being super serious.
Why would you
I can't be.
call ICE on a significant other? That's incredibly manipulative and abusive. Like, this has got to
No,
be
because
troll.
I'm this close to breaking up with her because I'm pretty sure you and Dean have turned into a liberal because she's been watching you guys for like a couple of
Okay,
months
whether or
now.
not someone's liberal, let someone disagree with you. That's no big deal. Why would you be manipulative like that? If this is a real circumstance, that's incredibly abusive to say that if someone changes their political ideology because they listen to Parker and Dean, that means that you think they should be removed from the fucking country. Like, genuinely,
Well,
that's a
I'm
nuts
also
thing to
pretty
say.
sure she is watching this live as well, so she is probably hearing me saying this. And I don't think it's very like toxic or manipulative of me.
But you're literally saying you want them to be kicked out of the country if they don't do what you say. Yeah, it's quite literally
I mean,
forcing
yeah,
them.
because I want to be with somebody that has the same political views of me.
So then you could just break up with someone if they don't have the same political views as you, not say that they should be deported.
Yeah, that's why I'm like planning on. I'm like breaking up for. And
So how about this? I have a
I
question. Would you be
am I not
okay with
breaking the
men
law?
specifically dating undocumented immigrants who are women, right? Specifically, and then
wouldn't date them.
threatening them and saying if they change any views that they have or if they don't listen to them specifically, that they should be removed from the country and that they call ICE on them? Because to me, that would sound incredibly abusive to do.
Well, I wouldn't date a man. I'm a lesbian.
I'm not saying that you would. I'm saying in that context, if a man were doing this, would you see this to be wrong?
No, because I think it's
No,
right.
you wouldn't see it to be, you wouldn't see it to be wrong for a man to literally say that if you don't stay with me, if you don't agree with me politically, I'm going to call ICE on you and get you deported.
Wait, I have a question though. Am I not kind of basically breaking the law for keeping her into like the country, even though she's illegal?
I mean, you might be. I don't know.
Yeah, so I don't want to be breaking the law and keeping me.
So then why are you okay with doing that if they're conservative?
Well, I do love her a lot and everything, but because she might be changing her political views, I don't
So
want
there
to
you
be.
go. Again, you're just repeating the same talking point. It sounds like you're trolling, man. I'm just gonna go on to the next person. I just don't know. I genuinely, that's like fucking crazy to talk about anyway. Like. Yo, how old are you?
Yo, bro. Tell me.
How old are you?
18.
And what's your birth year?
My birth. If I'm 18, then I logically gotta be born in 2005.
Nice math. Logically, that makes no fucking sense. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, Parker. Do you remember me?
Nope. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
07.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
The dime.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
You know, I really like all of his border policies. I think the country's a better place. You know, better quality of life. So yeah. Yeah, I got rid of Braxton because I cashed Braxton out.
Yeah. So hold up. So you said what was the reason?
I really like his border policies. I think the economy is way better, and I think everyone has a better quality of life. So I got rid of.
You said border policy, and you think the economy is better. Okay, what's better about the economy?
How much? More jobs. Things are cheaper. Less inflation. I think everything's going.
Okay, so things are not cheaper, and we actually had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. Both of those are according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
I don't know, man. My gas has never been cheaper right now. My gas is like $2.50.
So gas has been cheaper actually in 2016, for example.
Yeah, that's not
before Trump was in office.
I'm sorry, my roommate's being a fucking asshole. I forgot that. My bad, bro. My roommate yapping.
Okay.
Say that one more time.
Yeah. So, one, we had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. Two, it's not cheaper. Things are more expensive. Trump's tariffs put upward pressure on prices that wouldn't have otherwise existed.
Mm.
So, what's better about the economy? You can't mention anything.
Economy's.
You just swiped out of the app. I can't hear you.
OG. I was texting somebody.
Did you know that we saw a similar decrease in the gas prices between 2023 to 2024 that we saw in 2024 to 2025?
Dude,
or
I have
2025 to
the cheapest gas I've ever
2026?
seen in my life right now. I have the cheapest gas I've ever seen in my life right now.
Yeah, because you're like
I have
fucking
$2.50 gas.
You're how old again?
Pal. I'm 18.
Yeah, you just started driving.
No, I didn't. I've been driving for 2 years now. It's not just started.
That
That's a
means
pretty
you
long
just
time.
started driving.
What? 2 years? 2 years is a pretty long time for driving, pal.
One second.
Okay, real quick though. This is a serious question.
One second, real quick. Hazel, I'm assuming you don't support Trump, correct?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Do you think that I'm platforming MAGA or that I'm responding to MAGA that exists? Because I think that if I didn't talk to MAGA, that I would just be putting my head in the sand.
I mean, I understand that. I do. But, like, I feel like they're a dying movement. Stop giving them a voice. At this point, what is the point? If they're not going to change their minds after we're dying in the streets and all of the horrendous things that are happening, like, are they ever going to change their minds? Like, what's the point? Just let them die out.
People still do change their minds, and it's for the midterms and for future candidates as well, right? I can't just put my head in the sand. Also, we don't know the next candidate for Republicans until we know
I'm
the
not
next.
saying put your head in the
It's gonna be
sand, but
Thomas
like
Massey.
call like your senators, you know, like do. I mean, that's what I'm doing.
Well, can't I
I'm
bring
calling
more
my governor
attention
and
to
my
that by
senators
having
every
these
day.
lives?
Huh?
Can't I bring more attention to that by having these lives?
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess you can. I don't know. I guess it just feels like it's just spreading hate sometimes. Yeah.
Okay, what could I do specifically to limit the spread of hate?
I don't know that you're doing anything wrong. It's MAGA.
Well, of course, yeah. I guess I'm trying to say that like this hate exists, and I think that the way to respond to that hate is by actively giving like a message against it, right? Instead of just like letting it be spread without a response. So I do think that responding to it's
Yeah, that's
important
fair.
because it already does exist. Is kind of my point.
I mean that's fair. That's fair. It is.
Okay.
Yeah. But
Well, I appreciate you coming up. I genuinely thought your concern was like an important thing to address. So I literally just sent you an invite to come up on the stream, and I appreciate the cordial engagement.
absolutely. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Yep. You too.
Hey Parker, real quick question. Do you think Donald Trump should have freed Larry Hoover?
I don't know who you're talking about.
You don't know who Larry Hoover is?
Mm-mm.
All right. So you know how I'm sure you know this. You know how he freed Kodak Black and a lot of like high-figured people for crime like weed crimes and stuff.
Oh, you can't.
So
So
Larry Hoover
I
got
gotta
arrested
kick you
for-
anyway. I'm sorry,
Oh
bro.
no, I'm sure.
TikTok TOS. So let's go to the next individual quick. Let's go to the next individual quick. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, bro.
And what's your birth year?
2008.
And how old are you?
18.
And what month were you born?
What month? Why you wanna know? June.
You'd be 17. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody.
Yo, Parker, you think you could guard me, little bro?
Wait, are you the Sophia that's always obsessed that comes up on the stream?
You think you could guard me, though?
Or wait, is this
Hey, how about you just pick up your elevation pen and how about you just learn how to guard? Because you know it's over for you.
Are you the Derrick Rose guy?
Huh? Me?
Yeah.
This is Sophia, little bro.
Yeah, okay. So then you do support Trump, right?
Honestly, you've been cooking people lately, so I don't know.
Okay. Okay, so
You've low-key been aura farming a little bit on the live, so I can't even lie.
okay, so like you don't support Trump anymore?
For now, nah. Nah, you can kick.
The aura farming is working, chat. I'm just kidding. I don't know what aura farming we're referencing. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here. Blueberry, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to join.
You're good. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigga.
You're disgusting. I hope you step on Legos with your bare feet. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry.
Oh, oops. As soon as they said that. Alex, thank you for the $5 for Aura. And T. Sudi, thank you so much. I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Thank you for the $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Create some W's for them in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, I hope it's good to get people before they turn into Bob. Definitely, I totally agree. I definitely think that Bob is not gonna change. Bob's gone. Bob's gone. Mary Lou could totally be changed though. Mary Lou is definitely, I feel like could be pretty close. You know what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
16.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules, everybody. 18 plus. TikTok rules, of course. See this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you very much. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Let's get this next individual up here real quick. Again, get some W's for T-Sudi in the comment section right now. As well as Linda, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said, and this is a good point, almost 60 women have died since Roe versus Wade was overturned due to lack of necessary abortion care. Sentient women, almost 500 infants have died. Sentient infants. And these are outdated numbers from last summer. Abortion is healthcare, period. Thank you so much. Please some W's for Linda in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And for the amazing statistics, tweet some W's for them in the comment section. W's for them in the comment section. Let's get this next person up here, everyone. Oh my gosh. Sorry, everyone. Give me 1 quick second. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck you, Parker. You're a fucking faggot, and fuck Dean's dead, dog.
You're disgusting. What a fucking horrible person. Let's go to the next individual. Only set a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Adam, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much for the aura farming venture. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Adam. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Adam in the comment section right now? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Is it going to be Farm Sim Kid? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? So, by the way, the people spamming that in the chat, why did you want that person to come up? What the hell? Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, nigga.
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Faggot nigger.
You're disgusting, bro. What is up with people, bro? They're so weird. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's get this next individual up here. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Nigger. Disgusting, bro. What is wrong with people, dude? Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 40. Parker, give me 2 seconds. No, give me 2 seconds.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. To just give us a quick second to get someone up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Dude, that was Screaming Fetus. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 25. JD Vance is gay.
Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 24. Can you hear me very good?
Yeah, are you driving? Actually, hell, of course they were driving. I know they are. Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes if you're on the TikTok stream. And if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It seriously helps get out to more people. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes real quick, everyone. I think right now, we're probably at, what, 1,700 now. Come on. Let me see. 1,600. We're at 1,600. We're on the route to 2,000, everybody. Look at that. All right, let's get this next individual up here real quick. We have at least 50 more minutes left on the stream, everyone. At least 50 more minutes. I probably will do a Twitch stream later. Depends on how much time I have after Dean gets on to do that. Let me see. Sorry, I was just responding to my girlfriend. She is gonna take until 4:30. Okay, we have plenty of time. We got another 4 hours until my girlfriend's gonna get back. So we got plenty of time. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
6.
Zygote? Literal zygote. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Angelina as well. Thank you for the 28 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. They said Fetus Friday today. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's Thursday, actually. It is technically Thursday. I had to check for a second. I was like, wait, is it Friday? Fetus Friday's tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of fetuses probably. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 24.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you vote for?
I would say Trump.
And are you driving?
No.
Okay,
no,
so
I'm in my house.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Well, I support Trump because, well, I mean, like, I'm a Christian, and I believe that he's a Christian too, despite what I guess most people say in the media. I don't believe he's a racist. I believe that his border security is fantastic. And I believe that personally, I mean, I guess my life experience is like, I believe my quality of life is better. Gas is cheaper. And I feel like, you know, some of the grocery prices, I guess, are a little higher, but that's with tariffs. And I think that he's, you know, our debt ratio is going down.
Nope.
And I feel like he's doing a good job, you know.
Debt is increasing. Gas prices have gone down at a similar rate that we saw between 2023 and 2024. So nothing that specifically Trump would have caused or something like that. Or you could point to that Trump caused.
Increasing by a higher rate?
Yeah, so actually Trump signed off on significantly more debt-related spending since he's been in office, both his first term and this term, by over $11 trillion of debt-related spending signed into law, which is more than $2 trillion a year of debt-related spending signed into law by Trump. Secondly, I do just want to point to the fact that I don't think quality of life is better. We've had worse job growth, in the past 4 years, unemployment increase. We had real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration. We saw real business investment decline since Trump got in office. We saw real median wages grow at a slower rate than what they did the last year of the Biden-Harris administration. So practically almost every other metric has been worse off we could point to. So I don't really see how you could say just because gas is cheaper, that means quality of life is better for everyone. I think that's a ridiculous way of pointing to that. And then also, obviously,
like
Trump is racist. I mean, his
skewed.
administration literally posted a video of Michelle and Barack Obama depicted as apes on his social media account and then said he's not apologizing for it. And then I don't think it's very Christian for him to pass a big, beautiful bill that cuts over 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. I think that's definitely not very Christian.
My thing is, dude, I think a lot of those metrics are skewed also due to deportations. The amount of people that we're deporting that have been, you know, considered citizens and been given voting rights. A lot of those metrics are skewed.
Wrong.
That's not wrong, dude. That's what's been happening.
Undocumented immigrants can't vote. Only 10 undocumented immigrants have tried to vote over the past 40 years. They put themselves at a threat of mass deportation, specifically if they do so. So I don't understand why they would even try to vote.
Made a thing, dude.
What's up?
They could mail in votes.
Mail-in votes don't allow for undocumented immigrants to vote. There's no evidence of that. Secondly, Trump voted mail-in. I voted mail-in. You know that you have to register to vote in order to be able to get one in the mail.
Voter ballot mailboxes on fire.
Yeah, two people. Wait, listen. 2 people who are registered. You cannot get a voter ballot in your mailbox unless you specifically did register to vote.
Dude, there are people that are undocumented that are 140 years old. In our
what are you talking about? No, they haven't.
Yes, they definitely have.
These are just made up. You're just making that up.
I'm not making that up.
You did.
That was all
140-year-old undocumented immigrant? What are you talking about?
and started investigating all the Social Security. And then they found people
Dude,
that were
140 would be the
years
oldest
old.
person in the world that's ever existed.
Yeah, absolutely, yes, and that's bewildering to me too. And those people were happening to turn in votes every year.
There were no
And collecting
140-year-olds that
Social
voted.
Security.
Wait, give me a single source that shows an undocumented 140-year-old voted.
You can look it up.
Yeah, you tell me. I want the source. I can't find it.
You can look. I'm not sitting in
Yeah,
front of a
it's
computer
nowhere
right
on the
now.
internet. Where did you find this?
Dude, I've seen it. It was on BBC News.
No, it
was
wasn't.
on Good Morning America. Yes, it sure was.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Yes,
Go give me
it
a
sure
title.
was.
Go give me a
And people
title.
are
Go give me a title. I'll give you time. I'll give you time. I have some
I'm
people to
telling
think.
you right
Go,
now
go,
that
go,
those were the
I'll give you
titles. You can
time.
look it up.
Sir, go ahead and look it up. There's nothing that justifies that.
Yes,
Literally.
they did. They talked about
Literally,
it.
look
There's
up
data out there.
140-year-old undocumented immigrant
There are
votes.
that it's collecting. It's being
Oh,
cleared
here's from
out.
NPR. 6
This
facts
stuff is
about
being
false
cleared
non-voting voting claims about the election. Oh, wait. There's an NPR article saying it's bullshit.
Well, then no.
You're
No.
cutting out. You're cutting out, buddy.
Hello. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah,
Can
it's,
you hear
it's
me?
lagging very badly.
Oh, damn
I
it.
did find your source, though.
All right, man. Well, I'm sorry. I do want to say that I appreciate you. If I'm cutting out, I really do appreciate you. I do think that I don't think this is a battle against like conservative versus liberal. I think this is a battle of good versus evil, and I think that coming to middle ground and having debates like this is super important. And this, I hope you can hear me. I hope I'm not cutting out. But
No, I hear you,
I think
but
it's super important.
in order for us
But
to, like, in
I
debates
just
have
wanted to say
productive
that.
dialogue, we've got to hear each other out and realize when we don't have evidence for things, we shouldn't believe things without evidence. We have got to believe what's moral. And Trump's administration does the complete opposite of that. He's called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. He's been held civilly liable of
See,
sexually
where's the
abusing a
source you're
woman.
getting that from? Is what I'm
Yeah,
curious
his
about. Where
own
is your
Truth
sources
Social.
at?
His own Truth Social. Mistress, thank you so much. I really appreciate the corky. Literally, he said he
And he's
reposted
calling
someone's
for execution.
Yes, he reposted someone calling for the HANGING of Democrats in Congress that said to not follow unspecified unlawful orders.
Well, they're unspecified and lawful orders. I mean, you're not
Yeah.
following them. So I mean,
You shouldn't follow
you should
unlawful
be able to
orders.
get. You should be reprimanded for those things.
Wait, do you agree that you should not follow unlawful orders?
No. I'm saying you should. You should definitely follow lawful orders.
No, I'm saying unlawful.
Unlawful orders from who?
From your, if you're a service member, if you get an unlawful order, you should not follow it.
Well, it's an unlawful order.
Yeah, so if it's unlawful, you should not follow it, correct?
I do agree with that. Yes.
That's what Democrats said, and they made a video saying that. That's literally all they said. They said, if you get an unlawful order, do not follow it. And Donald Trump said that they were engaging in seditious behavior, which is, under his view, punishable by death. And then he reposted someone saying HANG them, George Washington would.
Wait, I don't even what's the context behind all of this dialogue?
That's it.
That you're
That's
talking?
it. That was the full context.
Well, there has to be some more things going on there that I think we're not being told or the public's not being told.
Nope.
Because this is being skewed. Everything's skewed, man. All of this is skewed.
No, this is literally what he posted on his own social media. I'm telling you this because it's insane.
Well, I mean, okay, I hear that. I would also, okay, so like with like voting for Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
Dude, or sorry. I don't think that she would have done as good as a job because, man, she was gonna, like, these illegal immigrants, they opened the border. And I think that that's my main deal is this border policy. I don't want illegal people in my country, and it doesn't matter what, like, I'm not a racist, okay? So like it doesn't matter who they are, what color they are, anything. They could be bright purple, but if they're not here lawfully and through the port of entry, I don't want them here, and I sure as heck don't want them living off of my tax dollars.
So watch this. So, you think undocumented immigrants need to follow the law? Does Donald Trump need to follow the law when he's deporting them?
Well, I would say that they need to leave. I mean, there's
Answer the
they're
question.
here illegally,
Does
there's
Donald
really
Trump
not.
need to follow the law
To get them out of here?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're not living under law. I would say probably not. They're in that gray area. This whole situation
No,
is
so
a gray
does
area.
he need to follow the law when he deports them?
I would say, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but he hasn't been doing that. He's been allowing for
How
ICE
so?
to not use judicial warrants when searching and seizing.
Well, because they're here unlawfully. It'd be like if someone broke into your house and then the police got there and they had to provide the person who broke into your house a warrant to get them out.
Yeah, you need a warrant, and they didn't go to get a judicial
Yes, but not
warrant.
if they're there illegally. Do you hear
Wait,
how ridiculous that sounds? Someone broke into your house
Hey, dude,
and
wait, sir.
police showed up and they had to tell that person.
You're not understanding. So there's probable cause of committing a crime in that scenario.
Yes, and they're here unlawfully. That's probable cause of committing a crime.
By the way, you see that they're committing the crime. They're inside of your house, and they're literally harming you. That's personal property. We value personal property differently than we value the borders of our state or the borders of our country. Like, for example, there's no restriction between people going between Nevada and California. But I live in California. That doesn't mean people from Nevada can just come into my house. Right? We believe that borders are different than personal property, even if we have no restrictions between a border.
I don't believe that.
Which, by the way, I don't believe in no restrictions.
Coming into my house
I don't believe in no restrictions. I think that if you've been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, you shouldn't be allowed to legally enter our country, and you should be deported. And if you're specifically a murderer, someone's been convicted of that, if you've assaulted people, you should not be allowed to stay in our country. Any of those horrible crimes, you should not be able to stay in our country, or you should be deported.
But coming into this country illegally is a crime inherently. I mean, that's a crime to begin with.
I don't care.
You're coming here illegally. It's breaking the law.
Here's my thing. If someone came to the country undocumented, if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I think they should be given a pathway to citizenship. I don't really give a flying fuck that they did. Why? Because of the fact that it was a law that didn't make sense. And Donald Trump is undermining their due process rights. Donald Trump is undermining constitutionally protected rights, laws that do make sense.
No, dude, they're coming here illegally. And they're living off of your tax dollars, and you're okay with that.
They pay more into the tax system than they take from it.
That is not true at all. They
Yes,
don't
it
pay.
is.
They're undocumented, brother. They don't pay taxes.
Yes, they do. They have ITIN numbers in many of these Yes, they do.
Except when they go to the store or something, they might pay sales
They paid
tax.
over $100 billion in taxes to the federal, state, and local governments in 2022.
And they documented this with undocumented people?
Undocumented immigrants. You know they're actually
Undocumented immigrants are being documented.
Yeah, if undocumented immigrants aren't paying taxes, why is the Trump administration using their ITINs to find them, to then deport them?
Dude, they're going to these people where they're heavy anyway.
No, answer the question.
They don't have to look
Why
on a
is the Trump
report of any
administration using their tax ID numbers, their ITINs, in order to be able to find them if they're not paying taxes?
Well, if they were here illegally, maybe they were foolish enough to register to pay taxes.
Can you answer my question directly,
But I do not think all
please?
of them are doing that at all.
Not
They're going to
every
these
single
places. I mean,
I never said every single person is, but they would be to a greater extent if you provide them a legal pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the
yes,
country,
and you
then
can
they would pay
legally
even
get
more
that
into the tax system.
citizenship
So
sitting
make the
on
legal
your
process go.
front door
Listen,
at your country,
listen, sir.
not living
Listen,
off of
sir.
my tax dollars.
Yeah, so they're going to pay more into the tax system. By the way, for example, immigration over the past 30 years has led to a $14.5 trillion decrease in our deficits. Did you know that? There's a Cato Institute study that just came out that indicated that.
A cicada study.
Yeah.
I've never even heard of that. I don't know what that is. But what
the Cato
source
Institute,
is
it's
that?
a reputable source.
Okay, fair enough. And they said what? Say that again?
Yeah, they said that immigrants over the past 30 years have led to a $14.5 trillion decrease in deficits.
How so?
Well,
how were they even able to say that?
I'll tell you. We have other studies like the National Bureau of Economic Research that indicate to us that due to immigration over the past 30 years, we've seen an increase in employment rates of natural-born U.S. citizens, an increase in wages for natural-born U.S. citizens, and we also see an increase in GDP and productivity. So factoring in all of these things, what is the reason as to why we see a better indications in terms of deficits, given that more people come to our country? Well, it's
About
because
10 miles, take exit 74 towards State Highway 86.
Sorry.
Are you a passenger or are you driving? Because it sounds
I'm
like
a
you're
passenger.
driving.
No, I'm
Okay,
a passenger.
Can the driver say hi real quick?
Yep. Hey.
Okay, that works.
All right. Sorry, man. So
Yeah, so you were saying?
Well, I'm sorry. What was I saying? Or what were you saying?
I kind of forgot what I was saying because I heard that.
Take that. Oh, you're saying we're the debt deficit was lower? Is that what you said? Because
People think it was him.
you were
Chat, I
saying that
didn't
there
pay
was
attention
more,
enough to know that whether or not it was him. I'm just gonna go on to the next person. I didn't pay attention enough. And then, to be totally honest, I couldn't. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people as always. Hello, Panda. Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Hello, Panda. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for them in the comment section. Thank you. Make sure to show them some support in the comment section. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen the TikTok screen if you're on YouTube. Again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. As always, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I am under 18. I just want to say you're awesome, man.
Appreciate you very much. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listen the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. I think we just probably passed 2,000. Let me check. Or actually, no, we're at 1,800. Okay. We still got a way to go to 3,000. A way to go to 3,000. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube or if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. Everyone tap that screen as many times as you possibly can. Yo, what's up? Oh, let's get this next individual up here. Give us a quick second. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second. Sam, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know if it'd be possible to test that one, though. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
98.
And what month?
March. 5th of March, 1998.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
At this point, Trump.
Okay. What state do you live in?
Sorry?
What state do you live
in? I'm not in the US.
Okay. We are just looking for some people who meet that criteria. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listen the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
And do you support Trump? They didn't sound like they were old enough anyway. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Daniel, thank you so much for the $2, by the way. Thank you. Tom, thank you for the $15 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
No.
We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. I remember back in 2024 when Jeannie asked me if I would rather have a stagnant job growth, cost scope, and Fourth Amendment rights, or less scary immigrants. I wish that Jeannie understood sarcasm. Well, thank you so much, Tom. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you. E, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you so much on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said, thank you for fighting the zombie plague. The walking brain dead are the worst. Jesus Christ. Mel, thank you so much for the $13. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I got you, though. Thank you so much. W's for Mel in the comment section right now. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Dean.
How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay. One, my name is Parker. Two, why do you support Trump?
Fuck. That's my bad. Just like the I'm stuttering.
They left. Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Again, listen on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. I do apologize, everyone. I'm sorry, everyone. I wish I could get some debates quicker. It does take a second to get some people up here to them. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
What's your birth year?
What?
What's your birth year?
2008.
In what month?
February.
What day?
February.
What day?
February.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 40, bro. I was born in 1966.
Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how's it going? I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I did in his last term. I'm still 50-50 in his
Election
current
were
term.
held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'm still leaning on Trump.
Okay. Already, why?
I'd just say because mainly, I mean, I'm going into the military field, so, I mean, he has definitely... The thing that makes me 50-50 is he's made the military stronger with, obviously, funding and stuff like that and the structure of it, but he's also got into conflicts that we could have avoided.
Okay. So, like what?
Just like involving ourselves in like current world affairs that we could have, probably mitigated the amount of troops that we were sending over or the funding. The main funding with whenever the Ukraine situation popped off.
Wait, repeat what you just said. Sorry, one more time. Sorry, I read something from my girlfriend.
I'd say for like mainly the funding part, there's like a few times where we could have, I guess, mitigated how much we were getting involved in other like world affairs.
Could you just be specific?
Funding to Ukraine.
Yeah, so you don't think we should have funded Ukraine?
Not to the extent of what we were doing.
Okay. So if your view is that we shouldn't have funded Ukraine to the extent that we did, you're saying that you would prefer a world where Russia owns Ukraine?
I mean, at the same time, that's the thing that I'm in the gray area for, because it's obviously Ukraine is a very high resource place in the world, but at the same time, I don't really believe making another superpower, hate another superpower over a resource ally.
I mean, I already think
is really
Russia
the
hates
best.
us.
Yeah, I mean, but that was also kind of influenced on the Joe Biden part. Whenever it was in Joe Biden's term, we didn't really have the best relation with Russia at the time, with how Putin distinctively said that we were an enemy.
Okay, so I mean, this already existed. So I don't know how you're saying that Trump specifically is going to change. That you think Trump's going to make Putin a friend?
I mean, in his first term, he was definitely on better terms than Joe Biden was in his term with.
So
with
what does that
Putin
mean?
and Russia.
How does that impact people?
I mean, it would definitely impact the threat of having another war start. I mean, and being
Really?
able
How
to
so?
when we're
How so? You think war is less likely to happen because Trump is in office? Is that what you're saying?
yes, because I believe that he has higher negotiation power than whenever Joe Biden was in office.
How so?
Just off of kind of the evidence towards the relation that Putin had in his first term and how cooperative they were with each other.
Yeah, and tell us, what did we specifically get out of it that shows you that?
I mean, I wouldn't say you have to like get something out of it at the time, but I mean, you're getting like that neutral kind of standpoint with each other where you're not hating each other. I mean, you're just two world leaders, but at this point now we're
don't want to hate Russia, is what your view is? Like, I definitely think we should have stand strong against Russia, and we'd force them into submission.
So you believe that we shouldn't?
Yeah, I believe we should have defended Ukraine. Absolutely.
Why is that?
Why? Because we signed an agreement called the Budapest Memorandum. I think they should have been a part of NATO, and I think that would have prevented this war in the first place.
Okay, I could see how that. Yeah, I can see how your point would definitely stand on that. All right. Well, that's really all I had on that. I appreciate it.
So, do you still support Trump?
I'm 50-50 with it.
Okay, is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I mean, I feel like if there was like, yeah, the Obama thing definitely, like at first I was like, oh well, shit, that's not really a best thing to be posting, especially, and it's not really a good sign of him not being racist. But I'm one of those people where it's like, I don't know, I just kind of like, I'd rather have him physically say it over the news or something, like where it's just blatant. Because I mean, with the defense right now is
You'd rather
that,
him be racist blatantly?
well, I'm saying for me to believe it, I would rather him not be racist at all. Like, I mean, I wouldn't want anybody to be racist. But like for me to believe something, I don't know. I just need like a little bit harder evidence than that.
What evidence do you need?
I don't know. I just feel like something like I don't know, just kind of he just like he says it, or it's just something where it's like that you can't really like rebuttal that with anything and say that, oh, he wasn't meaning in a different way.
I mean, this is one of the most historical examples of racism used towards Black Americans, depicting them as not human, as apes, like specifically. Like, I'm sorry, like you don't know that this is a historical racial trope that's existed towards Black people to disenfranchise them and to be racist towards them.
Yeah, I definitely I understand that, but I mean at the same time, what they're defending is that it was just basically like trying to make fun of them, not on a racial scale. I don't know. I mean, I understand.
I think that's clearly like racist. I don't understand how you don't see that as racist.
I feel like I know that like that description, it, like obviously the animals that they used and stuff like that is in history described as being racist, but I mean there was rebuttals made that it wasn't anything about race, and it was morally just, I guess, making fun of them, not on a racial scale.
Okay, so then how is it making fun of them?
Again, that's just what they said. I mean, I couldn't tell you what they were making fun of about.
So to clarify, like, I think that's not acceptable to make fun of Black people by trying to make them look like apes. I think that's racist.
If that is what derived, like that's what they're trying to do, but
That's
what
exactly
their
what
standpoint
happened.
what their standpoint on it was, they were saying that it wasn't based on their race. It was just,
Dude, it clearly is. I mean, are you just gonna like be the most naive person ever? Dude, he can do anything
I
at
don't
this
know.
point, and you guys will believe it's just incompetence or it's just like them not intentionally doing it. Come on, dude.
I don't
Like
know. I mean, I'm just,
this is so obvious that he's lying to you.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I give people the benefit of the doubt a lot.
Yeah, and you're doing so unjustly now because he's taking advantage of you doing that. So people who are manipulative will take advantage of you doing that. That's what I'm telling you. And that's what he's doing.
Can I get like a, I don't know, this could like change my, I guess my take on it. Like, could I get like another, I guess, like more definitive like example of him being racist?
Yeah, he did red to black people in the 1970s. Called for the execution of the Central Park Five, even though they were exonerated based on DNA evidence. He said that Barack Obama was born in Kenya to undermine him being president of the United States when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States. He said Kamala Harris turned black, meaning she wasn't black prior.
Okay. Yeah. I can definitely agree with how
He said
that
ICE is
inherently
allowing
racist.
to racially profile people, like literally, blatantly.
I
He's
mean,
undermining history, specifically where we just talk about racism.
I mean, with the whole ICE situation, I mean, I definitely think that the measures, the extents that they're going to, the methods they're going to is not just. But I mean, if you go by statistics of the races or ethnic backgrounds that are illegal immigrants in the United States, it's mostly Hispanic. So I don't really believe that that's racially motivated. I just believe that that's off of the statistics
That
of
doesn't mean that you can
the
just go up to
individual.
someone who is Hispanic and question their citizenship.
I definitely don't agree with the methods that are being used. I don't agree with the methods that are being used.
Like for example, 90% of violent crime is committed by men. Does that mean you can just go up to men and ask them and like question them and detain them because you think that they possibly committed a crime? Because over 90% of crime that is violent is committed by men.
Yeah, that would be pretty illogical to do. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. You made me kind of think differently a little bit, so I appreciate it.
All right. Appreciate you coming in.
Of course. Bye.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. We're going to be live for at least the next 15 minutes, and honestly, until Dean hops on live. Whenever Dean hops on live, I'll send everyone over to them or over to Dean. I'll probably post my videos and then just do a Twitch stream myself. That's probably what I'll end up doing. My Twitch is Parker. Get a job, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
46.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
And are you driving?
No.
I think you're connected to Bluetooth right now. Is there a way you could turn off your Bluetooth real quick?
Yeah, I have to re-request, but can you make sure you accept me, please, if I
Yeah.
re-request?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. All right.
For sure. Alrighty. While they send a request back, I'll make sure to thank some people. Mr. McSkittles, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for wow. It's almost like 80 to 85% of the world population isn't white. Crazy, huh? I know, right? Doug, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. They said we did not fund Ukraine. We sent them our older weapons, which we would have to dispose of anyway, which is required for us to build new, actually stimulating our manufacturing. True. Technically, like what they mean by fund Ukraine is that we provided like stuff that was of value to them. So that's that. You know, I engage with it based on how they're using the term, not necessarily based on how I would use the term in that context, but because I don't feel the need to dispute it there. Tom, thank you so much for the $10. By the way, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I didn't even seen that. Tom, make sure to send me that. I would love to see because I haven't even seen Trump claim that. I need to see that. Jordan, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I can't. That is a day I can't. It's actually my girlfriend's birthday, so I definitely cannot. show up to be a speaker there that day, but I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Vicky, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much, Vicky. I appreciate it. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Leah, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I actually did do that. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Casey, thank you so much for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section as well. I have some people to thank over on YouTube, but let's make sure to get this next person, or get the person who was just up here again. Angelina, again, thank you for the $14. Thank you so much. You're good. Don't worry. As well as Animesh, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $2. Thank you. They said breaking news: Andrew released. Was he actually? I'll have to look and see that because I haven't seen that yet. And then Zachy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. If you want to support me, so yeah, I know she literally undocumented immigrants get inhumane treatment, literally get sent to CCOT, but then Maxwell gets to go to like a resort grade prison. Literally, like what the fuck? Genuinely, they treat PDFs better than undocumented immigrants. Monty, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Honestly, it's close enough, so maybe I would. Maybe I would. And especially during election time, like midterms and stuff, that's a good area to go to. So I definitely think I would. But I would never like say where I'm going beforehand. I don't want to like get murdered, literally. Like I will never like do that probably, or unless there's like lots of security. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
And if what's your birth year?
2007.
2007. What month?
November.
Okay. Election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I just think he's like gangster as shit.
Are you trolling?
No, I'm being serious. I just think he's like tough. Like when I think of like a Republican, I think like of like a tough person. When I think of liberal, I just think of like a baby, you know?
Why?
I just think they're like soft, you know? Like you guys want to like get rid of guns and shit. And like that's like tough.
Okay. I mean, did we call for the execution of our political opponents because they said something that we didn't like?
Wait, what? You lagged out for a second. What did you say?
Hector, think of the galaxy. Did we call for the execution of our political opponents because they said to follow the law? And to not follow
I don't
unlawful
know,
orders?
but if we did, that's just tough as shit.
That's not tough. That's soft. That's being soft because we hurt his feelings.
How's that soft? You guys are like we should have like a war, I think. Like, you know, like the dude that like debated Charlie Kirk in Idaho? He was like, we should do like an old fashioned fist fight.
No. But can I ask you, what does it mean? What does it mean to be soft?
Like you just like act like a girl, like a pussy.
Act like a girl. Okay, so
yeah, girls are soft.
why are you
Like,
trying to
men should run this
associate? Why are you trying to associate women with being soft?
Because they are. They're soft like a baby's butt. Like.
Is this your best troll, man?
No one's trolling. I'm being serious, bro. Wait, I have a question.
Why are you
what
weird?
What do you think of the Epstein file?
Why are you weird like this? Do you think it's funny to like engage in misogyny? Do you think it's funny to engage in misogyny? To try to associate like women with being weak? Because I'm just gonna let you know, every woman I've ever known in my life is a hell of a lot stronger than you could ever be.
Oh, you think that?
Yeah.
Every woman?
Every single
I'm
woman.
right now, bro. Like if I was like versing Kamala, bro, I'd knock her out, bro. She is soft.
So you're not actually giving a reason. You're just saying it because she's a woman.
Okay, wait. I actually have a question, like a serious question about the Epstein files, right? So like Epstein has been like.
Instead of trembling real quick, can you just like go back to the point that we were just talking about instead of pivoting?
Okay. Sorry. Go.
Do you remember what we were talking about?
Yeah, we were talking about how liberals are soft and Republicans
You're saying
are tough.
that you're saying liberals are soft because they act like women, and then you said women are soft because they're
100%.
women. So I'm asking, what about a woman is soft?
Their skin.
No, can you be real here? Mostly everyone's
How
skin's
is that
soft.
not real? Is that not real? Well, women put like lotion on and stuff, so that makes them softer.
Men also do too. Apparently, you don't do self-care.
Do you put lotion on, like on your arms and shit?
Yeah, when I need it, yeah.
You do? Well, you look
when
feminine,
I need it.
so that makes sense. Do you take estrogen too?
No, I don't.
That's
Is
surprising.
this
I
the
can't
best
even
you
lie.
got, man?
Best I got? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Do you put down women because it
tell
makes
me
you feel
tell me
better
why
about
you support
yourself?
Kamala.
Wait. I'm
Tell me
asking
why
you.
you support
Do
Kamala.
you put down women to make yourself feel better?
100%.
Yeah, that's not being a strong, tough man. That's called being soft. You're soft that
That's
you
called being
literally
soft?
have to make fun of women and put women down in order to make yourself feel better as a person. That's
No,
being as
I
soft
feel
as you
great.
possibly
I feel
can.
absolutely amazing. I want you to know that.
Yeah, and you're soft as fuck, bro.
I'm soft.
Yeah, you are.
Do you want to fight me?
No, I wouldn't fight you.
Yeah, can I beat
I'm
your
not a
ass?
caveman.
Yeah. Oh, I can clearly tell. You're like a femboy.
Was that supposed to be like an own?
What the fuck's an own? I just
I
roasted your
have a
ass.
question. What's wrong with men being feminine?
What? Say what you just said again, and then ask me that. Wait,
Yeah,
say it again.
what's wrong with men being feminine?
Are you listening? They're men. We're not women.
Okay, so you're saying that men cannot have any feminine characteristics and women cannot have any masculine characteristics. That's what you're saying?
No, I never said any characteristics because I think that we have like same, like we have the
Do
same
you have
eyes,
feminine
and you agreed that.
characteristics?
No, not at all.
You have no feminine characteristics.
No, give me one, and I'll tell you if I have it or not.
A feminine characteristic?
Yeah,
Being
and I'll
smart.
let you know if I have it. Nope, I'm not that.
Oh, true.
Okay, so next, give me another one. You thought you were smart with that, but you weren't. Next. You thought you were tough with that, and you're not.
How will
You're
this?
soft
How will
little
this?
pussy.
Compassion.
I'm tough. I'm a man, and
How will
I'm
this?
tough.
How will this? How will
You're
this?
just a little pussy.
Compassion.
What does that say? Can you tell me what compassion is?
You don't know what compassion is?
No, I just want you to give me your definition of it.
No, I'm asking
Because
you.
you like to like bait people into saying something because you have a different definition of it. So I want to know like what you think of that. What are you?
I'll
is your
accept any definition
that?
of compassion you want to tell me. What is the way you use it? I don't really
like
have a dispute on compassion.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I would say I have compassion. Actually, no, low key don't.
So
I know
then
I don't.
it sounds like you're feminine then.
No, I said I don't. Girls
You don't have any compassion.
for things. No, not at all. Because I'm tough.
So you can be tough and
Yeah,
have
I'm making you
compassion,
laugh,
right?
and it's working. What?
You can be tough and have compassion, right? Hey, can you turn your camera on?
No, because then that's like a feminine thing.
Hey, can you turn your camera on?
I'm in class, so I can't.
One, you're not in class right now, and two, it sounds like you're being a coward.
Who's being a coward?
You.
I'm making fun of you.
Doesn't sound very tough.
Who's being a coward?
You don't sound very tough. You don't sound very tough right now when you go and turn your camera on. Also, by the way, you're in
you look
class.
like a
Wait,
femboy.
I have a question. What grade are you in?
Me? I'm a senior.
You're a
I'm
senior.
in government right now. You want to talk to my teacher?
You're a senior in high school?
Yeah, I can be 18 and a senior in high school.
And what's your birth year?
2007, November. Stop trying to be smart. I'm 18, little bro.
I'm 18, little bro. I still think you're a troll, though. I'm going to kick you. Bye-bye, buddy.
All right.
Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes here on TikTok, everyone. Violent behaviors and criminal activities policy. What? I just got the weirdest flag, bro. Tyson, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. Oh, I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Tyson and some support for Tyson in the comment section. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $10. Isabel, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Madi as well. Thank you for the $4.20. Oh, you're not insensitive at all. Don't worry. You weren't being insensitive at all, Madi. Tom as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Pierce, thank you for the $5 as well. Let's go to the next individual. Alrighty. We're going to be live until Dean hops on, everyone. I don't know when Dean's going to hop on, but it will be a bit until he hops on. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 22.
And do you support Trump?
No, I mean, I used to, but not right now.
Well, I'm glad that you don't anymore. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Dang. What's up, Parker? I'm 20.
And do you support Trump?
2005. I do support Trump.
Election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you vote for?
Trump, of course.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I liked all of his immigration policies.
Such as?
Shutting down the border.
Okay. Why? What particular policy shut down the border?
Man, I'm not a very good fucker. I'm not very good with politics, man. Can you like, how do you know all these politics? Because I don't know if I can name all of them at once.
You don't have to name all of them. I'm just asking for one. Like, name a single border policy that Trump passed that you like?
Gas prices.
You're trolling.
I'm not trolling.
Adam, that's not a border policy.
I know.
So can you give me a border policy that Trump passed that you
I
like?
don't know a border policy. That's why.
So then how can you say that you like his immigration policy if you don't know what it is?
I mean, I just go off what my dad believes. He thinks Trump's a better president.
Okay. So you shouldn't just go based upon what your dad believes, because does your dad believe anything that you think is wrong?
I mean, he thinks that Trump's a good president for the United States.
Does your dad believe anything that you consider to be wrong? Like, do you
No.
disagree at all?
I don't disagree.
You don't disagree with your dad at all?
No, I agree with what he believes in, and obviously I'm gonna support that. What? What's so
I'm
funny?
kicking
I don't
you.
understand. What?
Dan, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. 2 W's for Daniel or Dan in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $25. No disagreements at all. Really? Oh, I found GG.
Hello.
Sorry, I
Is that
apologize.
better?
Apologize. It took me a second to get you back up here. Already.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
you're
it's
okay.
way better. Way better. Why do you support Trump?
Okay. Well, this is the thing. I used to be a non-Trump person. I didn't like Trump. And it really came down to and I know you don't agree with this either, but it came down to men being allowed to be so-called women now and vice versa. I did agree with, the border control, locking down, the Mexican border, the catch and release, letting go of that. I just feel like, I know a lot of people feel like immigrants are welcome here, and I'm not saying that I don't feel like they are. But I do feel like we need to fix, the way that people are able to enter and not make it as hard. I totally agree with that. But at the same time, can we agree that we have to have some kind of border control, though?
Yeah, I think that we should be going after people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes disproportionately. I do think that the Trump administration is not doing exactly what I would like. I think that they're violating people's constitutionally protected due process rights to a greater extent. I do think that also that we need to focus on providing a pathway to citizenship for those that are in the country undocumented who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, rather than advocating to deport them. I think that would be significantly more preferable in terms of addressing the conditions of the border, because it will allow for border enforcement to focus on those that have actually committed violent crimes and bad crimes and are a threat to the safety and security of our population, rather than people who are just here for a better life. So that's the focus, is that we need to make the legal process go quicker, right? And because the legal process hasn't been quick enough, many people who would have otherwise gone through the legal process have come through the process undocumented. So we just need to, while we have a transitionary period, we need to allow for a legal process for those that have come into the country undocumented. That doesn't mean that we never are going to enforce any type of immigration law. It just means that we need to have a transitionary process till we have a quicker legal immigration process, specifically, which would then incentivize people just to go through the legal process, and instead they wouldn't try to come to the country undocumented if they're just coming here for a better life.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that 100%, with the process being, but like, so the thing is though, with the millions of people that just came here, like, how would we even do that? Like, what would that even look like with all the people that are here? I mean, I don't know. I just feel like everybody just hates each other right now, and it's so sad. And I think that not everybody feels like me, because everybody is like just gung-ho with whatever happens, and that's not how I feel. like I support Trump, like I said, with some of the things. I don't agree with everything, but I also don't agree that everybody is so against each other right now, and that's sad to me. And there has to be a way that we could come back together just as a nation and just as people, you know what I mean? And I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna fix it if everybody just fights and screams and yells and you know what I mean? Like
Well,
I don't know how we would fix that.
we had a bipartisan border bill, and Donald Trump said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails," because he called people in Congress to undermine that bill. He literally prides himself off of dividing the country. He called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. He called Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor and kicked her out of the movement because she wanted the release of the Epstein files. He wants people to be 100% in alignment with him, and if you aren't 100% in alignment with him, he will kick you out.
I mean, I get that. I get what you're saying, but can I ask you, what do you think it would have looked like, just let's just say Kamala had one. Like what do you think? Oh, how yeah, okay. But what do you think, like, just with the things that she believed and stuff like that? Are you supportive of men in women's sports and in women's spaces?
Well, I think trans women are women. And I do think that trans women, after multiple years of HRT, have no particular unfair advantages that would like make it so that they are like dominating in these particular sports. Also, it's a complete non-issue. Like there literally just aren't trans people dominating in these sports, so it's nothing to address. And then in terms of trans women are not a threat to cis women in any of these particular spaces, right? It's not trans women that would be the threat. It would be cis men portraying themselves, right, as trans in order to be able to get in these spaces. But that would be a bigger threat if you focus people to go like into these bathrooms based upon their biological sex and not their gender identity, because trans men then would be forced to go into the women's restroom, and they're more masculine presenting. So cis men would just be able to portray themselves as trans men, claim that they're trans men. And what are you going to do? Like literally you have to like check documents before you go into the bathroom, or check biological sex characteristics, or like I don't understand how that would be determined specifically in the context of these situations. So obviously cis men would be able to portray themselves as trans men, and they wouldn't even have to change their presentation to be able to do that. So if the whole issue is about cis men, whether or not they're likely to commit these particular types of violence because they're likely to commit violence against women, well then, again, the best way to address that is to allow for trans people to go into areas specifically based upon their particular identities, because they're going to do so based upon their presentation and what's safe for them in the context. All right. And again, also take into consideration that, one, Donald Trump has literally bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. I just don't know how you could care specifically about this, and then while simultaneously are willing to support Trump, even though he's admitted to doing this himself in a sexualized manner.
Because I do care, because I'm a woman, and I find it insulting. And this is just my opinion, okay? I don't want to offend anybody, because I believe you could be whoever you want to be. Like I totally believe that. But you have to understand, from a woman's point of view, when you hear, trans women talk about they have their periods and they're just as much of a woman as you are, and things like that, like, to me, that's insulting. And
Why?
some people just aren't comfortable, because all trans women don't look like women, though, Parker. They
I have a
just
question.
don't.
Why is that insulting to you?
Why is that insulting? Because I'm a woman and I deal with those things.
I'm a man.
I bleed
Okay.
7 days out of the month and feel
Wait.
like my insides are gonna fall out. And
Wait, let me
I feel like
clarify.
I take pride in being a woman.
Yeah. Do all women have periods?
No, but they're supposed to. That's how we were made.
Okay,
But
so
because
so
they're
so
broken doesn't.
so do you think women who don't have periods are less of a woman than you?
No, I didn't say that. No.
So then my point is that,
But
like,
that also doesn't.
go ahead.
That also doesn't make me accept that a man thinks that they're a woman. It just doesn't. I
But
mean,
that's
can
not
you
what we're
tell
claiming.
me?
We're claiming trans women are women. And I also don't think someone's broken specifically if they don't have a period. I don't think that they're broken specifically if they don't meet the particular norms that you're classifying with someone's certain types of biological sex characteristics. That doesn't make them
Well, we
broken
can
at all.
agree that women were created to bear children, right?
I don't believe that there's a God. I don't believe that we were created for a certain type of function.
You don't believe
I
that
believe
there's
that
a
we
God?
happen to have characteristics and that allowed for survival, and that's why we exist in this manner. That does not mean it necessarily should be a certain way. That's just descriptively speaking what happened based upon evolution.
Wait, hold on a second. Did you just say you don't believe there is a God?
Yeah, I don't believe there's a God.
Oh, I never knew that about you. Interesting.
I'm an agnostic atheist, so I don't know what the
So
causes
how
of
do
the
you think we
universe, and I
got
don't believe
here?
it's a God. I don't know.
So
Like,
how do you feel like we got here, Parker?
Well, I believe in like the Big Bang, abiogenesis, evolution, planetary evolution, things like that, but I don't know what came prior to the Big Bang. I'm an agnostic.
Well, that makes a little more sense on why you believe what you believe, but at the same time, you know, do you know the town where I'm from? That there was 2 young high school girls, and I know their names, but I'm not going to release their names. But they literally dropped out of high school because they were being forced to share locker rooms with these young trans people. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with people feeling uncomfortable and that being okay?
So my view is that there should be, in the context of changing situations, there should be individualized changing areas that you can change inside of, that everyone has access to, that are completely secure. I didn't like that when I was in high school. I had to change around other men, right? Like, or not men. We were boys at that time, right? That was uncomfortable, and I was incredibly uncomfortable. So I would love for there to be individualized changing areas when you need to change in that type of way that people have access to everywhere where they are going to be changing, especially children. Okay, so I think that actually addresses that concern completely.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Because like I said, like I don't have a problem with people being who they want to be. I just don't. But I feel like everybody should be able to feel comfortable in not one person's feelings or what they believe be more important than the next. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so like again, individualized changing rooms is the best way to address that situation. And also, we have to consider what's going to affect trans people as well. And also, like, uncomfortability is not necessarily the only standard, because plenty of white women specifically claimed that, right, during segregation time, specifically as a reason as to why they didn't want black women, specifically within the context of their bathrooms, because they claimed that they were quote-unquote uncomfortable. But that's not an argument just because of uncomfortability within that respect, right? So we do have to consider all of those things, right?
Yeah, for sure. Do you agree that we need to like don't you feel like the race thing is like almost coming back way worse than even like when I was in the 90s, right? Because I told you I'm 46. So like in the 90s, I feel like racism was like almost obsolete, and I feel like it's almost coming back again.
Okay, so for many people who especially people who are black specifically, they knew that racism was not obsolete in the 90s. It still isn't obsolete today. It still exists, right? It's still something that's prevalent, and it still impacts people. It might exist in different ways than it existed historically speaking, but it is still prevalent, and it still does exist, and it is being made worse specifically by people like Trump, is what I would say.
Yeah, my son is black, so I mean, I've seen racism firsthand, like don't get me wrong, but I feel like now just because I feel like the world is at war with each other, that it's just become like I don't want to say a big thing again, because I don't want to take anything away from it, like it's not existed, you know what I mean? But I just feel like, and maybe you're right, I don't know. But I just wish that there was a way, like someone like you have such a big platform and you have such a big voice. I just feel like someone like you could like help people come to some common ground and to some understanding where the world everybody just doesn't hate each other, because that's where we are right now. And I feel like people are entitled to their opinions and their feelings and etc. But I don't know. I don't know.
So here's my
I
point.
just wish that there was a way that we.
You can finish. Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, you're okay. I just wish that there was a way that we could all be okay again, because I'm 46 years old and I've never seen the world look like it does today.
Well, there's a few things I have for this. If we want to come to a common ground, we have to come to a common ground on something that makes sense, right? Like there needs to be evidence, there needs to be reason, there needs to be good values, and that can make us come together. Obviously, with the fact that there are bad values in the world that we live in, we have to distance ourselves from bad values, right? From values that harm people. So there is a sort of dividing from bad things and from hatred that is relevant that we need to do. That's why I say we need to, like, for example, stop supporting people like Trump. And I hate to sound very partisan, because I can see how it can come off from that way, whether it be someone who's apolitical or someone who's on the right, specifically in terms of me saying this because I'm a liberal. Donald Trump is a huge cause of greater levels of division. Right? He is explicitly called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. He says that he hates his enemy. He calls us the enemy within. He says that Antifa, anyone who's just anti-fascist, is a domestic terrorist. He said that the New York Times questioning his cognitive health, right, which obviously his cognitive health should be questioned at the position he is, and literally what he's been doing recently, especially, is engaging in seditious behavior, perhaps even treasonous behavior, right? Like it's getting to a point where he's becoming such a limitation for us to be able to come together and for us to be able to compromise and work together, right? That it's literally causing the country to have more division. So I understand the point that you're talking about, of the fact that it feels like, especially now, there's more division than there has been in the past. Now, that doesn't mean everything has necessarily completely gotten better. Racism is still prevalent, right? Misogyny is still prevalent. Plenty of other types of bigotry are incredibly still prevalent within our society. But you have noticed there is less unity in being able to address these things, or being able to set aside our differences and being able to communicate with each other and feel heard by each other's side, and to feel okay with engaging with each other. And why is that? It's because Trump is undermining people's constitution protecting rights. He's undermining our democracy, our rule of law, right? Our core fundamental American values. And when he does that, that turns people from literally just being like, oh, we can have our disagreements on economics or something, to they're undermining fundamental human rights. Right? And like, he's actively done so himself. He's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He's bragged about grabbing women's vagina without asking, which is sexual assault. He's bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. Hell, there was a credible accusation that just came out in the Epstein files against Trump, right, that a investigative reporter identified, where specifically they were determined to be a credible accuser by the federal government because they got a settlement with the Epstein estate, and they also accused Trump of SA and assault.
Yeah, but none of that was founded to be true, though, right?
No, well, then why is the Trump administration deleting, right, reports specifically, or what's it called, deleting records associated with the interviews about the allegations? And why are they not releasing the rest of the files?
I didn't know things were being deleted. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, the DOJ,
honestly,
the DOJ was caught deleting literally reports associated with the interviews about Trump and his allegations in this situation.
Yeah, but do you know how many people? That's the thing, though. It's not just Trump, though. All the stuff that was on there, the stuff that's happening, just from I'm just gonna say politicians in general, though, or not even politicians, just higher up, wealthy people, and how we allow the world to be ran, because ultimately we the people are allowing it, because they're the ones that are in control. So I think it's way worse than even just Trump, honestly.
I don't dispute you. I don't disagree that it's not just Trump. I actually think that's an important distinction to make, is that it's not just Trump. But the claim I would make is that Trump makes it significantly worse. And he normalizes it to a significantly greater extent, whether it be on the left or the right. So if you ultimately want to cause more unity, I would say it's almost necessary to put aside people like Trump. That doesn't mean you have to stop being a Republican or put away conservative values as a whole, but it does mean that people like Donald Trump don't represent those values if you consider unity, right, respect, right, to be one of those virtues, or to be two of those virtues.
Yeah. I don't know why you guys are being so mean in the chat. I'm just genuinely having a conversation. But I just, I'm not the smartest person, okay? I don't know everything about politics, and I'm not going to claim to. But what I do know is I don't like the way that the world is. I don't like that there's so much division and hatred. Either way, I'm not just pointing fingers at one person, right? I'm just saying as a whole. And I don't know. I don't know what I guess I'm trying to say. I just hope that someday that there can be some change and we could be okay again to a certain extent, whatever okay is and whatever that looks like, I guess.
And if that means putting down the MAGA hat, would you say that you would do that?
Definitely, 100%.
And then why don't we start doing that now? Because genuinely, like, we want to come together as a country. That specifically me. I would love to. But we have to come together on facts, on evidence, on reason. We have to come together on good values. And that stands against Trump, right? Like, I don't know how to frame any worldview around that if it includes Trump being good or Trump being someone that we should support.
Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely hear you. I do. And like I said, I leaned towards Trump because of my other beliefs, like I said, about mainly, and I'm just going to be 100% honest with the transgender stuff. I mean, that was a big thing for me. I have small grandchildren, and I just...
Can I ask you a question?
It's a scary thought to think of what, that's it. And I'm not trying to be mean.
I don't know how it could be scary that, like, someone could potentially be trans or someone could potentially be gay, for example. But, like, the question I would ask you is, what policy did Kamala Harris advocate for that relates to trans people that was scary to you?
I guess maybe scary wasn't the right word, but maybe just the change of things. And being comfortable with how things were different. The world has always been men are men and women are women. So when you have to share a space with something that's just different to everybody, or maybe not everybody, but to me, okay, but allowing like trans women to change their birth marker, just different stuff like that. Not knowing if people are genuinely transgender or if it's just, I mean, we have to be honest that, as you would say,
So your issue is that you can't tell if someone's trans.
No, because I know where you're going to go with that. I know exactly where
No,
you're going to go.
I'm not going anywhere with that. I'm just asking you, like, genuinely, that was a question. I wasn't going anywhere. It wasn't
No,
leading anywhere.
and I guess it's more intentions, but and that could go either way. You can't tell if people are good or bad just by looking at them. I get that, and that's not what I mean. It's just, it's different. Okay, it's different, and it's something that people aren't used to.
So
and I'm just being honest.
Here's kind of what I have to say. Is I think that MAGA is too focused on the wrong 1%. They're focused on the undocumented immigrants, the trans people, and they're not focused on the billionaires and the corporations and the elite that are getting massive tax breaks in the context of all the policies the Trump administration supports. They're deregulating them massively so that they can control more while you control less, so that they can have more influence while you have less. So I think you're focused on the wrong 1%. They use other 1% such as trans people and such as undocumented immigrants to distract you away from the real evil of the society that we live in, is literally the pedophile billionaires that are being protected in the Epstein files.
I agree.
Literally.
100%. I agree with that. Like, I don't disagree with that. I don't. And that's why I'm saying, like, I don't know. I guess I don't want to sound stupid because you got freaking 9,000 people in here and I don't want to sound dumb, but I'm just trying to be real and honest, and I want to be accepting. I want the world to be okay. And I know that people are like, oh, well, you support Trump. And maybe I just don't know enough. Maybe I just don't know enough. And I'm willing to admit that. Like, I don't have a problem admitting that.
Yeah, it
So,
could just be like a difference in information. That's why these lives are so relevant, is because a lot of people hear a certain type of narrative from the right. They hear a certain type of story. And when it's framed in that certain type of story, they empathize with it being true. And I understand that. I grew up in a conservative Christian household. I used to be a Trump supporter when I was in high school. And I think that due to the fact that I was misinformed, it led me to those particular types of understandings. But what I did was I talked to people. I had conversations. I educated myself. I involved myself with politics. And the more that I did so, the more that I saw the contradictions, the issues, the hatred, the disrespect of the Trump administration that clearly goes against virtues that I've always had in my life, like taking care of our community, being there for each other, wanting the best for everyone, ensuring that people don't literally have medical debt that they can't afford, right? To the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Right, for individuals that are at unaffordable levels, just because they literally had something happen to them that could happen to anyone. Any one of us, that could happen to us. That could happen to us. That could happen to one of our siblings, one of our parents, one of our kids, one of our grandparents. It could happen to anyone in our family, right? And the fact of the matter is, I want no one to have to deal with that, where there's going to be a situation where them or their family members are going to go bankrupt because of something that they had utterly no control over.
I agree. I do.
And I just don't think Trump has anything to address that. He didn't have a single plan for healthcare running almost 10 years running for president of the United States. It's one of the biggest issues in this country. And he would yet talk about it none at all. And we're so focused on all the horrible things that Trump has done that we're not even able to talk about the fact that there are literally 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance. We're not able to talk about the fact that we spend almost twice as much per individual than other nations around the world that are comparable in terms of OECD countries, right? And we have worse average health outcomes. We're not even able to talk about that because we're so focused on all these other things. What's that?
I don't even have health insurance. I can't afford health insurance.
It affects you directly. And I think everyone in this country should have health insurance. It should be protected, and it should be free at the point of service. No copays, no deductibles, no premiums. No one in this country should have to go without health insurance because you deserve preventative health care. And when you do not get preventative health care, it puts you at significantly greater likelihoods of long-term disease, chronic illness, right? And situations that are going to harm you, not only financially, but physically as well.
Yeah. And I guess that's kind of another thing, because I can't talk too much about what field of work I'm in, but I know I live in the state of Illinois, and here in the state of Illinois, and it might not be a federal level, but they are, people that are immigrants are coming here and getting healthcare. And that's kind of frustrating for me because yes, I work and all the things, but I don't have healthcare because it's too expensive just to outright buy, and I don't qualify for any kind of assistance or anything. So when I see that, that's kind of frustrating for me because I'm a hardworking, tax-paying American citizen, and I have no health insurance.
So undocumented immigrants can't get access to any health care, right? The only health care they can get access to is emergency health care, as everyone in the country can get access to. No health insurance. They don't get anything paid for, anything like that. But
it is, though. It is. I see it every day. I promise.
They don't. The only way they can get it is through emergency health care because doctors and nurses are not going to check your immigration status before giving you life-saving care.
Okay, but they're coming here and they're getting on
emergency
medical
assistance. So do tourists.
I mean, maybe if that's what it's called. I don't know the exact terms of it, but I know that they're getting healthcare though.
No, they don't.
And
I think maybe what you're thinking about is asylum seekers who are going through a legal process of immigration, getting access to certain types of benefits, but yet they have restricted access to those benefits.
Well, maybe recently. But what about before though? Because I wish I could talk more about it, but unfortunately I can't when it comes to that just because of my job. But I know that it's a little something they're getting help somehow through, I don't know if it's maybe different programs that are offered here. You know what I mean? I don't know the exact way or how, but I know that they're getting it somehow.
Okay. Well, what I would say is that we provide legal pathway, like what I was advocating for, they would be going through the legal process, and maybe then
Maybe
after a
that's what it
while they'd
is.
be able to get access to it.
Yeah.
But right now,
And
under
maybe
the
that's
law,
what it is.
they don't qualify. You have to be a citizen to qualify for those programs. You have to be in the country legally to qualify for those programs. If you're not in the country legally, you do not qualify for those programs. Undocumented immigrants paid over $100 billion into taxes, into federal, state, and local taxes in 2022, and they receive nothing. They don't get it. They don't get that back. Do they get, in some scenarios, emergency health care because of the fact that that's a human right, literally applicable to everyone within the country, no matter whether or not they're a citizen? Yes. And that should exist. That's a human right. Emergency health care. Like, we absolutely should save people in those circumstances, regardless whether they're in the country legally or not, or regardless whether they can pay or not. Hell, I think we should have a universal healthcare system where everyone's taken care of, where people don't have to worry about all of these different costs. Think about this. It costs tens of thousands of dollars to give birth in this country. It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars if you get cancer in this country. It costs unbelievable amounts to just get continual checkups. Whether it be typical healthcare, whether it be mental health care, whether it be dental health care, right? All of that is incredibly costly for Americans. And what I'm saying is we can take that cost that we're currently putting into private companies and we can make it less and cover everyone with more benefits. Because other countries around the world have already done it.
Yeah. I agree. I do 100%. Because I like I said, I'm one of them people that, so I agree.
This is what I mean. I think that MAGA is too focused on the wrong 1%. They're too focused on trans people. They're too focused on undocumented immigrants. And they're not focused enough on the billionaires and the rich that are influencing the politics to benefit themselves at the risk and the negative impacts of yourself.
You might actually. Yeah. Well, no, yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely going to, maybe educate myself a little bit more, I guess, and look around a little bit more. And, like I said, I explained to you what I would like to see, and whatever that takes is what I'm willing to do, so.
For sure. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. It was great talking to you.
Yeah, you too. See you later. Take
Thank
care.
you. Thank you. You as well. You as well. Alrighty, everyone. We're going to get another person up here for today. I think this will probably be the last person because Dean will be hopping on here very, very soon. Rebel, thank you so much for the appreciate the $5. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you so much for the appreciate Brianna. Thank you for the $2. Thank you. Amanda, thank you for the $9. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I totally get you there. Thank you so much, though, Amanda. I really appreciate it. Kenzie as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Kristen as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, they do use that to harm trans people all the time. Absolutely. Vanessa as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Pamela, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I'll have to see. I'll have to make sure to look. But thank you so much. Please have W's for them in the comment section. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone, for the 4,100 people in the stream, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. We're at about 2,100 right now. Let's try to get to 3,000 before we do end it for the stream. Let's get one more person before we do end it today. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you like my content, everyone, make sure to follow if you haven't already. It's absolutely free to do so. Hit that follow button for the 8,000 people, 8,800 people here on TikTok, and for the 4,100 people here on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. We are super close to 500,000 subscribers, y'all. We are less than 10,000 people away from 500,000. And unironically, if a huge portion of the stream, practically everyone, which is very unlikely, went and followed my YouTube, I would have 500,000 people on YouTube. We're about 491,000 almost on YouTube. We're getting close to 500K, which is actually insane. That's like actually insane. I can't believe it. 500K is nuts. Iron, by the way, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's absolutely nuts. Super, super close. Nadi, thank you so much for the appreciate the $5 as well. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Iron as well. Thank you for the $10. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. Hi there.
And do you sport Trump?
I do.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
December.
And you said you're 18?
Yes, I am.
And you support Trump, correct?
Yes.
And if the election were held today, would you either vote for Harris or Trump?
Well, probably Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, for me, it's basically because I do not like the other side.
Okay.
I don't like the Democrats.
What's wrong with me?
With you, I don't have any personal things with you, man.
But, like, I'm a Democrat, bro.
Well, now that you say that, I mean, you know, the thing is, I'm very pro deportations, stuff like that. Of course, I'm against the things happening in Minneapolis. I don't think that's the right way to do it. But, well, yeah, I really don't support illegal immigration. That's the thing.
Okay. So you think that you should have to go through the legal process, and if people commit a crime, that they should be held accountable for committing a crime. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay. So then why'd you vote for Trump? Because he's a convicted criminal, and you voting for him ensured that he wasn't put in prison.
He's a convicted criminal?
Yeah, he's convicted of 34 felonies.
What's that? I'm not really good.
Falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York. I have a question. What time is it?
It's 13.
13? So
Yeah.
it's 2:39?
Yeah.
What state do you live in?
Nebraska.
Nebraska's central.
Yeah.
So that means it would be 2 hours. So that means it would be 3:39 right now, not 2:39.
Correct.
Yeah, the only reason I asked is because practically everyone here in the U.S. knows that Trump has 34 felonies.
Yeah, I'm not from the U.S.
Well, I appreciate you coming up. We are just looking for some debates, everybody, by the way, with people who meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that to the criteria listed on the TikTok screen. You know what's up, how to you?
Please checkpoint. Please checkpoint.
Let's go to the next individual. Let's get the last person here for today, everyone. If you're on YouTube again, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Farm sim checkpoint, Parker.
Oh, dude, that's so funny. W Farm Sim Kid in the chat. W Farm Sim Kid. Farm Sim checkpoint. We love that. We love that. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Farm Sim Fetus, not Farm Sim Kid, Farm Sim Fetus. That's what we need to do from now on. We need to say Farm Sim Fetus. Rolls off the tongue better. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Vanessa, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. They said Americans are crossing the border to Canada and Mexico for affordable health care. True. By the way, I've known people that have done that. Liam, thank you for the $5. Thank you. As well as Kira. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the dollar. Thank you. I did so earlier in the stream. I would recommend to go onto the YouTube and scroll back. There was multiple conversations I've had today where I specifically described that. So I would scroll back on the YouTube stream. That's the best way to find that information, I would say. For Noah. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link to the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. It's going to be the last guest for today, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Farm sim again, Parker. Please.
Another account.
Please.
Love you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you very much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up,
What's
Aldi?
going on? I'm what's it called? 28,
Do you support
1997.
Trump?
I do, yeah.
Okay, if the election were held today and you could either vote for Harris or Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'll vote for Trump. Let me tell you why.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, he has a lot of political views that you clearly don't see. You and Dean Withers don't see. And Charlie Kirk let you both know. I don't know why you guys are not fighting for Trump. Like, I guess like you guys lost all touch. So I'm gonna review with you. The reason for why Trump is a good president is because when you guys were talking trash about him, when he was doing a post on animals, and you guys were starting calling these people monkey faces or all these things, it was just a meme sent by a secretary. It was never sent by him personally. He just vetoed it. You know that, right?
Okay, so Charlie Kirk and I didn't talk about this because it didn't happen when Charlie Kirk was
He
alive.
wasn't around when it happened.
Yeah. So secondly, if you're talking about the depiction, this is clearly going to be something that the Trump administration, one, did not apologize for.
We did not
Two,
know.
has defended. Three, we can point to the fact that before it was deleted, which was deleted around noon of that particular day Eastern time, right? Caroline Leavitt literally defended it before they did that. And if there was no claim of it being specifically due to
No claim because
due to a specific person on their administration. And even if
Right,
it
right,
was,
right. And-
they have defended it.
And for you guys to be sensitive to this information, would you consider that what Trump did is, what Trump allowed to be posted is a crime? Because I don't think it's a crime, bro. I think it's
No, it's not a crime, but it's racism.
It's racism. So, think about people generally being racist out there in the street compared to a slight post. How could we speculate that Trump truly is a racist when he's just talking, but he's not acting upon his views?
He has. He literally has acted upon his racism. He didn't rent to black people in the 1970s because they're black. He called for the execution of Central Park 5, even though they were exonerated based upon DNA evidence. He popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States to undermine him being president of the United States. I can give you plenty of others. He said that Kamala Harris turned black to undermine her being black.
So do you believe that you would believe that Trump is a negative influencer then as a president?
Absolutely. Also, he allowed for racial profiling. Do you remember that? Like, we're just gonna ignore that. Is this not him allowing for racism? Like, literally?
For a president to act like this, we've actually had someone like this before, and it was we had a president like this before. I don't know if you're aware, but I don't need to get a source for that because I can't even name him.
You don't need to get a source for what? Sorry.
For one of the presidents, I think it's 1 through 15. It's one of the presidents that he had his wife try to maintain order because he kept trying to go to war. What was that president?
I don't know who you're referencing.
Okay. Well,
I don't know what your point is here. Why'd you just randomly bring that up?
Because the racism that we're facing today is only a degree of how we have been treated back then before. I feel like Trump
Wait,
is
so you said racism was worse in the past. Is somehow a justification for racism now? Would that be a justification from the Confederates?
No, because I don't think the Confederates would actually want to ally with us when it comes to their backgrounds.
No.
and their
The
views.
Confederates could have claimed that there were worse conditions in the past because it was legal in more states. Therefore, it's justified for them to have it legal in their states. Because it's to a lesser extent comparative to what existed in terms of the legality of it prior.
Would you say that the Senate is the same?
Wouldn't that be absurd and ridiculous to say?
It would be absolutely absurd, yes.
Of course it would be absurd. So just because conditions have been worse historically does not mean that we shouldn't address the conditions of today.
Right. I personally think that when it comes to supporting the presidents that we voted for, because I do believe that our votes matter, that we understand that what we do is very important. You know, you turn 18, the first thing you do is you go up to the ballot, you say, hey, I want this guy, I want this guy. But I'm pretty sure we're gonna have like the future come in, bro. I feel like, do you think women are gonna be presidents?
Yes, of course. So can you? I don't know why you're just randomly bringing that up. Like, do you want to like? Do you
I'm the
think that
master of
women
code
should not be
switching.
allowed to be president?
I mean, the way that we've been treated as men here, no, I feel like the reason for that is that we have kept so much order in infrastructure in this world that
Do you
we're
think
stuck
women should
here.
be allowed to be president? Are
No.
you waiting for your Discord to answer the question for you?
I don't have a Discord.
I just heard the Discord notification. What are you talking about?
Oh, this come from my sister. Sorry, I have a loud home.
Do you want to answer the question? Do you think women should be allowed to be president?
No, because I feel like it's maximum pressure. It's way too much pressure. We would go to war faster.
Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Would you rather vote for Donald Trump in Kamala Harris's body or Kamala Harris in Donald Trump's body?
I would vote Kamala Harris and Trump's body.
You sound like an idiot. So it's nothing about the characteristics of the individual, of who they are as a person, or the policies they support. It's simply based upon their biological sex characteristics.
Mm-hmm. Well, when we're talking about that,
You just
I
laughed.
feel
So
like
did you realize that it was stupid?
it was stupid because you really felt like you think I'm gonna fumble over something that you know
did
you
just
consider
fumble.
the
You just got cooked, bro. You have
I really
clearly
got
not
cooked?
been good at leading this argument. You're a pretty shitty leader.
Yeah, I'm a pretty shitty leader. So you want to talk IGL talk, like you want to talk like we're gaming right now. You're gonna lose.
Yeah,
So
dude, you're a dog shit leader, bro.
let me tell you.
You're a
All right, I'm
horrible
a dog shit
IGL.
leader. All right, I'm a horrible IGL.
Yeah,
Well, let me
yeah.
tell you something, bro. Posting
F
animals
tier.
over
F
faces
tier. F tier IGL.
shouldn't be called racist. Let me tell you why. Because people do it all the time. People go to parks and they do it, right? And just for the president to do that, it's only fair. It's only fair. He's human, just like you.
So you just said it's not racism because people do it.
It's not racism because people go out to parks and every day. Like I think because you have a dirty mind, right?
People go to
And
parks.
you
What
see
are
these
you
things.
referencing? What do you mean by go to parks? What are you saying?
There are like faceless animals as like portraits in parks where people take selfies or pictures every day just to like it was all a joke. Like
Dude,
like I'm telling
you're
you.
an idiot. Okay? We're talking about how he specifically tried to represent people who are black as apes to dehumanize them. Okay?
I don't think that was
You've
wasn't
got
in
to
his
be
mind.
fucking kidding me, dude.
That's not what he was
If
thinking.
you can't
at all,
identify
bro.
that's racism, I'm sorry. When will you be able to? Like genuinely, I feel like if you can't identify that's racism,
Well-
you just like you gotta be like one of the stupidest people on the planet.
Well, it's
Like
because the
genuinely,
post
like
is conditional,
this is
bro. It's
quite
conditional.
frankly the one of the most obvious examples of racism.
Listen, the post was conditional, not factual. And if you claim for him to be a racist, then why does Trump allow black Americans in his rallies? Cry
You're
about
trolling,
it.
right?
Cry.
You think that because black people are at his rallies and he allows them to be there, that means that he's not racist.
Why would he be a racist?
I just explained many reasons why he was a racist. Dude, that's like arguing, right, that specifically because of the fact that there were dude, this is ridiculous. We're going to run through this again. You're essentially saying because there were people. Oh, he just got a violation. Okay, wait, that just caught me off guard, dude. That's like so fucking unbelievably stupid. Jesus Christ, dude. but are you hopping on right now? Dude, what a ridiculous argument. What a ridiculous argument. By the way, if you're on TikTok, make sure to follow if you haven't already. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. I think Dean might be hopping on right now. Dean might be hopping on right now. Yeah, he is. We're about to send everyone to him in a second. If you are on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. We are about to end it for today. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I had a great time on live today, everyone. A great time on live. We'll probably join Dean for a little bit of his stream, just to hang out with him for a bit and whatnot. But yeah, we'll just give him a second to go live right now. We'll send everyone to him. He is actually on the DNC Dean account right now, everyone. He's on the DNC Dean account. By the way, if you like my content, you like these lives every single day, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. Subscribe if you haven't already as well. I'd recommend to go to YouTube if you did miss this live stream at all and you want to watch it. You can see the VODs on YouTube and you can watch them back. That's like the best place to go to. Best place to go to be able to watch the lives because you get to see the whole thing after it's already done. Whereas on TikTok, you never get to see it again. It's gone forever, okay? It's gone forever. But yeah, do give it a second, everyone. Once Dean hops on, we're going to send everyone over. Oh, there he is. He's already live. Everyone, go to DNC Dean, spam Parker Raid, spam Love and Parker, everyone. DNC Dean, spam Parker Raid, spam Love and Parker. I'll stick with the people on YouTube for a little bit until Dean hops on YouTube. I don't know if he's already on YouTube yet, so we'll hang out with the people on YouTube for a little bit longer. We're going to send everyone over here on TikTok over to there right now, but if you want to hang out with me on YouTube a little bit until Dean hops on, make sure to do that real quick. Parker, get a job on YouTube. Time tomorrow, I should be live 9 a.m. Pacific time again like I was today because my girlfriend will be working tomorrow. So that's when I should be live, just letting everyone know. So early again tomorrow. I love everyone so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I will see or fantastic day, everyone. I'll see everyone later. I'll be posting my YouTube videos as well right now. And I'll be streaming on Twitch here in a bit. Parker, get a job, playing games and stuff once I'm done hanging out with Dean on TikTok. But yeah, I love y'all. Alrighty. What's up, everyone here on YouTube? How y'all doing? We're essentially going to wait here until Dean hops on, is essentially my thing. Because I know he takes a second to hop on YouTube. So let me check. Yeah, he's not on YouTube quite yet. So we can just hang out here until then. Now, I'm done for now. I was going to post my stuff to YouTube. I'll probably be joining Dean here in a second. We can see what he's doing right now.
It's not going to go anywhere. No one's going to have fun, but let's try to get that very...
Yeah, honestly, I could just end it and then I could just like go to people on what's it called? We could just start hanging out on Twitch or something. And I can always join Dean and stay on Twitch. Alrighty. Yeah, I think we'll just call it. Let me say thank you to some people over here on YouTube, and then we'll call it for today. We'll call it. Wait, did I actually fully catch up? I think I am. Oh, there we go. Bright, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I actually don't have anything to debate me over here on YouTube. But I will probably set up a call number here pretty soon. Or I wouldn't say soon. At some point. Kristen, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Jacqueline, as well. Thank you for the $5. Serena, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Natty, thank you for the $5. And Sammy, thank you for the $5 as well. Alrighty, everyone. Have a fantastic day, everyone. I'll be posting some YouTube videos right now. I'll see everyone here in a bit. Dean should be live in a second. Just look up Dean Withers if you want to watch him. But yeah, have a good day, everyone. Just look up Dean Withers if you want to find Dean's account. Twitch is Parker Get a Job. Same as YouTube. I'll be there probably in a little bit. I'll be posting stuff, so...